collaborations. So let us come to yesterday's discussion and today's discussion. As the entire world is already in a problem with climate change and global warming, all verticals, whether it is industry or agriculture, food, energy, water, everybody has to work in the case of sustainability to see that the climate change is mitigated. I was in Brazil last month, in November, where we had the COP30. So what is the agenda where all the 154 countries wanted to do? They have to stop the global warming. Temperature has to be reduced or kept it to the Kyoto Protocol of 2 degrees rise, so that the temperature is within the limits, global warming is avoided, glacier melting is avoided. And what are the main solutions? One of the main solutions is using renewable energy, whether it's in the farming sector, industry sector, or in the household. Use of energy should be carbon neutral. Then use of water, it can be rainwater harvesting, it should be carbon neutral. Use of materials, sustainable building materials, it should be carbon neutral technologies. Agriculture has to become carbon neutral. It should be such that we conserve the soil. It should be a sustainability using the bacteria. And we have to see that the organic carbon in the soil is retained. We have to make sure that the deforestation is avoided. Stopped. It should be biodiversity. To do all these things, the sustainability is in the front end, not the economics. Yesterday we discussed that what we want per acre is the nutrition, what we get from the food, not the quantity. We want the quality today. We have already sustainability in production of food, but not in the quality of food, which is affecting our health. Not only health of human beings, the health of the land. The soil organic carbon is down, and the chemical fertilizers are rampant, and the pesticides are rampant, which is causing so many illness. So what can be done to decrease the carbon footprint, to meet the sustainable development goals, to see that there is sustainability everywhere in all the fields and everything. So we are working on solutions, technologies, and as some of you mentioned, technology is the key today. We are in a world where we cannot dispense technologies. So we are working on technologies which use a leverage to a farmer to become sustainable in food, chemical-free food, and also see that the soil is also maintained, the organic carbon is maintained, and also the soil is maintained, and the entire world meets the sustainable development goal. And one of the main verticals is agriculture, for which we are offering microgrids, which can have localized energy sources, solar or biofuel, biodiesel, bio-CNGs, which can give electricity to the farmer. In case study of myself, we are working on a sustainable farm where I am growing everything, including the community farms. I will give you the 2 case studies of our family farm, where we grow everything from rice to lentils, and also entire energy we are not taking from outside. It is a decentralized energy generation locally too at our farm. Water we don't take from outside, and also any input. All inputs are locally generated and sustainable model. So what I want to tell is, yesterday they were asking, can it be scalable? I am telling, no, it cannot be scalable. It should be decentralized. We cannot upscale something. We have to decentralize, and the numbers should increase, not that we scale it and make it big. So sustainability in agriculture and meeting the food needs. We are proving that a model where it is a decentralized model using decentralized energy, decentralized water, decentralized building materials, and the food is decentralized. We eat it locally and also we sell it locally and become sustainable. Land is sustainable. So we work on all these technologies: kitchen waste to biogas, solar energy, carbon capture technologies, water conservation, water harvesting, sustainable building materials. So these are the photographs of the projects what we have done to prove that at a decentralized level, it is achievable, and definitely the capital expenses will be more, but the operational expenses will be less, and we can achieve sustainability in a big way. So we are working with many projects, thanks to Karnataka State Agriculture Department and GSZ Germany. We are bringing in a concept of RK Shala, where we want to demonstrate in a campus of 200 hectares sustainable agriculture practices using net zero carbon neutral technologies, and we have already submitted a report for it. And this training center can be a state of the art where it can promote sustainability in food, agriculture, and also train the younger generations and the upcoming farmers in this concept of sustainability. So this is the project we're doing. I will also give a glimpse of that. Of course, we work with other German agencies like Henrik Boll, Stiftung, FH Dortmund, THOWL, and Austria as the third Karnataka State Biofuel Development Board for energy sustainability in biofuels. So, as I told you, we should have landscape level resilience, community ownership, circular reserve flow, where we have sustainability by decentralized. That is my proposal here. Decentralized in energy, water, and have nutrients. So these are the case studies what I want to give. So this is a decentralized energy generation we did at the tribal hamlet in the fringes of Nagavale, where we have electrified 2 tribal hamlets completely on net zero carbon neutral technology. It runs on solar energy and biofuel. Biofuel is generated by the seeds we pick up from the forest, convert it into diesel by a process known as trans acidification, and we get local diesel. And this entire project is maintained by the tribal youth. We are trying them to locally. It is already 2 years now where we are maintaining this, and they are meeting the energy needs locally. This is supported by Austria's Trust, solar, biodiesel, and these are the 100 houses, and we extend it for next for drip irrigation and also for electric vehicles and other things. So entire 2 tribal hamlets. These are the photographs of the tribal hamlets where we have electrified using net zero and carbon neutral. And this is the app for that. And coming to organic waste, huge organic waste. It can be cities, it can be villages. Mysore, I come from Mysore, we have a population of 12 lakh. We are generating around 500 tons of waste every day, and 300 tons is organic waste. Waste is wealth today. That can be converted into energy. That can be converted into manure. So much of technologies are available. It is capital intensive, but the operational expense is low. We will achieve break even soon. So interventions from government, NGOs are needed for this. It can be composters what we have designed. It will meet the organic manure to have the organic carbon done for the soil. So it can be small composters which with microbes. Yesterday we heard the presentations on the beauty of microbes working and making the soil carbon rich. Where is our soil? We are using rampant use of chemical fertilizers, and our soil are dead. And we use rampant use of chemical pesticides, and our plants are dead, and it's affecting our not only health of the humans, also the animals and the plant. We tell the concept of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, means the entire world is one family. Where is that family? We are trying to dominate ourselves. We are trying to dominate everything. So it is not a concept what we have in our culture also. So the sustainability comes from these concepts of having local energy and local water. So this is the biogas, which we have a tremendous potential of converting the waste to biogas, which is nothing but methane. We talk about CNG, I'm talking about methane from bio, and I'm using it at my house also, at my farm, where we have organic liquid that is available for garden. I have a kitchen garden, I have a rooftop. I have a garden at my farm. Wherever I find a place, I will try to make my own sustainability in food. That is what we have to promote. We cannot think of upscaling. We can think of more of decentralized things. So this is at my home, and this is at my institute, where your biogas plant, all the waste from our cafeteria, everything goes to this biogas plant. We use it for cooking. We run vehicle. We run biodiesel generators. So this is our hostel waste going to the, you are also from our own institute. So going to the biogas plant, and and generating biogas, and then we use it for cooking, and the slurry goes as manure. So this one, I am running the vehicle. It is possible. We needed to upscale it. We have to do more of this decentralized. My vehicle is running on bio-CNG. I have a carbon capture unit where I scrub the hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, and compress it to the requirement, use it for my vehicle, and also the slurry is used as manure. This is the carbon capture unit what we have done. So this is where we get fuel, we get carbon capture done, and climate change is mitigated, carbon neutral technology is done. These are my biogas plant which generates energy and also organic manure as such. And this is our biofuel generated from waste cooking oils and also from the seeds. We take it, and this biodiesel, when we use in the vehicles, it reduces the carbon emission by 40%. We get Atmanirbhar, we get sustainability in the field. We need not have to take fuel from other countries like Russia, Ukraine, or Arabian countries. We can become self-sufficient using biofuels and combination of solar and wind energy. So this is the unit we have. We manufacture 50 liters of biofuel every day at our campus from the waste cooking oil. I also run my vehicle. This is my Jeep running on biofuel with 30% blending. And also we use our pump sets wherever there is shortage of electricity. I encourage the farmers to use this biofuel by local waste oil, and we convert it. We can have a decentralized plant in the villages also. Like your POs can have a decentralized biofuel point, and then they generate. We are showcasing it, and we are ready to demonstrate also to make more of this. We are here to give the technology behind this. Again, water harvesting. This is a case study we have done for the Mysore silk factory. This is a different places, include my farm in sustainability in water. Again, brewery. How much of water they are using? This brewery uses 18 lakh liters of water every day to make alcohol. So where is the water available? So it has to be now. We have done rainwater harvesting to become self-sufficient. So this is our project on community organic farming. I have 2 farms with each farm 6 families, totally 12 families. We grow sustainably. It's all tree-based, and also other things we grow, and we link peri-urban farms to city food supply. We have a Sunday market where we 50 farmers, whatever we have grown, we eat for our requirement. We also sell it every Sunday. You are all welcome for the Sunday market to see this concept of sustainability in Mysore. I will show you some slides. This is our farms, community farms. One is 6.5 acres. The one is 3.5 acres. We grow everything here. It is having a solar fence, solar pumping system, solar lighting system, and also biofuel-based energy generations, and no external inputs, rainwater. This is the our market, you can see, and these are the bases. If we take it from Sagar Samruddhi, we have the concept of that, and you can see here, this is the solar fencing and other things what we have done, tree-based crop diversity. This is a farm built using mud blocks. Use mud. We are using only 8% cement. So much of energy is saved by using mud. Why can't all the farms be done using the mud blocks? So it is possible, sun-dried. We don't even burn wood for it. And I have rainwater harvesting in my farmhouse that can be, in our community farmhouse that can be done. And these are the examples, Kanana Organic Farm and paddy field, everything and sustainable technologies. And also we have the desi cows where we are eliminating the regular main base concept. We are going more with, as somebody was telling yesterday, small is beautiful, Schumacher's concept. It very well fits in for many of the, and all the farmers are marginal farmers in Karnataka. They have hardly 2 acres or 3 acres of land. How can he upscale it? It's not possible to upscale for a regular small farmer. The only way out is making his farm sustainable, his food sustainable by not going monoculture crops, having biodiversity. This is our farm, this is what we grow, natural friendly growing lentils and fruits and vegetables. This is our huge rainwater harvesting pond done. We don't even waste a single drop of water. We harvest it, we circulate it, we use it, and solar pumps lifts it, and also we have the drip irrigation. This is our 8 kilowatt solar pump giving electricity for drip irrigation, precision farming. If we were talking about technology, yes, farmer has to use technology today. He should have sustainable technologies like precision water that is going. This is our huge pond which is generating. This is our lighting, and these are some of the photographs of the vegetables we have grown and lentils we have grown, and you can see the drip irrigation running on solar. And this is what even sustainability in oil, we don't purchase oil, so we have sufficiency, self-sufficiency in the oil, and the extract goes as a feed to the cows, rainwater harvesting, food. So enjoy, the beauty of it is enjoy organic food. So that is part of our life, way of life. Becomes way of life. Then somebody was thinking, can we achieve this? When you upscale, you cannot do it. So when you have a decentralized thing, we can achieve this. This is our concept of sustainable farming, what we have done, and Kananavada Padabhumi. So Kanana forest, it's forest. So that is the sustainability concept. Some of the photographs, this is the rice, what we have grown, Sita Sanna and Rajmudi, and now we are going to Gauri Sanna rice. Again, local variety, local cow concept that is used in the farming technique, what we have, and this is our market. So all, we have now 50 farmers. Thanks to the agriculture department, they have given us the agriculture department Sunday to us. It's free of cost for us. So we have small so everybody gets a small place. So we bring whatever we have grown, we use it for us. And Sunday, every morning 7 to 11:30, all our organic products are sold out directly from farmer to the consumer, not in between. So we get the maximum. I sell the rice at 120 rupees per kg, which becomes viable. If I sell the paddy, it is not viable because I have to give it at 30 rupees per kg. So this is Mysuru Savayava Raitara Sante. Ellaru Banni, this is the example. This is the photographs of our Bhanavara Sante, Krushi Ilakhe Mysuru, Nama Madikeri Road, Aishwarya Petrol Pump, it is just there at the corner. 3 acres from the agriculture department we are using it. So everybody of us get this stall. So this is my stall where we sell, including my wife. We have become more practicing the sustainability, and all our friends, I invited some of them, I don't know, come. So we have the market and the number of we have a good breakfast also, organic breakfast. We make food there, and whatever, this is our stall, Sustira Organics and things like that. And if you want agriculture beyond cultivation, we must design landscape where energy, water, soil and communities are regenerated together. Engineers as a profound role, not merely to supply infrastructure, but to enable economical sustainability. This is our GIZ and Karnataka State Agriculture Project, RK Shala, Ramakrishna. We want it to come through so that it becomes more sustainable. Thank you very much. So living together with nature with optimum use of natural resources leads to system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I know you had a... Sir, please. Because you have 30 years of experience, it was very difficult for you to sum up the things because you want to tell so many things because so many models have been tried from your side. But I am sure that in coming days, since that separate directory is formed for secondary agriculture, many of your models definitely will try to take in the field. As you said, rightly said, not scalable, not in terms of size, but in the scalable in terms of numbers also. We will see that because we have tried now models for 5 districts, but definitely for next year. I think all 31 districts will be covered. But one important thing is that we just want to know the revenue models of that. Because the cost involved that is important, because many of your models are very suited to rural also and even for urban cities also. So since you had 10 the 5 districts over there, I think many of the things you have summed up in. But in coming days, definitely Department of Agriculture and it would like to take things from you and further we will try to scale up in terms of, as I said, in number. Now I just call Mr. Aditya Kotare also, who is now joined, Sri Venkateshwar Fiber Udyog Private Limited. He is no, I just welcome. So he is focusing on transferring agri waste into high value sustainable products and converting waste into wealth. I hardly welcome you also. I think your brother was supposed to come.
My
Father, sorry. So Vinay Kotare was supposed to come. He just joined us. I welcome Mr. Aditya Kotare. Now just small this one introduction. We just since Dr. Seven Scheller has joined from German, just we'll first listen to him, then we can ask other panelists to. Sir, good morning, Seven. You can start.
Good morning.
Good morning. You can start. You can start your presentation.
Yeah. Good morning. So, Sheshadri, I sent you my cordial greetings from Germany. I'm very happy to join today in your conference, and I would like to present briefly the German Biomass Center and also the biomass strategy that we developed in Germany. Next slide, please. The EFS, so the German Biomass Research. Can you hear us?
Yeah, we can.
So
Yeah,
the
okay.
German Biomass Research Center is one of the global leading institutes for biomass research. We develop technologies for practically all conversion technology for biomass. I will show you later examples. And we are one of the central advisors for the German ministry and also for the European Union. Next slide and next. In this slide you see the structure of the DVZ. So DVZ belongs to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Regional Identity. And in our supervisory board there are several other ministries from Germany which have some link to biomass, bioenergy and bioeconomy topics, like for instance the Federal Ministry of Research, Federal Ministry for the Environment, Federal Ministry for Transportation regarding food of course, and the Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs. And because Leipzig, the city where DBFZ is located, is in the state of Saxony, we also have the Saxon State Ministry for the Environment in our supervisory board. This is, I would call it, the political umbrella of DBFZ. And in the middle you see our International Research Advisory Council, and they give us some hints what is the further development of biomass, bioeconomy and bioenergy strategies in Germany, Europe and worldwide. Next, so slide 6. Here you see some, this is an overview of our funding scheme. So we get the basic funding from the Federal Ministry of Agriculture. However, for more than half of our budget, we have to apply for projects. And on the right-hand side, you see that we apply for the different ministries here in Germany, for the European Union, and also for the Ministry of Cooperation, INTERNATIONALTRADE. Next, please. Here are some key figures of DBFZ. So at the moment, we have 107 projects. Each year we complete about 40. We are at the moment 271 employees, and our average project volume is 280,000 euros. Next, please. Next, slide 9. In this scheme, you see what I have mentioned. Yes, in this scheme, you see what I have mentioned before, that there are different types of biomass, oil-containing biomass, sugar-containing biomass, starch-containing biomass, etc. And for all those different types of biomasses, there are different types of technical conversion pathways. You see it in the third line. And then you can produce a whole range of products like pellets, bioethanol, biomethane, vegetable oil, biodiesel, etc. And what is special with biomass is, and this is what you see on the lower part, on the right-hand side, that you can produce fuel, so for mobility, that you can produce electric power and also heat and cold. And this is something very special in the energy scheme in according to this scheme, according to this different conversion technologies, we developed BBSF, so the German Biomass Research Center, and you see here that we have a research infrastructure which is actually very related to all those conversion pathways. So we have combustion labs, we have food conditioning labs, we have a biogas laboratory, but also an own biogas plant on the campus. And we also do, you see it on the right hand side, analytics in an analytical laboratory, and we do actually scenario development and biomass potential assessment and so on. Next, please. In the next couple of slides, I will present some of our international activities. You see here in this slide that we have been very active on the international level, in particular with GSZ. Next, please. We do have a cooperation agreement with GSZ, and we are now considered a strategical partner of GSZ for the cooperation. So far, we have implemented the 36 projects together with GSZ, and here you see some examples of our portfolio, what we provide for GSZ. So that could be, for instance, the investment of biomass potentials. That we do projects regarding international standards. Yes, you see it here one project in India we developed and for international standards for densified biomass. Then we do test a particular field of biogas and gas plants. Next. Another topic, I still can't see the next slide. Another thing that we focus on is pre-feasibility studies, which is always a topic for the establishment of new technologies. So we did for rice husk, for instance, for the use of sugarcane residues. Also in the Indian case, we developed strategic management of organic waste in Colombia. So this is our main activities together with KZ, and we also develop life cycle assessment studies, and we do training. Next, please. Okay, now I come to the second part of my presentation. This is main topic, the national biomass strategy that we have developed in Germany. You see here that the national biomass strategy is in the center of a lot of other strategies and laws. And you also see that this is a very complex issue, so because this national biomass strategy is integrated into the food strategy, farming strategy, the peaks strategy, forestry, and so on. What's the problem with this? I will show you later. There should be now the schedule, the roadmap. So I will tell you that, yes, this slide. The national biomass strategy was decided up in 2020 by the federal ministries here in Germany. In 2022, the roadmap for the national biomass strategy was published, and then you see the pathway until 2023, where the strategy should be published in 2023. But it has besides this content, the scope was also that the biomass strategy for Germany should be coherent to the EU policies, but it has not included any innovative technologies. So it was mainly driven by EU laws and by German regulations. And now you come to the point that it's very, very complex, because in the first place we had to analyze what is the current biomass supply for Germany, for Europe, even worldwide regarding import. The second analysis was what is the current biomass demand, so what are trends, what are alternatives, and what are the environmental impacts. And with this information, it was aimed to make biomass policies and to make regulation in this field. This was the structure, this was the idea. However, and now I come to the last slide. Next, please. The issue, no, one back, please. Yes, the issue was that this biomass strategy was never implemented and published because it was too complex. So my recommendation and for you and the lessons learned here in Germany is, the first thing is the most important. Keep it simple. So the NABIS strategy in Germany was too ambitious. It was too complex. It was too complicated. Try to keep this strategy brief. So you should actually make some framework conditions, but not go into every detail as Germany has planned. Take your time. And so the whole strategy for Germany was developed in 4 years, and this was too quick. So we could not provide all data that was needed for such a strategy. And what is also important, you should be clear what is the overall aim of such a biomass strategy in the case for India, for instance. So is it biomass supply? Is it climate? Is it biodiversity? Is it energy use? Is it fertilizer production? These are some topics which should be clear. What is the aim of this strategy? And the last point from our lessons learned is be realistic. And in the German case, even in the development of strategy, it became clear that all was over-regulated and too much bureaucracy, because a lot of data should be monitored, should be assessed, and that was too much, and there the human biomass strategy, as for now, has not been published. And this was my very brief presentation and some lessons learned from Germany that I wanted to give you. I wish you for the next couple of days or hours a lot of success, and even in the strategy that you would like to develop, a lot of success. And if you have any questions, please address GIZ, or you can also address me, so that we can give you some advice regarding your further development, or if you plan to develop such a strategy, that we can give you some hints what were the problems in Germany and what you could provide, avoid probably. Thank you very much for your attention, and have a nice day.
Thank you, Dr. Sen. Definitely, we try to take your advice based upon your experience and what you had, and we'll be in touch with you. Definitely, we are also seeing some of the projects, as you advised, some of the projects we are proposing from secondary directorate from the government of Karnataka, and we will definitely like to take your advice in future also, sir. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Nitin Vishwas, Moonshine, to just talk about beyond beekeeping, having to meet circular business.
So So while they put up the presentation, unlike a lot of the topics right now in the morning, the whole waste and the whole cycle of utilizing biofuel, mine's a little different, right? So in our case, the sort of cycle is more about addressing a very inherent problem in India, and that is around honey. Yesterday, Apurva, one of the speakers, who friend of mine as well, had spoken about how we as a nation are not as sensitized to bees as you see in most other parts of the world. And what we have tried to do is try and bring the bee in the focus of this story. Pointer works? It works? Okay. So I'll just take a show of hands, right? Kannada, English ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಅರ್ಥ ಆಗುತ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲಾಂದ್ರೆ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲಿ. So I'll try and cover. Indiali honey, what do you think is the problem with honey? Problem ಏನು? Supply problem ಇದೆಯಾ? Demand problem ಇದೆಯಾ? What is the real problem? How many people think it's a supply problem? We don't have enough good honey in India. Please raise your hands. Okay, how many people think it's a demand problem? ಎಷ್ಟು ಜನಕ್ಕೆ ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ ಡಿಮಾಂಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಹನಿಗೆ? Good. So I'll tell you it's a mix of both, right? India is the second largest producer when it comes to honey in the world, right? So we produce about 146,000 tons of honey. We actually did this in 24. And we're also the second largest exporter after China. However, the problems are a little more complicated. Global per capita consumption is at 300 grams. Andre, one person in a year, 300 gram honey consume ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. They consume 300 grams of honey. However, if you look at the average consumption in Asia, it's about a kilo. ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ 30 ಗ್ರಾಮ್. We consume 30 grams of honey per year. That means one person on an average in this room is consuming 30 grams. Andre, a 5-star hotel, you see these small little jars, right, with the honey inside it. That's 35 grams. There are reports that say it is even 8 grams. Some people say it's 50 grams, but it's clearly not more than 50 grams. And the problem is we are so used to using sugar. Now, sakre tumba use ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ, jaggery use ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. And the real fact is that honey, jaggery, sugar, they're all the same. Right? You get the same nutrition from other food. If you choose to have sweet stuff, you can choose honey because it's more sustainable. Now, changing consumption is not easy. I cannot force you guys to use honey. I cannot tell you, ivattinda honey ne use ಮಾಡಬೇಕು, ನೀವು ಜೇನು ತುಪ್ಪ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ. I can't change that behavior. But what I can do is I can make this transition fun. And when I say fun, I can make something called mead. Mead, also called honey wine, is the oldest form of alcohol known to man. I think every civilization in the world has all heard of mead. It's just that we don't realize it's also very similar to what we do at home. Right? The word mead comes from a Proto-European word which is medu, which is said to have similarities to madhu, which is why alcohol is called madhira, and you drink it in a madhushala. Right? Som rasa, as a lot of people know, there's a shloka in the Vedas. Vedadalli shloka ಇದೆ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್ ಆಗಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, Mahishasura Kali is saying, I am high on mead. When it wears out, I will slay Mahishasura. So mead is very much a part of our culture. It's also part of every other culture globally. Right? And what we are doing is essentially trying to make mead fun, trying to introduce mead as a category. And in India, and if you look at mead, if I add spices to it, it's called metheglin. Mead ge spices add ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ metheglin ಅಂತಾರೆ. Metheglin is a Welsh word, which is how the word medicine came into being. So Ayurveda, you can see how the connection with Ayurveda also happens. And very simply told, what is mead? Mead is nothing but honey mixed with water, yeast is added, it converts to wine. Honey in itself won't spoil, but if I add water to it and I let it ferment out, if I dilute it, it turns into something called honey wine, which can be consumed, and yes, you will get high. It's similar to beer, it's similar to wine. This is how we started. I'm actually not, in fact, Shamsundar sir is my professor. 25 years ago, he taught me. I'm a mechanical engineer with an MBA degree with no understanding of Horeca or fermentation technology. We are basically home brewers. We used to make this at home. Manel ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ವಿ ಇದು. And over time, this homebrew project became much larger, and we suddenly started to brew this professionally. And when I say brewing this professionally, he's a friend of mine. I've known him for 39 years. Our whole story behind making honey wine was actually not just a pioneering effort in India. There was no category called for mead in India, right? Mead anta category ne ittila yadu excise books alli. And for us to introduce mead, we first had to get a cabinet approval at a state level, which thankfully now 9 states, including Karnataka, have also included. But Karnataka, you can make mead as a wine category. We spent a total of 55 lakhs, 55 lakhs ಅಷ್ಟೇ ನಾವು ಖರ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು when we first started with a 2000 liter tank, 2000 liter tanks. Today we have a much larger setup. We currently manufacture and supply to Karnataka, Maharashtra, Goa. We are also exporting to UK, UAE, and we are also expanding to other markets as we go along. But and this is what the product looks like, right? You can actually have products across the value chain. And the reason I'm saying this is primarily because as farmers, you are anyway producing lentils, you're producing fruits. You don't need to stop producing anything. The reason we call meat the most sustainable form of alcohol is because you're not taking away from the value chain, from the food value chain. You can grow whatever you grow, add a few boxes, get some honey, turn it into wine, and you can set up very small fermentation setups, and you can actually take this to market. It's not that hard to do. I'm going to skip all these pages. This is our brand. So we have made it very fruit forward. Every one of our meats has a fruit to it. So we'll use apples, we'll use coffee from Chikmagalur, we'll use guava chili, we'll make a grilled pineapple, we'll make a salted kokum. You think of a fruit, we can turn it into a meat with honey in it, right? But what really is at the core of this is where the circular value chain for us happened was when COVID happened, right? When COVID hit us, we started in 2018, but 2020 was a bad year for us. And everybody stopped drinking cold stuff. Nobody wanted to drink anything that could even by chance give them sore throat. But what everybody was having was honey, ginger, lemon. So what we decided was, let's do one thing. To survive, we are sitting on honey. Should we start selling this honey instead of turning it into wine? And what we created was the Moonshine Honey Project, right? And this has become the mainstay of what we do. This is why we actually exist. While we make wines on the side, we also do this on this as one of our main companies now. Moonshine Honey Project was essentially our honey being packaged. And over time, we now own about 700 hives of our own. We are ourselves beekeepers. My co-founder that you saw there, he's a trained beekeeper from the Central Bee Research and Training Institute. He's Akshay Borse, he's our chief beekeeper. We first just got 5-6 boxes to see how it works. Over time, we bought more and more hives. We started going to different farmers, to groups, putting up these hives and actually extracting honey from them. And what really changed for us is in 2023, some bar used our honey to make a cocktail. And that's the bartender there, the girl there. And that became famous because she won the best bartender award in India. She also went to represent India in Brazil. And suddenly, Moonshine Honey Project as a brand has built out. We supply to almost all the top 30 bars and restaurants in India. We supply to almost 50% of all the star properties in India. And more importantly, we are also currently servicing, I think, Air India as an airline for their little honey consumption. Right? The whole reason for doing all of this is, the idea is to actually get people to start leveraging honey and using honey rather than trying to consume honey just directly. You can do this. And since in Karnataka and Maharashtra are both states which promote wine as a product because it's agriculturally friendly, you don't require non-agriculture certificate to actually set up a small little fermentary in your existing area. And in Karnataka and in Maharashtra, these are the only 2 main states where this is much easier as compared to any other state in India. We also do educational sessions. We got our own version of Lal Bagh in Pune. That's where I am based. And we do it at Empress Garden. We do talks about honey. We speak about how beekeeping works. And while our own honey that I currently process from my own hives contributes less than 25% of my 1 month's requirement, I go through anywhere between 8 tons to 15 tons of honey a month. So it doesn't supply as much as we require, but we still continue, therefore, aggressively buying from beekeepers, independent beekeepers, honey collectives, and aggregators. And we don't want to change that because that is the core value chain. There's somebody already doing that work. So what we do is we simply start buying from them. And while we do this, what we have, for us, the whole transition from need to actually getting into beekeeping has actually increased our awareness of the challenges of the industry. Just simply over last year, 25% of the beekeepers in India have stopped beekeeping as a profession. As farmers in this group, I think that is a very, very big place that we need to start promoting these beekeepers, and the only way to promote beekeepers is to increase consumption of honey. And if you cannot consume honey directly, have it like a meat. The other thing is also improved our relationships with the OG sources. We know that for a fact that mustard honey, when harvested in January, tends to start to spontaneously ferment by March because the amount of moisture content is very high. What we as a winery do is we buy the honey from these beekeepers very often because they cannot conform to FDA standards. And we buy it at not lower prices, we buy it at the standard price because we know how much it costs to actually make it. And over time, we've also started to produce high alcohol products which are aged on oak. Marti is one of our first examples. We sourced this honey from the Irura tribes in the Nilgiri Biosphere Reserve, made 550 bottles, and that's an actual picture of the way they actually source this honey. The effort that we have taken back in 2016 is why 8 states in India right now recognize mead. Karnataka and Maharashtra are the biggest states when it comes to production, followed very closely by Meghalaya. In fact, if any of you out here, right through or otherwise, wants to set up a honey winery, the Ministry of Food will actually give you guys a 5 crore grant, up to a 5 crore grant. So the whole idea is to have honey consumption go up in India because that is directly adding to the value chain. And with that, I end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nitinji. I think now everybody is now curious now. Everybody wants to taste it now. Very good model. Definitely, Commentage will try to promote good models also in Karnataka. As you said, already Karnataka and Maharashtra is a friend. We will try to stay, as I said, we will try to stay it up in numbers also, as well as also in size. Now I request Dr. Lisa Luther to speak about her experience in decentralized food processing as a village for rural infrastructure.
So good morning everybody. My name is Lisa and I'm the co-founder of InnoFarms. We specialize in decentralizing the primary processing and help in enabling farmers and FPOs to inculcate technologies and move towards sustainability and circular economy. So the gaps that we are addressing are that there is a lot of wastage that happens at the farm gate. Usually the grade A fruit is sold at a high market value to the mandis, but what happens to the grade B and C? It ends up in landfills and produces methane gas, carbon dioxide, and eventually ends up harming the climate. Also, India is the second largest producer of fruits and vegetables. You know, there is an uncomfortable fact that we are sitting through, that India wastes more fruits and vegetables than some countries produce. So we are processing less than 3% of the produce, whereas China sits at close to 50%. Also, most of the processing facilities in India are centralized. Large-scale processing facilities where it's difficult to carry the fruit to the factory when it's already over-ripened, and the grade B fruit transportation ends up being uneconomical because most of it ends up getting wasted before it gets to the factory. So our solution was making a portable, affordable, semi-automatic aseptic processing machine. So I would like to show a video where it shows how the unit works and the unit is in a 20-foot container or a 40-feet container. So the input of this unit is grade B, grade C fruit. We usually have women which help in the sorting and washing of the fruit before it enters the unit. Once the fruit enters, there is no manual touch, and the fruit is packed in aseptic bags. These are pre-sterilized bags, and the input is the fruit, like I told, and output is aseptic fruit pulp with a shelf life of 18 months without the use of preservatives, and it doesn't require any cold storage. And the pulp that is made has a better sugar and brix level because it's farm ripened and has zero chemicals in it. These are few of our units. You can see the fabrication quality. All the parts are made in India, like all the parts are resourced from India, so it's make in India. And our designing and fabrication facilities in Jaipur. We have 2 design patents accepted on the unit, not yet granted. So where does InnoFarms fit in the fruit processing value chain is that we are installing units at the farm gate, enabling the primary processing, and we help in the pulp distribution. We offer traceable pulp and buyback guarantee to most of the FPOs, and then this pulp is sold to B2B industries manufacturing fruit juice, smoothies, flavored yogurts, ice creams, and the pulp is converted to pulp, juice, jams, etc. So our business model is we sell these units to FPOs. Most of, so like PMFE scheme and some of the state government grants facilitate the FPOs in having 50% or sometimes 90% subsidy on such units. And we also give these units on job work basis. So we give the unit to the FPO to try and test it out in their facility at the farm gate and use the unit to make fruit pulp. And as I told earlier, there is market linkage and buyback guarantee given to the FPOs. And this is one of our units in Bihar, Muzaffarpur, where we take it during the lychee season and make aseptic lychee pulp out of it. There is a farmer-producer corporation there, Prasad Foods, which is a collective of 40 to 50 farmers who bring their grade lychee and make lychee pulp. Our association doesn't stop at just selling the unit or giving at the job work basis. So a lot of hand holding is done before the unit even reaches the FPOs. So we check out the layouts, all the utility validations are done. There are training providing to the operators, there is on-site installation and commissioning. Our team of 10 people goes there and stays with the operators for 10 to 15 days until they are comfortable with the unit. And we have SOPs and training modules for built-in QA and defining the CCPs. There is remote support and AMCs also given to the FPOs. So I would like to highlight 2 places which we are really proud of is Northeast Meghalaya, first unit there. They have pineapple farms, and during the glut season, the grade B pineapple is usually wasted, or even the grade A fruit value is 1 to 2 rupees a kilo. So we installed a unit there, and now they are making pineapple pulp, and it's a collective of a lot of farmers. They bring their produce. The women are there to peel the pineapple and core it before loading on the unit. The next is Ladakh, where we make aseptic sea buckthorn pulp. You know, Ladakh is a GI tag on sea buckthorn, but most of the aseptic pulp of sea buckthorn which is given to the US is from China, because the sea buckthorn pulp that India was making is sulfited. So we took our unit 2 years back to Nubra Valley, did the trials there, and finally one of our units is running there since last year, August 2025, making aseptic sea buckthorn pulp. Using the grade B fruits, we are connected to multiple FPOs. We are very forward with sustainability, present in 9 states. We will be very soon start in Tamil Nadu as well. And our pulp is not just QA tested by us. It is tested by NABL accredited labs, even Eurofins, which is globally accepted. So our clients are like Raw Pressery, Unilever, ISAB, Foods and Ends, Groovy and others. Making decentralization, a farm-ready solution doesn't end up only using the wastage or the grade B fruit. We have a very strong social angle as well. Each unit employs close to 10 to 15 women every day during the running season or the production season or the harvest season for the sorting, peeling and washing. And they are there with us for throughout the season. Usually the women are repeatable since they know that our unit is installed, and we will work with the fruits like guava, kinu, pomegranate, pineapple. We have done close to 10 fruits so far, including jamun, lychee. We were the first ones to do aseptic lychee and aseptic sea buckthorn pulp in India. It helps in creating skilled workforce near to their homes, increasing women empowerment, entry-level jobs, and training them to learn skills for unskilled labor as well. Since we are closely working with on-farm processing and increasing farmer income, we are aligned with SDGs like 12 and 13, helping the climate. Also, since our decentralized models, our machinery is installed at the farm gate, we are closely aligned with SDGs 9 as well for industry, innovation and infrastructure. These are the awards and recognitions we have won so far since the last 8 years we have been into business. I would not say as the 8 years in business, 3 years went down in COVID, but we won the National Startup Award for our impact in rural areas in 2023. We are strongly associated with IMA Ventures and CIE. Had a grant from them, and our case studies is published there. We recently got selected in the Massive Earth Foundation Project Safal, RKV Raftar grant, runner-up in Climate Launchpad. So with these units, we aim to increase the processing levels of our nation to 40 to 50%. 9 states are currently deployed. We will be our first export order in Zimbabwe has reached to a university which will make blueberry pulp from grade B blueberries and sell this to European continents. And we have calculated that doesn't depend on how much you use a year, but the ROI for these units is close to 250 to 300 days. Thank you so much. And this is a farmer with a aseptic fruit pulp bag. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Very commendable job and very good models. But one personal this one. How come you have missed Karnataka and you are moving to Tamil Nadu? If possible, any intervention is required in the state of Karnataka, we are definitely will try to extend cooperation. We can take up the issue before crossing Tamil Nadu. We need to pass through the Karnataka. If any, even our NGOs are
Most of the septic lines are in Karnataka in the Chittoor belt and Hubli belt, but the large scale lines, so no small scale units.
Fine. If any help is required from state of Karnataka, definitely we try to. Since we are also handling FPO studying, FPO is going on to the department side. If anything is there, definitely we will try to cooperate with you and try to extend our support. Thank you. Now I request Mr. Basai to speak about Moringa. Please, the Moringa.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಗುಡ್ ಮಾರ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಎವ್ರಿ ಒನ್. ಐ ಥಿಂಕ್ ಎವ್ರಿಬಡಿ ಏಬಲ್ ಟು ಹಿಯರ್ ಮಿ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಪ್ಲೆಜರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಟು ಕಮ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಡಯಾಸ್ ಟುಡೇ ಆಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ದ ನಾರ್ತ್ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕ ಕೊಪ್ಪಲ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್, as a farmer come entrepreneur of organic moringa. In this occasion, I will also I would like to thank Honorable Minister. Is it coming? Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Honorable Minister and Department of Agriculture who's given this opportunity for me to share my experiences, and also thanks to the German team who's highly technical technology related to biomass and everything they shared with us. And myself, Basir Ahmed, founder of Nandi Organic Farmhouse, which I started the journey 11 years back with solving the social health issues, which I organic farming can be done in Karnataka. Today, I have seen many discussions happen on the organic farming. A lot of people are talking about the organic products. A lot of markets are created in Karnataka, organic markets. How many of them are eligible to go to the abroad to export and give a value-added products? Are we really doing organic? Are we really understood the organic? Are we really have a lands to do organic farming? Are we doing the right things with the soil? Are we taking care of our nature? Are we taking care of our farmer income? Are we taking care of the initiative given by the government of India and Karnataka, which is spending a lot of money on farmers? I don't think so. You tell me in India, entire India, we are the only one who are certified with NPOP, NOP, EU, JAS, and other certification, organic certification, only for moringa. Imagine only person. See, the reason behind I am going for organic is to make sure that the food is poisonous free. The people who are suffering in rural India, they can recover from the malnutrition. That's what we have done in 2021, starting with Koppal, with a good support of our district commissioner. We did a trial on malnutrition using moringa, successful results shown. Repeatedly we have done in Bagalkot and Raichur. The central government also observed this report. And the state government also observed this report. And they are taking the initiatives to implement for the women and children health. This is what we need to wanted to contribute to the community, local farmers' income, women empowerment, and the export to increase the income for the farmers. Let's go through the little bit of our slides, and then if any questions are there, I'll take it related to the organic farming, because organic farming itself has a lot of challenges today. There is no awareness. NPOP program, which is run by the Government of India, National Program for Organic Production. How many people in the farmer can go see the website and read the documents, read the regulations, read the compliances, understand the practices, attend the free trainings which are conducted? We are not doing that. Very few universities has the organic department where none of the farmers are going there. But still they want more money. Still they wanted to export. Still they wanted to go their products to abroad. Take the country like Germany, precision technology. We have to embrace the technology for agriculture. It is a time for us. There are a lot of discussions today, great discussions on the biomass. It is required. We are the only company, we are the only farmer, we don't buy anything externally from any other world. We create our own biomass. We create our own biocultures, biofertilizers, biopesticides, animal husbandry, honeybee keeping, biogas. Sir has given a great example of how the farmer can be independent, self-reliant himself. And India is a country we can easily survive. Surviving is not a solution. Starving and exporting and showing the strength of Indian agriculture is very important for us. Sir has given so many examples. We create a biogas, sir. We do a bioculture. We do a biomass. We do a rainwater harvesting. We do a honeybee cultivation, horticulture, agriculture, forestry. You tell me anything, it is available in our farm. What it brings, sir is exactly told, the operating expenses reduction. What farmer reads today is operating expenses reduction. ದಿನದಿಂದ ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಖರ್ಚು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. Labor cost is more. The fertilizer and pesticide cost is more. Where do you save? That we need to focus as a farmers for organic. Until you are not self-reliant with your own inputs, your own pesticide, fertilizers, then you can't, organic will become expensive. Today, why it is expensive? Why the people are not moving towards organic? Because certification cost is high, paperwork is more, complexity is high, regular inspections are yet to happen, proper authenticity, trust has to be built, transparency has to be created. Do you think it is easy to do all the certification what we have done with Europe, US, Japan and India? Pretty big exercise. We spend more than $1 lakhs of together money for certifying it, just to set the example for Indian farmer community that we can do this we can get a better price, we can get a better market, we can sell it as a premium. The organic word is organically misused. Everybody puts organic label. Nobody knows there is a certification. Nobody knows there is a lab test. Nobody knows there is a nutritional, analysis has to be done. What I wanted to tell you in this forum is, you can do much better than any other country in the world. As Sir has already rightly said in the previous presentation, yesterday's presentations, the honey, the Sir has given a very good example. These things we have to include in our agriculture to reduce the cost. Can we go to the slide? So I will not take much. These slides are written by our team, and I hope they understood my vision and mission and the objectives, and that's why they put something together. We have started in 2000, around 2015 and 16, we have started doing the organic farming. In 2018, once the organic certification is completed, NPOP is a 3-year certification program. Once you are done with 3 years completion, your farm is organic certified, your crop is organically tested, then you can have your own processing unit, which is under the NPOP program. Organic processing unit in 2008 we established. Thanks to the Koppal Horticulture Department and Agriculture Department, they supported from the beginning to us, and the Raichur Agriculture University and Horticulture University of Bagalkot and GKVK. All the time they supported us. Yes, you are doing the right thing. You are going in the right direction. How can we help you out? We did not till now anything we purchased from outside. We understood the science. We understood the soil. Every farmer need to understand, if he wanted to go for organic, he has to first deep dive on the soil nutrition, soil fertility, biodensity. These things are very important. In organic farming, I can talk about 1 week, crop rotation, building an organic farm. I'll probably show you my video, which is available very short time. The objectives which we started with is promote sustainable organic farming system, enable product export for higher farmer income, and support malnutrition reduction with the nutrient-rich food, empower rural women via skills, enterprises, and the livelihood, and train and encourage the farmer community and organic farming. There are thousands of people comes from Agri Department, Horticulture Department, colleges, universities, third-party organic farmers to our farm to learn. We give free of cost training for the communities which are FPOs and NGOs which comes to our farm. We wanted to create awareness why we need to be poisonous-free food to eat every day. You can see everybody knows, everybody aware how many diseases are running around, diabetic and cancer and so and so. It is necessary to change our food now. So, if you think that organic is easy, then we put together a lot of, I came from IT background, so I had to create a structure which is in competence with the other countries, which has complete ecosystem. We have a team of scientists, consultants, food scientists, and the farmers, trained farmers, a lot of people. This is our the ecosystem which I wanted to show you. The quality and grading and pricing, there is a separate. Internal control systems, which we implemented, the GRC, Government Risk Compliance System, and the lead farmer management, where we have a lot of SOPs, standard operating procedures written, and we make sure that there is no zero defect, zero gap. We will reward the farmer, we will reward the supervisor, we will reward the people who are working on the field. We have a cluster rollout and inspection model. Every month, over the year, every month ad hoc inspections, regular inspections happens on all the farmers who came with us, who supported us, who trusted us. They are all passed the test, international compliance test. It means you need to put system in place, because organic needs traceability. Traceability is the most important part of the organic certification. If you don't have a traceability, no other country will buy from us. So even though you have a quality but you don't have a traceability, still you will fail. You need to understand NPOP, National Program for Organic Production. It is very clearly written. How do you build your land? How do you see the wastage of the water should go out of your land? How some other land wastage is coming, how do you bifurcate? How do you build green manures? How do you do a green crop? So we have a certified farmers. We have the anchor buyer, which is Nandi Organics, which I am part of that company, NOFH Private Limited. I am also farmer, but at the same time, I am also, buyer. Today, I can say, in India, if somebody says I am certified, I pass all the tests of Moringa, NOFH, which is Nandi Organic Farm, will support all the farmers, any FPOs, inside Karnataka, outside Karnataka, but they must pass all the quality tests. We are ready to support them across India. We have more than every month 100 metric ton orders, but we are not able to supply. What is because the compliance issues, testing issues, no transparency. We need to create a transparency and trust by certification is not a paper. It is a model of trust you show to them with the quality. That we need to understand. It is not a paper certification. So these are just I put it in one slide that how many products we are doing, organic certified products. There are many products are there. We do capsules, we do tablets, we do powder, we do energy bars, we do malt, we do moringa seed, cold press oil. We do a lot of other things, moringa magic tree and many things. I don't want to deep dive on this, but you can definitely visit our website and look at the products. These are all the certifications we have. We have JET certification, we have APEDA, certification. We have Organic India, which I already told you. It is must to have ISO certification. You need to have proper procedure and process in place. Everybody will ask, sir, how much money you made out of this last 10 years? I've seen you are spending money, but you are not made any money, anything you are not showing it to us. I've just given one farmer example of it this year. 2016, 10 lakhs, 2017, 34 lakhs, 2018, 58 lakhs, and 2025, 3 crores 81 lakhs turnover.
This is your first turnover? Your individual?
This is an individual turnover. Individual, I would say firm is also mine, but I can't differentiate. But if I do value add this 3.8 crores, I can make 50 crores. Value addition, that's a subject today the Agri department is given to me. How value addition will increase your 3x boost. Till now, Europeans or Americans or any other country, they want their product to be manufactured in their country. The reason is the trust has to be built, the quality has to be built, transparency has to be built. Today, for me, difficulty is value-added product selling organically certified to other countries. We are certified processing unit of Japan, certified processing unit of Europe and US and India. But still we are lacking with the technology which we are discussing last 2 days. The lot of inputs which I learned, and thanks to the everyone who are contributed, mentors, innovators, and moderators, and all the dignitaries which are come today to India. And I would thank in the behalf of NIFH. So this is a one visual. I will show you my farm. I hope you can able to see. So I'll show you just 2 minutes because I have a very less time. That's why I kept the video slides in the last. So you need to build organic farming in this fashion. You have a border crop, you have a barrier, you have a wastewater going in and out. You need to have your own water, you need to have your own fertilizers, you need to have your own everything own if you wanted to prove that you are going to be organic. Because organic traces seeds to soil to everything. Your seed has to be organic, your whatever your bio you are creating, it has to be from your farm or wherever you are buying. Today lack of organic manures in India. I'll tell you the bio also, a lot of bio products are coming in market, but I can't trust them. Until unless it is certified, it is approved by our CBs, we can't use it in our, because we will lose crores of money. So I request all the entrepreneurs who came here from different organizations to create something which the Germans are talking about, the biotechnology. Already our country is working on it, and the sir has already talked about it. But definitely there is a right direction. Yesterday there was a great session about the bio, and I really liked it because ours is a diversified country. If you go to Bellary, 42 degree. If you go to Belgaum, 28 degree. If you have a different soil, different conditions, different farming techniques, different crops. Koppal is only the district which has 128 crops we are growing there. Fruit crops, pulses, grains, rice, jawar, you name anything. Koppal is the center of epicenter for everything. In that diversification, if you can make the organic, then we can be the global, one of the global pioneers for, from the India, and India also can become a global pioneer in agriculture products. So I think there is a last 1 minute video, sir. I'll take pleasure. The processing unit, and people can see it. It is a very 10 years old video, but I still wanted to share with you. Can you increase the speed of running the thing? You can't? Can you increase the speed of the video? So that, okay, it's okay. Leave it. I just wanted to show you that how our agriculture practices, harvesting methods, post-harvesting methods, you have to be hygienic. Where India is failing is only the hygienic factors. Hygienic is very, very important in organic farming. I think I can move ahead. Yeah, I think that. So there are, as you do your work, Government of Karnataka, Government of India, all the universities, they always support with awards and recognition and whatnot, everything. But all, that's one part of it, that you are doing the right thing and you are moving in the right direction. And with this, I will thank you, all the panelists and designators. So that is a very, it's not just for India, sir. It is for even Europe or US or Japan, anywhere you take it. The cost, if you can do cluster farming, FPOs, ICS, your certification cost will reduce drastically. If you do as a like me, individual farmer, it will be very high. So I recommend all the farmers to create a cluster, go with the ICS kind of a model. So it is a group certification model. Or you go with FPOs, those who are owning the FPOs, if you can do easily that one, it will come 100 rupees. If I do it like me, it will come like a 35,000 rupees per year. So imagine the farmer community-based, cluster-based, FPO-based will reduce the cost for the farmer heavily. I would recommend people to come together with a common mindset, with an organic mindset, and then you can reduce the operating expenses, not the income. Income will definitely flourish. Thank you so much, sir. Your question.
Thank you, sir. As I have said, it is not that it is the expenses, it is the mindset, because let me tell you, don't take it otherwise. State of Karnataka has started from 2004, we are trying to bring more people under organic and as you said, value of how it is important that quality and certification is very important, and how it will create a market for that. In fact, State of Karnataka will try to do that from since 2004 we are trying. But I will just contradict his statement that it is the willpower of the farmer which need to have patience, and they have to wait for that appropriate time to get the real value of the produce. Though we started, as you said, certifications, everything was paid from the state of Karnataka only. We used to, from 2004, we started our journey, and by end of 2017, we had 565 groups of 100-acre groups. You may be knowing different schemes. All the governments have supported. I should not name. From 2004, all the government had supported. Till 7 years, we gave certification amount for them. Everything was free for them. But when we withdraw that amount, 50% of our stock. It is not that money, as I said, it is only not a money, it is a willpower of the farmers, and they need to have patience. No doubt, till 2017 we did not have a market to expose them. From 2017 we have started our ITF journey, we try to connect the farmers directly to the consumers. Then now everybody knows that what is the value of organic. No doubt, as you said, while doing so, many wrong people have also entered in the market. Traceability is one solution which will definitely in long, that is for short period. The people who are doing wrong things, it is short life. But the trust, once we develop the trust and consumer awareness is created, definitely a very good market is there and very good scope is there. We are continuously trying for it, and I think now Government of India also started a new scheme, National Mission on Natural Farming. And I think 1,25,000 hectares is the target area we are targeting. And simultaneously, Horticulture Department is also under Parampara Krishi Vikas Yojana, they are also trying it. So definitely, it is not only the charges which is important, it is a mindset and how that, as you said, you have to show that lead farmers that there is a scope, there is a big market, and lot of the products can be added, and everything can be converted into revenue model. That is many of the panelists have shown it. That we need to show to the farmers and try to bring them in more manner. Now, lastly, I would like Aditya Kothari to please speak on. I think you are speaking on coconut. As you said, I think we have learned in college days that coconut, we call it a kalpavriksha. Nothing is waste out of it. It's every part of it is very important. It can be converted into revenue model. I think Aditya will share the examples how other products can, apart from copra and oil, other products can also be made out of it, and it can be converted into revenue models.
Thank you, sir. So Aditya here. I'm from Sustainable Geotech Consultancy. We have been working on the sustainable aspect of it from last 25 years. A lot of products made from coconut fiber, and we have been working with coconut fiber for more than 35 years. So my dad had started, and from there we have moved on, developed a lot of products, exporting a lot of products as well. So this is just a slide where we are talking here beyond sustainability as well. So coconut fiber, when it can be used in various forms, coconuts, as sir rightly said, it's a kalpavriksha. I'll just be moving forward. So this is just about us. We have a team of expertise of more than 30 plus years with coconut fiber, developing biodiversity conservations, working on crop rotations, and we've been working and having projects across India and across the world as well. So this is just a slide which again tells that why coconut is a kalpavriksha. Just to come to the scientific aspects of the coconut fiber has a high amount of lignin content, almost equivalent to the fibers of teak wood. So coconut fiber has an inherent properties of it being termite resistant on its own without using any chemicals, and it takes a long time to degrade as well compared to any other natural fiber. So we get a long longevity for the fiber. That's why we are targeting coconut fiber and using and making multiple products out of it. So today we are focusing more on the agriculture aspects of the coconut fiber, where it can be used in agricultural farms. So it can be used as a mulching agent. It can be used for making pots. Then, as everyone knows about cocoa peat, so cocoa peat can be used as an organic soil conditioner as well as a growing media. And then we have some other ancillary products which can be used when we are doing farming for various trees like papayas, areca nuts, etc. We can have some products which can be used as sun guards and tree guards and so on and so forth. So this is like a organic mulch. So currently what we see in the market is a lot of plastic mulches which is being used, and due to that a lot of microplastics get deposited in the soil later on. Once we remove the plastic after one cultivation, there are a lot of microplastics which get deposited which are not seen by the naked eye. Once we do the next crop is grown over it, those microplastics enter into the plant stream. And then when any plant or any fruit is getting tested, as sir was rightly saying, you will not find that the product will get organically certified later on. So we need to understand the soil health as well, very importantly when we are looking at organic farming. So this is just covering how a natural mulching agent can improve the nitrogen fixation, create more biomes in the soil. It acts as an area where a lot of microbial development will take place. And the other aspect is it saves moisture, it reduces weeds, improves soil health, and it improves the yield of the crop as well. So these are the few places where it can be used. So how it is going to affect the crop. So what we are seeing here is 4 million tons of plastic mulch is used annually, from which 56% of microplastic is generated. And this growing consumption of mulching is increasing by 5.6% every year. And the plastic pollution results to 14% of the overall global plastic pollution, the agricultural waste which is being generated. So here what we are doing is we are creating organic mulches. What you are seeing is live examples where we have used it in various farms. So we have started using this. We are learning from these experiments which we have done across the state of Karnataka, Maharashtra, and in few places in Uttar Pradesh as well. And what we have learned is these mulches allow the natural decomposition of the manure which is being deposited by animal movement in the fields as well. This is the practical. But there are some issues which we have faced as well, which we are working on, and we are developing and changing the product where it is taken aspect of various problems which a farmer faces practically. So moving ahead, we have created pots as well, small pots, bigger pots which can be used for organic cultivation. So these, as you can see, these can be used for, these help in balance moisture content, and these can be directly put into the soil and it can be used, it will degrade on its own, and it's a compostable pot, and these are certified as well. So we can give in various sizes. These will not allow nanoplastics enter into the plants which are entering currently by using plastic pots. So whichever plastic pots which we see, the black color ones, will start photo degrading due to UV radiations and then create nanoplastics. Then, as I rightly said, coco peat is a very widely accepted product. But what we are doing here is we are using 100% decomposed coco peat mixed with vermicompost. So we can give a natural and sustainable coco peat there, which is decomposed with low EC and other certifications. These are few areas where we are already working in the state of Maharashtra, where we are developing sustainable farm ponds. So these farm ponds can be done at decentralized level, as what we were talking about today. So these can be done at the farmer levels, where our coconut fiber based mulch mats can be applied on slope surfaces for embankment protection, and it can, if you want a concrete surface, it can just be plastered. You do not require a high investment concrete lining over a embankment. So if you just plaster this with a cement slurry, it will give you a longevity of more than 10 years and a very low cost pond making techniques and rainwater harvesting techniques. And if you want a completely sustainable solution, that also can be done. We can have a vegetation growth over the embankments, which will hold the embankments. It will take a longer time compared to the cementatious mix, but it will have a more organic aspect towards it. This is how we can even protect our nalas or the bunds or the canals which we are creating within the farms. And this we are doing across India in various places as well. So overall, what we are looking at is sustainable farming practices. A lot of products can be made out of coconut fiber, which can incorporate in the farms and which will help in the organic growth of the plants and not create any problems in the certifications as well. These are the other products, as I said, the sun guard. We are creating mulch using wood waste, which is developed, which is generated in various plywood industries, which ultimately goes into burning. It can be reused and recycled into the mulching use. Then we have our bags, which can be used for other aspects of growth. It will grow plants at a 30 to 40% faster rate because the roots get aeration. Air pruning, the roots are stronger, you can just directly take the bag and put it into the pit, and you can have various trees growing out of it. What we have analyzed is we get 40% growth enhancement without using any chemicals and without using any manure in this particular bags, only because of aeration. Then we have vertical farming, which is another aspect where we are developing our products on. Then these are the other products of coconut fiber where we are developing for interior use. So as the topic suggests that how we can go from coconuts beyond oil and copra, these are the next generation products where we can use agri waste into various other products of interior and other domains. So I would like to end the session, end the presentation using this, that it can be widely accepted once we start using it, and once we start growing it and using it in India, we will be able to send it across the world as well. And we need to innovate from ground up. Thank you, sir.
Plastic and obviously.
Sir, because the product is it is being developed and innovated, initially the price would be a bit more than compared to the plastic mulch. But then we are working on the economics of scale. Once it starts getting widely accepted, the pricing will definitely be better. And when we compare the pricing, we need to compare even the yield out of it. So when we compare the yield of the product, when we use an organic mulch compared to a plastic mulch, the yield will be better and the ROI will work there, sir. So ultimately we'll have to, you have to compare the yield in a plastic mulch compared to an organic mulch there.
So can I understand the life of the mulch?
Hello, sir. This is ಅಥವಾ ಕೊಂದಾಗಿ ಸೇರುತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಈ ಬೆಡ್ ಟೈಮ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತದ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೇದು ಬೆಕ್ಕೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಕೊಂದಾಗಿ ಚೂಪಾಗಿರ್ತಾವ ಈ ಕೋಕೋಪಿಟಲ್ಲಿ ಈಚೆ ಬರ್ತಾವ ಅಂತ
ಏನು ಕಸನ
ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಈಗ ನಾವು ಬೆಟ್ಟಲ್ಲಿ ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಅಥವಾ ನಾವು ಹಾಕಿದಾಗ ಇದು ತೂಕ ಎಷ್ಟು ಬರ್ತದೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದೇದು ಬಾಳಿಕೆ reusable.
ಅದೇ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅದೇ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಅದೇ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ.
ಒಂದು ತೂಕ ಅದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಒಂಚೂರು ಮಾಹಿತಿ.
Yes, yes.
They want to know about the life of that.
Yeah, I understood, sir.
And if the weight on that.
I understand, sir. Sir, adu basically what happens is ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಾವು ಹಾಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಬೆಡ್ ಒಳಗಡೆ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ, ಆ್ಯಂಕರ್ ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಇದು ಕ್ರಾಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಹೋಲ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ಅದು ಬಂದುಬಿಡುತ್ತೆ. ಬಟ್ ಯು ಡು ನಾಟ್ ರಿಕ್ವೈರ್ ಎನಿ ವೇಟ್ ಟು ಬಿ ಪುಟ್ ಅಡಿಷ್ನಲಿ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಡಿಸೈನ್, ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಕೆಪ್ಟ್ ಸಮ್ ಸ್ಯಾಂಪಲ್ಸ್ ಔಟ್ಸೈಡ್, ಯು ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಅ ಲುಕ್ ಎಟ್ ಇಟ್, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ದ ವೇಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇಟ್ ವಿಲ್ ಬಿ on the grams per square meter. So generally it is either 900, 600 depending upon what crop requirement is there. And the question on longevity, ma'am, it will last for two crop cycles, and then it will decompose and it will go back to the soil. So you don't need to remove it again. So I think that answers your question. Yes.
Fungus bacteria.
Yes. It will not allow the fungus bacteria.
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಫಂಗಸ್ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ಟೀರಿಯಾ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಈ ಕೋಕೋಪಿಟ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾದರೂ ಡೆವಲಪ್ ಆಗಿ ತೊಂದರೆ ಆಗೋದು ಏನಾದರೂ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀರಾ?
Sir, the coco pit what we have made is already degraded, so it is not going to attract fungus. The one which you are talking is the brown coco pit, which is not degraded completely. So we are using is 100% degraded coco pit and with vermicompost mix. Yes. Sir, I will get back to you on the costing later. We are here itself.
Per square feet.
You tell whatever, as
So,
of today, what is the
currently,
price you tell?
yes, sir. So currently the per square feet price would be close to about 4 rupees per square feet, sir.
ನೀವು 4 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ ಗಂದ್ರೆ 2 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಮಾರ್ತೀವಿ, ಹೆಂಗೆ ನೀವು ಅದನ್ನ ಹಾಕೋದು?
Sir, that's why I said, adu economic of scale.
60 ರೂಪಾಯಿ ಒಂದು ಕೆಜಿ ಟೊಮಾಟೊ ಕೊಡೋದಾದ್ರೆ per ಸ್ಕ್ವೇರ್ ಫೀಟ್ ನಿಮಗೆ ಹಾಕೋಣ. ನಾವು ಎಕರೆಗೆ 12,000 ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. 2 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೂ ಮಾರ್ತೀವಿ, 20 ರೂಪಾಯಿಗೂ ಮಾರ್ತೀವಿ. ಇದು ಕೇಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದೆ, ಮಾಡಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಸೌಲಭ್ಯ ಮಾಡಿ.
Yes,
sir.
yes.
What is size of the pot and what is the cost? What is the value?
Sir, the life of the pot is close to about a year, sir.
No, a price. He wants our size of the pot and the price.
Sizes is 4 inches, starts from 4 inches, goes up to 10 inches. Prices starts from 20 rupees, goes up to 100, 120, 30, 300 depending upon the sizes, sir.
What is longevity?
Longevity close to about a year, sir.
1 year.
Yeah, it will decompose. It's a compostable product.
So whether the mulching material is fumigated, whether it is fungus free. Because it is a fiber, it
Yes.
can attract the fungus. That is the question.
The coconut fiber in itself will not attract fungus, ma'am. As I said, it's a very ligneous material and very airing. And it's not only coconut fiber. There is another material, compostable material with it, which will not allow the fungus to take place.
Sir.
Yeah. Yes.
ಕೋಕೋಪಿಟ್ಗೆ ಆ್ಯಕ್ಚುಲಿ ನಾವು ಕೋಕೋಪಿಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಯೂನಿಟನ್ನು ವುಮೆನ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ಲಿ ಚಿತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಸೊ ಅಲ್ಲಿ IHR ಕೋಕೋ ಇದು ಥಿಕ್ ಮಿಕ್ಸನ್ನು ಬಳಸಿ ಡಿಕಂಪೋಸ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಶರ್ಲಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಫೈಬರನ್ನು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹಾಕೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಸೊ ಅದು ಕೆಮಿಕಲ್ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದಾಗಲ್ವಾ, ಪರಿಣಾಮ ಬೀರಲ್ವಾ ಒಂದು. ಎರಡನೇದು, ಈಗಾಗಲೇ ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿದೆ ಕಾಯಿ ರೇಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟಿದೆ ಅಂತಂದರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ರೈತರು ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಯನ್ನು ಮೊದಲು ಪ್ರಿಯಪಡು ಎತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಸಾಕು ಅಂತ. ಇವತ್ತು ತುಂಬ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿಯಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ವುಮೆನ್ ಎಂಪವರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಒಂದು ಗ್ರೂಪ್ ಡಿಸ್ಟರ್ಸ್ ವುಮೆನ್ಗೆ ಇಂಡಿಯಾದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೋಡಲ್ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟೆಡ್ ವಿತ್ ದ ವುಮೆನ್ ಡೆವಲಪ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಈ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ದ ನೋ ಏನಾದರೂ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆನೇ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಸೊ ಈ ಥರದ ಪರಿಸ್ಥಿತಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ರೈತರು ಇದರ ಮೇಲೆ ಡಿಪೆಂಡ್ ಆದಾಗ ಹೇಗೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಬ್ಯಾಲೆನ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾವು ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಹೇಳ್ತೀನಿ, ನಮ್ಮ ಆಯಿಲ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಯೂನಿಟ್ ಕಾರ್ಪೊರೇಷನ್ ಅವರು ಗೆಣಸಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಸೇಮ್ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಗೇನ್ ಒನ್ ಶೇಡು, ಬಟ್ ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಇವಾಗ. ಯಾಕೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅದ್ರದ್ದು ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಅನ್ನು ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕಾಗ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ನಮ್ಮ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ತಮಿಳ್ನಾಡಿಂದ ಬಂದು ತಗೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು, ಇವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಪೀಸ್ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆ ರೈತರು ತಮ್ಮ ತೋಟದಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆಂದ್ರೆ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗೂ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇದೆ, ಚಿಕ್ಕಗೂ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಆಯ್ನ ನಾವು ಸೈಜ್ ನೋಡಿ ಬೆಲೆ ಕಟ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವಿ, ಇವಾಗ ತೂಕ
ಅಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಅರ್ಥ ಆಯ್ತು ನೀವು ಅದೇ ಫರ್ದರ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪ್ಲೇನ್ ಮಾಡೋದಲ್ಲ. ಐ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಕಮ್. See models in the, I think you can sit now. I think if any other questions are there, the tea break ಅಲ್ಲಿ they will just take because we need to start checking. ಕೆಲವರು ನಾ ಹೇಳಿದ್ನಲ್ಲ ರೆವೆನ್ಯೂ ಮಾಡಲ್ಸ್ ಯಾವಾಗೂ ಇಂಟ್ರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಇರ್ತಂತೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಮಾಡಲ್ಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಇಸ್ ವೇಸ್ಟಿಗೂ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಸಿಕ್ಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ಮೊಟ್ಟೆಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ರೇಟ್ ಸಿಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಗುಡ್, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಅದೇ ಬೇಕಾಗಿದೆ. ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಕೊಡಲಿ, ಅವ್ರು ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇವ್ರದ್ದು ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ಇಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ, ಅದನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿನೂ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ ಇದನ್ನು ಯಾವಾಗ ನಾವು ಪ್ರೊಡಕ್ಷನ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಸಿಗ್ತದೆ ಅವಾಗ ಚೀಪ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಇದು ಇಟ್ಸ್ ಎ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್. ಇದು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ನಾವು ಟೊಮೆಟೊ ಮೇಲೆ ಹಾಕೋಕ್ಕಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಬಟ್ ಅರಕನೆಟ್ ಹೈ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಕ್ರಾಪಲ್ಲಿ ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ರೈತರು ಅವರಿಗೆ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಕೊಡೋದಾದರೆ ಹಾಕ್ಬೋದು. ಅಂಥ ಒಂದು ಅಲ್ಟರ್ನೇಟ್ ಕಂಡೀಷನಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಅಕಸ್ಮಾತ್ ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ ಸಿಗಲಿಲ್ಲ, ರಾ ಮೆಟೀರಿಯಲ್ಗೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಪ್ರೈಸ್ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬೇರೆ ಒಂದು ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿಗ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರೆ ಅದು ವೆಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಗುಡ್, ಇದನ್ನೇ ಮಾಡಲೇಬೇಕಂತಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದು ಒನ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ ಯೂಸ್ ಫಾರ್ ದ ಬಯೋ ಎಕಾನಮಿ ಅಂತ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ಟು ಸಮ್ ಆಫ್ ದ ಹೋಲ್ ಸೆಷನ್. ಬಹುಶಃ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಈಗೇನು ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತಲ್ಲ, ಈ ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟು ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾನೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊತೀನಿ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಟು ವೆಲ್ತ್ನಿಂದ ಏನು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಡಿಷ್ನಲ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯೂ ಏನು ಬರ್ಬೋದು, ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ರೂರಲಲ್ಲಿ ಕೆಲವನ್ನು ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಇಂಡಿವಿಜುವಲ್ ಡಿಸೆಂಟ್ರೈಸ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು, ಆರ್ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಟಿ ಲೆಡ್ ಆಗ್ಬೋದು. ಅದನ್ನು ಕಾಮನ್ ಫೆಸಿಲಿಟೀಸ್ ಇನ್ಫ್ರಾಸ್ಟ್ರಕ್ಚರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಕೂಡ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಂತ ರಾಜಸ್ಥಾನದ ಗುಪ್ತಾಜಿ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಈವನ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಬಸ ಹಿರೇಮಠ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅಂದರೆ FAO ಲೆಡ್ ಕೂಡ ನಾವು ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಇದನ್ನು ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಕೆಲವು ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಸ್ ಕೂಡ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾವ್ಯಾವ್ದು ರೀತಿಯ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ. ಇನ್ನೂ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಟೇಕ್, ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಸೆಷನ್ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಗೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಈಗ ಟೀ ಬ್ರೇಕಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಿದ್ದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ತೊಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಕೆಲವು ನೀವು ಹೇಳ್ದಂಗೆ ಎಕನಾಮಿಕ್ಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಇಂಪಾರ್ಟೆಂಟ್. ನಾನು ಇವರು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಎಷ್ಟೇ, ಸರ್ ಸುಬಾಯ್ ಸರ್ ಮಾತಾಡಿದಾಗೂ ಹೇಳಿದೆ ನಾನು ಏನಂದರೆ ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಮಾಡೆಲ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು. ನಾರ್ಮಲ್ ಕೆಲವರು ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಅಂದರೆ ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ಕೇಲ್ ಅಪ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಕೆಲವು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಶ್ಯೂ ಇದೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್, ಇವಾಗ ಕಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಇನಿಷಿಯಲ್ ಸ್ಟೇಜಲ್ಲಿ, ನಾವು ಏನೋ ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ದವ್ರು ಪಾಲಿಸಿ ಇಂಟರ್ವೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸಬ್ಸಿಡೈಸ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಏನೋ ಅವಕಾಶ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಡೆಫಿನೆಟ್ಲಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಪುಷ್ ಇನ್. ಮುಂಚೆ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಅಕ್ಸೆಪ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಕು. ಎಸ್ ದಿಸ್ ಈಸ್ ಅ ಪ್ರಾಡಕ್ಟ್ ವಿಚ್ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಬಿ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ಬಿ ಎಕೋ ಫ್ರೆಂಡ್ಲಿ ಇದ್ದಾವೆ, ಎನ್ವೈರ್ಮೆಂಟಲ್ ಫ್ರೂಟ್ ಪ್ರಿಂಟ್ಸ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡ್ತವೆ ಅಂತ ಒಂದು ಸಾಧ್ಯತೆಗಳಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಇವತ್ತೆಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟು ಅವರ ಒಂದು ಕಾನ್ಸೆಪ್ಟಿಗೆ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನಾನು JIZ ಟೀಮ್ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಮತ್ತು ಇಲಾಖೆ ಪರವಾಗಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟಿಗೂ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳು. ಐ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು ಆಲ್ ದ ಪ್ಯಾನಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ಶೇರಿಂಗ್ ಯುವರ್ ವ್ಯಾಲ್ಯುಬಲ್ ಇನ್ಪುಟ್ಸ್ ಟು ದ ಆಡಿಯನ್ಸ್. So and I request JZ panel. Thank you so much.
Excuse me, sir. This is a request for the organizers. The interesting people are here, but you are giving a very crunchy time to them. Just 10 minutes is not enough to explain the ideas what they have. So I would like to request to the organizers. I am seeing it from yesterday actually. Lot many good ideas are coming up, and we want to understand it more. But you are not allowing us to even answer questions. There is no discussion happening on the matter. So I would like to say that you are bringing so interesting people here. Please give little more time frame for them to understand the things. Thank you.
Your suggestion is well taken. We want to actually bring more things in a short period of time. Definitely.
I understand your intention. You want to give more exposures to us.
Yeah.
But it is not. We are not happy because we are not able to take the idea fully.
No, your point is well taken, madam. But we will ensure that at least you get connected after that. We will ensure that. No doubt you could not interacted here, but you can try to see that you are get connected after that session also.
Thank you so much. Can we have the? We need to close it now because it's already 30 minutes late. Please honor the mementos, sir. Please. So in the meantime, we are 30 minutes late, but the next session we have one speaker who is not coming. So we have 15 minutes. So take a tea break at least. Come back by 11:50. 11:50. Can we come back here? Thank you. Thank you so much. Please stick to the time. And please give a round of applause to this group. This was really excellent set of presenters. Thank you, the chair, for moderating so well.
ಓಕೆ ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಒಂದೇ ಒಂದು ಅನೌನ್ಸ್ಮೆಂಟು. ಸೊ ಈ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಬಂದಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಸೊ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾತ್ರಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾರಿಗೆ ಹಾಲ್ಟ್ ಮತ್ತು ಇದು ಅಕಾಮಿಡೇಷನ್ ಬೇಕೋ ಮತ್ತು ಡಿನ್ನರ್ ಯಾರು ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ ಅಂತ ತಾವು ಒಂಚೂರು ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಲಿ ಬರ್ಸಿ ಬಂದರೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು. ಯಾಕೆಂದರೆ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಂದಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಇವತ್ತು ರಾತ್ರಿ ಯಾರು ಉಳ್ಕೋತೀರಿ, ಯಾರಿಗೆ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಡಿನ್ನರಿಗೆ ಬರ್ತೀರಿ, ದಯಮಾಡಿ ರಿಜಿಸ್ಟ್ರೇಷನ್ ಕಮಿಟಿಲಿ ಒಂದು ಹೆಸರನ್ನ ಬರೆಸಿ. ಹಾಗೂ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಿಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ದಿವಸಕ್ಕೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಒಂಚೂರು ಸೈನ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಪ್ಲೀಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು.
But agroecology as a subject, as a theme, even as a phrase was not there in our dictionary. I must congratulate GIZ for this step in terms of making this word not just part of a project, but popularizing all over. Today this is very common, at least in circle like this, but this phrase has been contributed immensely along with work by GIZ. Now, of course, many other international donors are into this kind of work, and hence this is praiseworthy. And as a third party, I can vouch for that. This is an immense contribution, and Namitaji is part of this journey. Over to you, Namitaji, for taking this important sensor forward. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Kirti. I think you said more than what I deserve. It's not me, Namrita, it's more GIZ as an organization which I represent here. Yes, indeed, we are dominated by women, and I feel very happy about it. Of course, somebody else was supposed to do the chairperson role here for this. She was also a woman, but then she could come last minute, and then I took it by myself, though I'm not an expert on certification, but I do my best to summarize what you all will speak. So the first speaker we have is Ms. Shamika Mone. She's a researcher turned organic farmer from Kerala. And since 2015, she's in this field. And she's a country manager India at a Naturland and also holds a leadership position.
Internationally recognized certification system, and all our producers and processors commit to the organic standards in the whole process and all value chain from the production side till the end product. And with regards to certification, we have a certification committee which is globally made, and the certification committee consists up to 20 elected members from different areas of the globe, including science and research, production, processing, and even consumer protection. So all these sectors are equally represented in the certification committee, and which is who decides whether a farmer or a company is entitled to sell their products in association with the Naturland label and standards. Also, with regards to inspection, our producers and processors are inspected regularly at least once per year by an independent government approved competent third party inspection bodies. And the inspection bodies are employed only on an yearly basis to verify the schemes that are being implemented on ground. So there's a vigilance and active vigilance all the time. In addition to the pre-announced inspections, there are also unannounced spot checks based on the perceived risks. Just to, I don't know how to play the video here. Oops. Can you play the video with the control? It's just the how the Naturland quality assurance system goes from the crop production to the final product. But if it doesn't play, it's okay. So it's basically saying about how, for example, for potatoes, from potato production to the potato chips or potato fries that come as an end product in the market, all the supply chain is governed by the Naturland standards. Sorry, it's in German, but you can see the English subtitles.
All diese Betriebe können an der Entstehung ein und desselben Produkts beteiligt sein. Schauen wir zum Beispiel mal, was aus so einer Öko-Kartoffel alles werden kann. Der Bauer holt die Kartoffel aus der Erde und gibt sie dann zur Verarbeitung weiter. Am Ende steht die Kartoffel dann als Pommes oder Chips im Supermarktregal und Naturland weiß genau, woher die Kartoffel kommt, wer sie zu Chips macht, in welchem Öl sie brät und wo sie in der Tüte landet. Und sorgt dafür, dass da nichts reinkommt, was da nicht rein soll. Das alles wird natürlich regelmäßig von staatlich anerkannten Kontrollstellen überprüft. Grundlage sind die Naturlandrichtlinien, die in vielen Bereichen über die EU-Bio-Regeln hinausgehen.
Yeah, so basically it's the same like when we start growing the potatoes to the final products, the different processes are being captured with the standards. And it is also like if we are making chips, the oil that is being used in the chips, the heating temperature that is used for making chips, all those smaller details are into consideration when it comes to the standard certification and the inspection. So social responsibility is an important factor, as I said. Naturland was the first organic association to introduce social standards. We verify compliance with these standards on an annual basis with on-site audits. Our social standards include basic human rights of the people living and working on Naturland operations, free choice of work and freedom to accept or reject employment, freedom of assembly and access to trade unions, equal treatment and opportunities, so that means no discrimination on the basis of race, creed, sex or political opinion or membership shall be tolerated. Health and safety, wherein all workers and employees and even their families shall have access to drinking water and basic medical care, and good working conditions for all workers on Naturland operations, including seasonal and casual workers.
So in the Indian context, we might feel this is too much, but when it comes to the global scale, we have these standards set, and it changes according to the different regions, but holistically on the global scale, our social standards are based on the UN Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the UN Convention on Rights of the Child, and the International Labour Organization core standards. So if you want to know more about what social responsibility standards are there in the Naturland standards, you can again go through this QR code and get the details. And now coming to Naturland in India, in 2025, we have 18 processors, 68 producer organizations, of which 40 are ICS groups. Total number of farmers we have is 17,908, and overall acreage or area, if we see, it is 28,094 hectares. And the main crops which we work in are mainly in tea, rice, mangoes, spices, herbs, other fruits and pulses, grains, jackfruit and coffee for now. And if we see the map of India, we are mainly in the north and northwest. So it is Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra and Uttar Pradesh, mainly rice and pulses. Then in the northeast, we are mainly for tea. And in the south, Karnataka and Kerala, mainly for spices, coffee and fruits. And how does these products, when it go to the German market, how does the label look like? So these are the products, Naturland products from India, for example. Just to see, you can see the curry leaf powder and teas that are being there with the labels. And Rewe, for those who don't know, it's a big retail chain. It's the oldest retail partners for Naturland. And some more product labels here where you see DM. DM is also a retail chain, but mainly with dry products and cosmetics. And you can also see here jackfruit and basmati rice and mango with the dried products. Okay, I will not take more time, but if you want to learn more about us, there is Naturland Academy. Here again there is a QR code which takes you to our Naturland Academy. We have regular online events, and there are e-learning courses that are available on the YouTube channel. Then there are cultivation guides, fact sheets and manuals that you can access. Unfortunately, all the academy material is still in English, but we are in the process of translating it into local regional languages, but it's still in process. And to follow us, you have our YouTube channels and LinkedIn. Again, there's also a bi-monthly newsletter which you can subscribe to. It's free by scanning this QR code. And yes, thank you for your attention. And here you see a male farmer, but in future definitely there will be a women farmers collective that will be heading this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Shamika. As we explained, so it does sound very complex, because in India we do lack on our standards, but having said that, you said you have 100,000 plus farmers, there is a hope that many more can really join this initiative. So thanks for sharing your thoughts. May I invite Ms. Anna to give her thoughts as well.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Alolam KP, the Certification Manager of Lacon Quality Certification Private Limited. Lacon is an organic certification body providing services and certifications for different national as well as international standards like NPOP, NOP, EU, JAS, GB standards, and various private labeling such as Naturland, Biosis, etc. It is indeed a great pleasure to be a part of today's conference organized by KSDA and GIZ. I express my heartfelt thanks for GIZ for inviting me. So this session, it talks about the Indian certification landscapes, the barriers, bottlenecks, and the ecosystem solutions in the perspective of FPOs and cooperatives. Let's move to the next one. First, let's look into the objectives. There are 3 simple objectives. First is to understand the concept of Indian certification, Indian organic certification. Then we will look into the barriers which FPOs and cooperatives are facing. And thirdly, we will explore into the ecosystem solutions that can be beneficial for these FPOs and cooperatives. First, let's have a look into the Indian certification system. As you know, basically we have a diverse certification system. One which is mainly focused, a formal one, which is third-party certification system that we call it as NPOP, National Program for Organic Production. And second one, it is the participatory guarantee system, which is the community level thing, but still it depends upon a standard which is an approved one. So if you want to sell a product as organic, either in domestic or you want to export a product as organic, it has to be basically certified as per NPOP or as per PGS. So when it comes to export, currently PGS do not have a facility to promote export. So NPOP only does that. Let's see about NPOP. So NPOP, it's the backbone of the organic farming in India. It started in 2001. APIDA is the NPOP secretariat, which is supposed to certify different certification bodies who in turn will be verifying the due diligence requirement as per NPOP standard. Currently for NPOP, we do have an equivalency for category A products. When we say category A, it is the farm unprocessed products. So we have an equivalency for NPOP for category A for EU. Then recently we have signed, India has signed MRAs with Australia and Taiwan. So our country regulation is recognized, and based on this NPOP, you can export the products to Taiwan as well as to Australia. So NPOP recently, we know there have been a lot of changes. The recent standard in version 8 has been released, which comes up with many changes for the grower groups. The basic requirements has been changed, which has been made stricter. APIDA has come up with the 100% farmer verification requirement. As you know, it may seem a bit difficult in the beginning because 100% farmer verification theoretically may seem easy, but in reality it is a bit difficult. But all these things are to strengthen the integrity of our standard and to make it more transparent and acceptable in global. The second one, it is the PGS, Participatory Guarantee System. This is, we can say this is just opposite to NPOP in how it works, because the initial one, it's a third-party certification, and here we work more from peer-to-peer appraisal. That is, farmers will be appraising the next farmer, and it goes like that. Third parties' involvement is less in participatory guarantee system. But the limitation will be currently a product cannot be exported with PGS. Now let's see the key barriers and bottlenecks in the perspective of farmer producer companies and cooperatives. So first one can be an infrastructure constraint. Infrastructure constraint in the sense, when a product is being produced at the farm, maybe that product has to be stored in controlled atmospheres. So the farmers may not immediately have an infrastructure where they can store their products, which can lead to the microbial contaminations or something. So that is a bottleneck, that can be one of the bottlenecks that the FPOs face. Second one, multiple regulation requirements. It can be stringent regulation requirements, say like for EU, you have to do multiple testings, and there are certain bottlenecks or restrictions where we say they list out these are the products which can be used as inputs. Or when you talk about the cleaning agents, EU standard clearly lists out these are the cleaning agents which can be used for machines or for premise cleanings. So that can be a bit difficult because there are certain requirements for the machines which has to be cleaned in such a way using some approved chemicals. So when the standard says you cannot use, that can create a huge issue. Then third one, capacity and skill constraints. So someone rightfully pointed out here, you have to know initially the requirements of the standard, then only you can comply with the regulations. If you comply with the regulations, then you make the product in compliance with the requirements, which will be accepted. If you don't know the basic requirements clearly, for example, if you take the case of the farmers or a group of farmers. So when we talk about the farmers may not be able to read and understand the standard completely. So there should be a system in place where they can be made aware about the regulations so they can comply with the system. Next one is the supply chain gaps. When talking about the supply chain gaps, maybe for example, we have a farmer here in Karnataka who is producing rice, ample quantity of rice, and there is a processor somewhere else in the country who need this rice. But maybe the availability of the rice here may not be known to the other producer in somewhere else in the country. So there should be a system in place to mitigate this gap so that they can easily understand there is the availability of product in this part of the country and the processors or traders can purchase the product from that particular person or from the company. Next one is the competition with the established players. Of course, there will be established players in the society who will be well known. For example, we take exporters. They may be knowing the importers there. They may be having a good connection. So when someone come up easily, a farmer or a small player come up easily, it will not be an easy task for them to hit the market. Next one, declining farmer participation. Declining farmer participation, there can be many reasons for that. Initially, there can be a drop. If a farmer was doing conventional farming, and when he switched immediately to organic farming, there can be a decrease in the estimate. So that can be one reason where he may not be interested to continue with the farming. There can be a requirement of huge documentation, which is record keeping. We call it as record keeping. That may not be easy for him. And the requirement of a premium price, a good buyer. If these are not in place, then he may lose the interest in the continuing the organic farming. So the same things are explained here. The supply chain thing, the capacity and skill constraint, then the infrastructure constraints, competition with the established players, declining farmer participation. So let's see what we can do about this ecosystem solutions. Initially, when we talk about the farmer producer company or maybe the farmer, we should strengthen the group certification thing. Somebody here was stating that the cost of certification is huge, and there was a good answer for that. Instead of going for individual farming, maybe they can form a few good clusters. We call it in the organic certification as grower groups. So if there are grower groups, then this cost can be rightfully reduced. So in that way, the certification thing, the requirements can be complied, they can understand the requirement and they can comply with the due diligence requirements. Second one, establishing single window facilitation for available stock. Like what we said, if there is if somebody produce an organic quantity, then somebody else, maybe a processor or a trader should be able to know here there is the availability of stock of a particular product, so he can rightfully purchase the product. So APIDA is coming up with this system where in TraceNet, you know the thing, NPOP thing works entirely in the system, online system called TraceNet. So in TraceNet, there will be a provision made where the processors or traders can understand there is an availability of this particular stock, a category A or whatever it is. Whatever produced by the farmer is available, so they can rightfully purchase from them. Third one, investing capacity building and digital traceability. So it is all about this capacity building thing. APIDA has started up with many training programs. Certification bodies are providing different training programs where you can understand the standard, what are the requirements, what can be done, what not can be done. So understanding this properly will avoid you making mistakes which will be resulting in a huge loss later. Then promoting shared infrastructure and aggregation. So wherever infrastructure is required, the grower groups can share a common infrastructure where the product can be stored, that can be certified, and in that way this issue can be resolved. Then enhancing market linkages, trading and institutional support. This is also same thing like shared infrastructure that the grower groups can think about. Then the final one, ensuring farmer participation and system to sustain participation. So making the farmers or the groups understanding about the organic farming, the benefits and the requirements properly can allow them to completely meet the requirements and the due diligence requirements of the standard. So I think that's it. Concluding, There are issues in the meeting a certification or getting a certification will not be enough. You should understand the requirements of the standard, then only you can comply with the requirements. Whenever the issues are being faced, instead of hiding the issues, talk it with your certification body and go for a solution which is in line with the requirements of the standard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alalum, because you have highlighted that there is a need to develop the capacities, and that I think is the key to move towards certification in our country. And I think it is also important that the capacity building is not always restricted for the farmer. I think all the stakeholders in the chain, they need capacity building. Otherwise, we get the government orders and nobody knows how to bring and take it out to the farmer who can understand only the local language and all that. But thanks a lot for pointing out the very key issues. Yeah, thanks a lot. Dr. Priyanka Sita, may I invite you?
Very good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible? To the last, am I audible? Yeah. So I just want to know that I hope nobody should sleep now, because we just want to divert from organic to INDIGAP. So that's a good agriculture practice, Indian good agriculture practice. We will also see some difference, what is the difference between good agriculture practice of INDIGAP and global gap. That's only one slider. But before that, we should also know how the accreditation system works, why Quality Council of India, why the standards are there placed out, why certification body is needed, why it is implementation is needed. So my session here will be, I will be talking about the certification and marketing, especially confined to INDIGAP. Next slide. So QCI, we are number 5th ranked globally overall. Since the inception, we have established in 1997. Why it was needed? It has come directly from the cabinet note in 1996, and we are falling under Ministry of Commerce. The nodal parent body is DPIIT, Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Our strength is pan-India reach, and we have the we can do attitude and from strategy to execution. We have now touched 33 crore citizens, and 236 entities have been covered under schemes and programs. So now we know that we have heard about NABL, we have heard about NABH, we have heard about NABCB. So what are these? These are the boards which are there in QCI. NABL, we know the labs for where we are doing the residual testings and all, that is being accredited by QCI under our board, that is NABL. We have NABCB, one of the accreditation boards, same as EPIDA. You can say that they are one of the regulators who are certifying the certification bodies. Here in NABCB, we are certifying the ISO certification bodies as per that 1706524. So as per that, the certification bodies are being certified to do compliance work. We have NABET, who are into education and trainings, who imparts the trainings to different sectors. It could be MSMEs, it could be under agriculture, it could be in infrastructure. Now we have NVQP, it is for promotional activities of quality. We have division in PPID, like Swachh Sarvekshan, the Pan-India project, which is being taken up by QCI itself. We do have NDI, which is that Zero Defect, Zero Effect MSME program, which Prime Minister Modi have also inaugurated, and you has emphasis on that. So it is under us only. We have strategy and policy unit and PAT division. PAT division is project analysis and documentation division, where I am representing. I am Dr. Priyanka Sarkar, project manager, and I am looking after all the 11 running schemes from drones, cybersecurity, INDIGAP, Ayush. We have infrastructure like RMC PCS. We have into ICMed, into medical devices. So these all are the running schemes with different sectorial need and having different ISO standards are being followed. Now this is our leadership. I'll just move forward because since we have to directly jump into our topic. So these are our projects, and these are the ministries we are linked with. These are the international collaborations. Now why this accreditation framework? If you can see, Now we have management system 17021. We will only focus on the product, process and services, that is ISO 17065. We always talk about the product. So now if I take an example of organic, so the last end product is what, like from paddy you are getting rice. That's a product. So it will fall under 17065. Now this are being done, how it is being compliant to that 65 guideline. So we have audits and certificates. So in that we would be having a certification bodies. So in certification bodies right now we have a representation from LECON, we have from Netherlands. So these all are the certification bodies, they are the implementers. They are the third party agencies who goes on field. They see that all the standards which are being taken or which are being in demand in the market are being complied as per the requirement. And that's how they provide the certificate, the scope, which the end users are the farmers, could be the processing units, could be the traders and exporters. So this is how the accreditation system works. End users, again, the consumer, who get the confidence, trust and assurance by getting the certification mark, the labels which they get. So all the certification bodies, as per the requirement of the schemes which they have entered into, the consumer wants, they will provide the certification mark as per the, once they are completing with the audits and it is being checked by the third party certification bodies. Now, why in the whole system we have to understand then when any problem or any mandate is there from any state or from government, so they are the regulators. For example, if I take drones ecosystem, so DGCA is one of the regulator under the Ministry of Civil Aviation. So they are the regulators. Now they have come up with a program where they wanted the drones for agriculture purpose, but they are not the same we use in the army or we use in some surveillance. So, but they are only confined to the farming agriculture. So the model would be very, very much different. But they have to have a process have to be followed where the models are being certified, the model are being examined. It has to be complied as per the guideline or certain regulatory schemes which we have developed. Now we are the scheme owners. So like for IndiGap, which if I speak now, that there was a requirement when like we see the global gap in the international markets, when the export products, they want that the products should be as per their country requirement, the EU requirement or the German requirement. So they want the standard to be as per their requirement. But what about the Indian agricultural, the demand of the Indian products? Domestically if you want, then how we have to manage, because everybody cannot, that time we cannot afford organic agriculture. All the farmers, some are there in the conventional also. So to make them shift from conventional to organic, it will take at least 3 years of time, 4 years of time, depending upon their farmland. Now what happens, there certain farmers are there, small holding or big farmers, they are doing that agriculture practice since long, from their forefather time. So how they will have to certify if they want to sell the produce. So we have come up with a standard, that is IndiGap. Scheme owners is QCI. Now we scheme developed, we only have developed the scheme. The accreditation ecosystem, again, it is NABCB. The certification bodies are being there, which is being made, and it is being seen and monitored by NABCB. For quality excellence, we have Gunvatta, Yatra, Mitra, Samriddhi, Pathshala, Manthan, monitoring and market surveillance. So these are the few ancillary services or orchestrating services which are being taken by QCI itself. Now we come the main focus, that is IndiGap. So bridging the gap between farm and global market, as I was talking about, that what is IndiGap? It covers the entire life cycle of pre-harvest, post-harvest, worker safety and sustained quality, food safety, sustainability and credibility. So these are the 3 important pillars. Now, if you see the governance ecosystem, we have already spoken about that. We are the scheme owners. We have accreditation bodies. They evaluate, or it is being approved by certification bodies are there like TQ-Cert, SGS, and we have the implementers, the growers and the producer group. Now about the scheme. markets and helps in reduction rate of product which are being, consignment are being exported. So now what are the general modules? So general modules we have, like you can see, we have all farm based, which is a mandatory module, crop based plant product, where we are segregating it as a fresh fruits and vegetable, combinable crops, tea, green coffee. So what we are doing, the certification unit applies to the farm only, and the product applies to fresh and unprocessed produce. Now what's the difference between basic gap and Indie gap? So basic gap is nothing but it is a, we are just targeting the small farmers who cannot afford it. So it is just a starting, nascent phase. And they are new to certificates. They don't know how, the certificate works. And if you compare it with the Indie gap, so here the FPO wants a formal certification. Okay, the goal is, if you see the Indie gap, harmonized with the international standard and benchmark for global trade. So we are preparing them for the next phase, that is global gap. Now, benchmarking allows farmers to cater to domestic requirement today while preparing for export commitments tomorrow. So that is our mission for the Indie gap. Now, what are the critical control points? So, Indie gap, we have certain critical control points which will have the soil health. We have certain clauses. I'll show you that also. I'm not showing it. It's in a very brief. We have soil health testing, restoration, site history. So in that we have certain questionnaires are there, and the farmers or the FPOs have to provide the documentation or the evidentiary proof against those questionnaires, and that is being checked by the auditors of the certification bodies on site. Like same as follows for the water quality, the water analysis report, irrigation, potable water, whatever water the source they are using. We do have another is chemical and pest management, where IPM, storage, pest, pre-harvest intervals, worker safety and record keeping, they are also falling under certain critical points are there. Like harvest and post-harvest, again, pack house, hygiene, traceability, harvesting containers, everything, clauses are there. So these are, I'm just taking one example of workers' health and safety welfare. So this is how the checklist look. So this is a very huge, tedious, checklist, because when a farmer would be applying to export his produce, the global gap is very extensive and stringent about their process and the requirements. So if we, as our Indian farmer, also need to get neck to neck with them, then we have to prepare them. So how we are preparing them? First to take Indie gap, then the preparation mode is on, then they can apply for the global gap, because they are prepared, mentally they are prepared. So this is how the questionnaires look like. I will request all the farmers not to get scared, because this is being done by the FPO managers. We have particular systems in place where we have FPO managers, where we will be having the KVKs and the state agricultural, especially I'll take an example of Andhra Pradesh also over here in my coming slides, where we'll take an example how the different divisions are also making sure that this is being success model is there. So now I will just go here. Now you can see that we have approved 4 certification bodies are there: Andhra, Aditi, Baltic and SGS. Now I will ask that how our farmers will approach this certification body for Indie gap. So they have to directly connect to the certification bodies. They have a process where they have to, application would be there, and their auditors will come on site and they will visit the field, and then they will provide the certificates after the closure of non-closure conformities. This is the roadmap which I was talking about, how the farmer FPO will be approaching the certification bodies. Now these are the challenges: low awareness, of course, because now we were always in this, last previous day also, now also we were talking about organic and other, good practices which were discussed, but we don't know exactly what are the challenges. So the first challenge is very few people know about what is Indie gap. It's a voluntary scheme, but it is very few people know. But if the state implements it, then it will take the traction. Now, structural constraints, small land holdings are there, so it's very difficult. So FPO-based model is being, approached. This is certification implementation challenge, where we have limited, only 4 CVs are there, because other CVs they don't get, because since it is not that popular, so the CVs are very less, because CVs also have to, have the revenue. Now we have market side challenge because the consumer is not that much aware that IndiGap is existing, and their products are there in the market and they are also selling it out. So that is one point. Again, institutional challenges. There are so many certifications that even the farmer and FPOs get confused that what to take, what not to take. So many things, because even farmers also have to lastly think that which will give him the good revenue. That is one barrier and key challenges which is being there in the IndiGap. Now, which we have already seen that if IndiGap is being implemented properly, the farmer will get better price realization, consumer assurance of safety, constraint of raw material quality is being checked. So for upscaling, we want a policy-driven upscaling where strengthening again, like same our previously members have spoken about that we need to strengthen our FPOs. Second, ecosystem system expansion, which I was talking that let us prepare the FPOs starting from basic gap, then IndiGap, then second, last is the global gap. Digital enablement, where farmer-friendly mobile apps for recording and for traceability. So if you see large wave that nowadays we also say cybercrime is also coming into play. So if our farmers are not very savvy with the mobile or digitally using the mobile systems, then they are also in soup. So it's very important that they should have a particular system of traceability mobile app which should be given to farmers which are friendly to them. Now, this is the mark which we are giving for the process. IndiGap should be positioned as a national trust and process assured mark. This is the process assured mark. We are checking the process in this IndiGap process. And this is how the certification looks. The FPO will get this kind of certificate. Now, again, good agricultural practice are not just a requirement. They are just a future of India. So now this is the difference between good agricultural practice, global gap and IndiGap, where IndiGap will be costing around 10 to 12 lakhs. And if you see global gap, it is 10 to 12 lakhs, and IndiGap, depending upon if it is a private certification body, they will be having 1.5 lakhs. And if it is a state agricultural or state organization, they will be charging in about 40 to 50,000 is maximum they will be charging, depending upon the size of the FPO, that is 30 or 250. Now you can see the differences over here itself. Global gap is a national private standard and it's a national, international one. Now this is the example with the success story which I want to share with you, where Department of Agriculture, Government of Andhra Pradesh has come up with a GAP Polambadi. What is GAP Polambadi? It is a farmer awareness and capacity building initiative on good agriculture practices. How they are doing it? Upscaling IndiGap through marketing. It is a strategic view where cluster branding and marketing ladder is being followed. And now we'll just see how. So how they have done it, they have just, it's a 14-week program where Mandal agricultural officers are being included. And along with the GAP certification, the GAP field farmer schools are being conducted for the farmers. So this is a very empowering and flagship program of Andhra Pradesh. Now how it is being done? So it is being done you can see it that in a group mode, in individual mode, as well as it is being taken care by the Mandal agricultural officers. They first do this baseline survey, learning field is there, then we have the activities. So a total of, if you see from this last year, we have 1,040 GAP Polambadi programs planned. So if we can see that 30 to 50 farmers can be introduced in this certification program, where their first basic GAP trainings and capacity building is being done, then they are shifted to IndiGap. Now these are the whole process. The MAOs are helping the farmers to get the certification. Now this is the Polambadi's whole costing. You can see the whole training cost which is being borne by Department of Agriculture itself. Now these are the few documents which is not being it's being taken care by the FPOs as the FPO manager, as well as in association with the state agricultural departments. There's a huge documentation because they also wanted that it should be a success. Now this is a district-wise data you can see. So this is a 14-week program distribution where GAP, Polambadi activities and IndiGap activities simultaneously they are distributed. Now this is the costing where we can see that in 2020 to 24 on pilot basis 26 districts were selected. Out of that 15 got additional income of 77 lakhs and realized the cost of 40 lakhs just incurred for the residual analysis because that is the need of the IndiGap. So that's why, because soil analysis, water analysis, lab testing is required. So that is what the cost. And for 2024, you can see that the price realization, also total cost of 66 lakh incurred for registration, residual analysis, and a income was also been increased when they have included both the systems, GAP Polambadi and IndiGap. So this is the conclusion, and thank you. And I am reachable over here, so you can reach me anytime for IndiGap and other certification bodies who actually want to certify their products under IndiGap, as well as any training and capacity building. We can connect you to the agriculture departments. And I would also request, since this initiative is from Department of Karnataka, so if in our India, if any state is implementing a good practice, then we should always take that good practice and try to implement in other state also. So this will not help us, but pan-India, this will be helping our farmers, our group of farmers, and their produce if that is being mandated. So thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarkar. I think you at least highlighted that we are not without certification in India. We do have IndiGap, and but I think, and the way you explained, it doesn't sound very different from what other speakers spoke. Because if we sit back and do analysis, we are looking at it more from the production standard. So what we are saying is certification we have to do for standard production and not only for marketing. So I think marketing just comes along when you have your standards applied for your production. So yes, I think, as I said, that you highlighted, I think consumer awareness really plays an important role. I don't think even in this room many they know about it, that we have a IndiGap. Everyone knows global gap, everyone this thing, but I don't think many of us know about it. So unless this is sort of looked at it from production to marketing, I think we really have a long way to go. But thank you very much for highlighting that. Thank you. I think we have a next speaker, Mr. Neil Khan. He's from Rainforest Alliance. So, over to you.
Very good afternoon. Thank you to the organizers for having me here. I'm not keeping well, but I thought I should not miss this, and that's why I'm here. Thanks for having me, and let me continue with this presentation, though it may sound a little odd because of my voice. I'll be talking about Rainforest Alliance, where I come from. I'm representing Rainforest Alliance for South Asia, and I take care of activities that are related to certification of certain commodities. Like many of us have been talking since morning about the certification that is beyond the production, what value additions are we bringing in for. And like there are national level certifications and international, Rainforest Alliance happens to be one of the international one. And basically, just to give a quick brief on Rainforest Alliance, it started in 1987. And basically, it all started with the protection of Amazon forest. And today, it is a big eco-label and probably the biggest certification, sustainable certification program for certain commodities. Some numbers just to look at, like we are working with farmers and workers, which is close to about 8 million as of now globally. We look at some about 6 million hectares as certified farmlands. working with close to about 8,000 companies across the globe and 42,000 plus products that are available in the markets, which has this this frog seal, which is there on the right hand corner, and then the product carries so 109 active programs. Now, apart from certification, we also have some programs which are like projects, where the fundings are from some donor agencies, and we do take up projects based on biodiversity conservation and land degradation neutralization. We have some countries with certified farms and projects. It's beyond 61 now, and we have about partners coalition platform. Like, we work with a lot of stakeholders associated with agri-commodities, basically to do with commodities that we are working with. Now, apart from the sustainability standard, we are also coming up with a regenerative agriculture standard, but let me continue with the sustainability standard first. So, it's the basic definition that anyone would imagine, the health of soil, climate change mitigation, biodiversity conservation, and livelihoods. These are basic objectives of any kind of sustainable agriculture that we are working on. And the principles that we look at is the environment, economic, social, which obviously, when we say a sustainability certification provides, is based on these three pillars. Our certification program is guided by main principles of improved data management, context adaptability, shared responsibility, and continuous improvement. Now, these were, you can keep on elaborating them, but let me touch base on the other things that we have. This is a little bit about the certification. Like, when the farmers and companies adopt sustainability practices, they, like any other certification program, they have to go through a third-party audit. And then after getting the certified or let's say certificate, they sell their produce as certified, which enters the market with maybe blending, maybe processing, maybe further value additions. And then they become brands. When you have those seals on those brand commodities, consumers buy these products, brands invest in people and nature. So now these brands who are associated with fair trade are giving back to the producers in the form of projects, and of course there are some amount of premiums also coming in back to the farmers who are again continuing to be sustainably producing these products. And farmers, obviously there is a return to farmers which is coming in the form of premiums and support from the organization or the company that is working with them. Looking at some of the main commodities, or let's say most of them, the biggest one are cocoa, coffee, bananas, and teas, huge volumes. And then we have nuts, fruits and fruit juices, vegetables, herbs and spices. Now, under each there will be, I don't know how many, like herbs and spices, you can imagine it can go beyond 100 or 1,000 even. Flowers, some of the flowers are being certified across the globe. Coconut and coconut oil, like some of the products have taken off recently. It's not a big market, but then yes, it is growing market now. We are also supporting forest produce as well as palm oil with regard to their sustainability and traceability process, but not certifying them as Rainforest Alliance. Impact of Rainforest Alliance, what we have seen as of now with regard to some of the data that we have been able to manage, is higher yields, higher profit, and they often receive higher prices for their crops. It's again not, specific to India or Asia or any other continent or thing. It's globally that we have verified, and we have some data which definitely comes back and supports in saying this. Higher ecosystem quality, better working conditions, better health and safety protection for workers, better environmental, agrochemical and water quality management practices. So it's again a holistic approach where you are talking about the social, environmental and economical benefits to the system. Coming to policy, like I said, we will look at the sustainable agriculture standard that we have, which we in short call SAS, and this was revised. We have to revise it every 5 years, and the last one came in 2020, and certification and auditing rules, they are being defined based on the international standards again. Now, under the sustainable agriculture standard, we have two types of certification. One is for the farms, the other one is supply chain requirements, the chain of custody. The standard itself has about 6 areas of topics that we have divided them into. The management includes the management systems within the certification program. Then you have traceability, where you can trace your product right from the bush to the cup. Then we have something called income and shared responsibility, which we are simplifying into something called premium, which is obviously the first thing that any farmer or any company would look for. Farming, of course, is a big, huge chapter which everyone looks at when you say global gap or INGAP. It's basically when we're looking at all the good agricultural practices that is framed in that particular chapter. Social chapter also happens to be a huge focus on human rights, worker rights, living conditions, and so on and so forth. The last but not the least is environment. Of course, we are talking about sustainable cultivation with keeping all these things in mind when it comes to environment. Certification cycle, quickly I can just tell you, when you are starting on with a new member coming into certification, they get audited, and then every year there is a surveillance audit. But actually, if you look at the cycle, it is first certification cycle and the second has a gap of 3 years. No confusions, simply we can keep it as an annual cycle, because the surveillance audit also will be a physical one. Labels, of course, this is a platform where you can choose your design when you come to labeling your product. It's only that the design needs to be approved by Rainforest Alliance, which only checks in as if the requirements are fulfilled. The designs are according to the the necessary conditions that RA has. Coming to the pathway that we have for this, yes, it's not a quick fix. Like someone was also earlier today was mentioning that certification is not just like you can sit somewhere and buy it. You will have to work towards it. So it is just a roadmap to address sustainability holistically. Lastly, just one slide where I just wanted to mention about some of the updates that we are having, like pathway, just to add to what we have. Like I mentioned, we have the Sustainable Agriculture Standard. We are coming up with Regenerative Agriculture Standard, which will be an add-on to the SAS. And also there will be something add-on later on with climate change and livelihoods, which we are working on. There is a hope to have some kind of gold level of certification at some point, which our team is working on, and there is a long way to go. And we have been seeing a lot of interest in, of course, regenerative agriculture is not a new word now. We have been talking about it ages ago, but then now it's picked up and it's becoming word of mouth. Now, I think we have many offerings, but I have not put my contact details here. I'll be leaving it with the organizers. Anyone interested can always approach and let me know. And thank you for hearing me out.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Nifan. Your logo always reminds me of crocodile on t-shirts. So that's quite an interesting thing to observe. Yes, I think what you highlighted society, this more your focus on commodity-based certification, which you are mentioning about it. And this is quite an interesting thing, and of course it does fit into the way we are also doing farming, but it's sort of more attention. The next speaker is Mr. Abhishek Chandra. He is going to speak on the first.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're coming to the end of the session and just before lunch. So I hope I'm going to keep to the time and not burden you with too much. But I think an important point which is coming out across this entire conversation and the sessions is that for farming to be sustainable, the farmer must be sustainable. And when we say the farmer must be sustainable, the farmer's economic longevity must be looked after. And in essence, that is going to be the crux of what I'm going to talk about under the fair trade system. But before I do that, I would like to thank GIZ and the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka, for giving me this opportunity and for organizing such a fabulous conference. So the topic that we have to talk, that we were given was to talk about how fair trade is advancing equity, livelihoods, and ethical value chains, right? So the key of this entire presentation that I'm going to make is going to be focusing on how we can ensure that the farmers, and specifically the smallholder farmers, right? And 80% of our food today is actually still produced world over by smallholder farmers. So how do we ensure that their sustainability and livelihood is secured? Fair trade, just to give a bit of a context as a system, we're a network of not-for-profit organizations. We're a mission-driven organization focusing on sustainable livelihood of smallholder farmers. We have a membership-based system, and the nodal organization is Fair Trade International, based in Germany. There are two categories of members. The first category is an association or a federation of farmer networks. They have 50% decision-making authority in our entire global system at our General Assembly. So there are three producer networks representing CLAC, representing Latin America, Fair Trade Africa, representing Africa, and NAP, representing the Network of Asia Pacific Producers. So these are the three producer networks who have 50% decision-making. And so you can see how farmers in many ways are at the heart of our decision-making in our organization. The other 50% actually is made up of 25 organizations who are national fair trade organizations. These are more market-facing, multi-stakeholder facing with regards to government, civil society, education institutions. But together, three farmer networks or producer networks represent 50%, and 25 other organizations represent 50%. We then have also a certification body. We have only one certification body called FlowCert, which kind of certifies the entire global supply chain and has a presence across the world. For Asia Pacific, FlowCert has an office here in Bangalore. So what are the components? What is the model that fair trade has, right? So as I mentioned to you, we have a very strong focus on smallholder farmers, though a small percentage of our work is also in plantations looking at workers' rights, where again, the principles of fair trade are applied. But yeah, I would say more than 80% of our work is with small farmer organizations. And the starting point is that individually, smallholder farmers may have a lot of challenges, but if we can bring them together, collectivize them, and this is not a new concept, fair trade itself has been working on this for over 30, 35 years, but we've been hearing more and more about FPOs, farmer producer organizations, farmer producer companies, cooperatives. So these are collectivization models. So bringing them together, but not just on paper, right? Unfortunately, a lot of FPOs today, come with the right intent, but remain on paper as an entity, but to actually develop a solid membership through participation. I think that's very, very important. If you really want to bring about change, you need to focus. Everybody talks about ESG, you need to focus on the governance. You need to bring the membership into action through an FPO, and that's a big part of what fair trade does. And our standards and certifications apply at a group level, and one critical aspect of that, similar to some of the speakers here have referred to, is making sure that there are management systems and building capacity of farmer organizations and farmers to achieve that. We then get the standards, the fair trade standards, which are published online. The whole standards can be available on fairtrade.net. So through the standards, we then try to get the standards implemented at a collective level. Now these, and I'll just refer to it briefly, these standards are covering environmental requirements, social sustainability requirements, economic requirements, and governance requirements. And once these standards are initially brought in, there is of course an audit, which I mentioned FlowCert is involved in, and FlowCert itself is a 17065 accredited organization. So FlowCert itself is audited to ensure that it is complying with independence and credibility. And so that audit in many ways in the fair trade model is not a binary, but is a check to see that there is systematic progress happening year on year, right? So we start with a little more fundamental, what we call our core requirements, but every year there is an increase in the kind of expectation of implementation of sustainability practices which the farming group or collective must undertake. And so that's how the system develops. Through this entire certification system, we then focus on the markets. And a critical aspect, and I think quite unique as of now to the fair trade model, is that we place economic empowerment of farming communities at the heart of our model. We are probably the only standard which has what is called the fair trade minimum price, similar to the concept of MSP, which the government of India has also released, which basically says that the markets can be irrational, the markets can prevent farmers from even covering the cost of sustainable production, covering their costs, input costs, their labor cost, and so therefore you must protect that. And so we have what we call the fair trade minimum price, which covers the cost of sustainable production, and above that there is an investment also which must be done by the buyers through the fair trade premium. So this again, the premium goes to the collective to invest in their programs at a collective level. In addition to this, we also do a range of programs on more systemic issues which cannot be just addressed through a certification, things like climate change, gender equity, looking at improving quality, productivity. And we also have a label, the fair trade mark, which is how the consumers know that this is a sustainable product. So I'll very briefly refer to the socio, environmental, and the economic aspects of it. Fair trade, along with organic, is the only other standard which prevents GM seeds from being used in cultivation, particularly relevant in the context of cotton in India, but in other crops as well. We also have a requirement, not entirely like organic, which is completely chemical-free, but we also have a requirement of non-use of toxic chemicals. So we have a red list and an amber list of for chemical use. We look at soil, water, and also ensure that the waste management is being done properly. We promote biodiversity, and we are looking at increasingly interventions to reduce GHG. On the social front, we ensure that there is no exploitation and no discrimination on the farm. So whether we're talking about child labor, bonded labor, those aspects are not allowed, they are prohibited. And systems are established to ensure that that happens. And we have a democratic decision-making requirement. So again, talking about the governance, technically, if you look at a cooperative, an FPC, a farmer has a vote. But when does the farmer exercise that vote? At an AGM. And how many FPOs have an AGM where you have the quorum of the farmers participating? I think we're all practitioners here, we know what the reality is. Fair trade mandates that, systematically enables that, and requires that. On the economic front, again, as I said, we have the price and premium requirement, but we also have requirements for pre-finance. This is just an example of how the fair trade minimum price works. I've taken it in the context of coffee. You can see the light blue line is the fair trade minimum price, the dark blue line is the market price in the context of, this is the left price in New York. And you can see how many times the market price over the years has been going below the fair trade minimum price, right? So whenever it is below the fair trade minimum price, you can be pretty sure that the farmer is not covering the cost of production, right? And so you can see even as recently as 2019, the coffee prices crashed to the level where it didn't cover the cost of production. At those points, the businesses which are working with fair trade, buying fair trade certified raw material, in this case coffee, will have to pay the fair trade minimum price. They don't have a choice. They must pay the fair trade minimum price or the market price, whichever is higher, right? So this is a critical part which we must talk about in terms of equity and sustainability for the farming communities. And we are able to do this at scale. I want you to also leave here by understanding that fair trade is not just a utopic concept operating in a small box somewhere, right? This is happening at scale. That fair trade label that you're seeing in the center is recognized as the most recognized ethical label in the world. The fair trade premium that I was talking to you about, more than 2,200 crores worth of fair trade premium is being distributed amongst 19 lakh farmers and workers who are organized into 1,930 farmer organizations or workers organizations across the world. Fair trade products are sold in 143 countries. 37,600 products carry the fair trade label, and 2,570 odd businesses are working with this. This at a global scale today is well above the 10 billion euros, which was in 2018. So that's the scale at which this is happening. Again, if I put it in context of volume, our top 3 products, I would say, are banana, cocoa, and coffee. And you can see almost as much coffee is consumed by all of India is actually certified as fair trade, and the premium is being generated for that. There are other products also that we work in: cotton, flowers, sugar, tea, spices, nuts, rice, honey. So there's a wide range of products that fair trade kind of is active in. And we work with some of the leading businesses across the world, mostly in Europe and America. But you can see the top retailers of Europe and America are working with us, and some of the top brands are working with us to create fair trade labeled products. In the Indian context, we have 99 producer organizations, over 110,000 farmers and worker organizations, and over 330 businesses. I want to very briefly talk about opportunity, right? So in the fair trade ecosystem, I would say that there is continued growth and success for our coffee, banana, cocoa business. We are seeing the millets as an opportunity which is increasingly coming to the front for the environmental impact, also because of the nutritional impact, but there is a need for consumer education and awareness in that. There are new opportunities emerging for coconut oil, but also other coconut-based products, and nuts, hazelnuts and cashew nuts. And as we are working with retailers, brands, and bakeries and cafes across the world, those opportunities are coming. I would like to say that there are opportunities for fair trade products developing in India. We ended 2024 with more than 77 crores worth of retail products sold with the fair trade label in India. So there's a local market opportunity as well. I am today wearing a shirt and trousers which are made from fair trade cotton by Indian brands. And so I want to let you know that this is available on the high streets. Being Human, Indian Terrain, Twin Birds, these are just some of the brands through which fashion is coming in. There is coffee, there is tea, and other products also coming in India. So we don't only have to look at the West, we have opportunities for sustainable products in India where there is an urban market which is ready for it. And so just to wrap up the benefits that I've referred to today, we've talked about the price, the assurance of a minimum support price for products, a fair trade premium above that. There is ensuring that certain governance and democratic processes are being followed, again, checked through our audits. There is empowerment of the farming community, not just through a tick box, but through programs and direct interventions, as much as setting up systems and using the premium for those things. And then obviously the market opportunity, which is integral to any such offer. I'd like to end there. There's lots more, and I'll be happy to take your questions later on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. I think you highlighted the farmer-centric certification which you really have in fair trade, and I think the potential which you have shown for farmer producer companies to be part of the certification and ensure that farmers can have access to niche market. So I think that was very interesting in the presentation. Last but not least, I'd like to invite Rolf. I think he has experience of all the certification we have spoken, and he's going to give us a very practical feedback.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's nearly lunch now, so I'll keep short. Please start with the presentation. Well, yesterday I have introduced our system in Germany, what local development in Germany, and today I will present our international projects, and under the, let's say, topic Seeds of Hope. And so we have partnership projects with in Africa, but also in India, in Kerala, since 25 years now already. So please, and so we are, sorry, is it working? Okay, yes. Our projects, our international projects, are serving about 13 of the SDGs, and we are also member of United Nations ECOSOC Committee, which is a platform also for NGOs. Let's say we are there. We have every year in July the main meeting, and actually there we have just 5 minutes to present our ideas and matters. So again, our core values are in the international project solidary business, of course, fair terms of trade. So we give our farmers a guaranteed offtake, same as in Germany, and we give about 30 to 50% premium prices to our farmers. And so all is on organic agriculture. Here in India, we are certified by LACON since 2003. And we also have our cultural values, social justice, and stay for the global peasants' rights, which we have developed in Germany in our academy, and it has passed the United Nations General Assembly to 2018 and 12th of December. And so it is, was a very great step to get farmers more, let's say, more involved into their rights, actually. So our projects, as I mentioned, in Hohenlohe, Germany, I presented yesterday. We have gathered about 1,500 farmers, and you can understand it as a kind of a cooperative. We consider ourselves as a self-help group, and farmers are getting best prices in whole Germany. Second, Serbia. We have a project with Serbian farmers in spices, Zanzibar, and also India. In India, I will focus India because as we are guests here now, and show you some later some slides about. Well, Germany I already introduced yesterday, and our products are mainly meat and meat products, cheese. And we have the whole value chain in farmers' hands, from field to fork. Here you see one of our market outlets, two, the market hall and a market outlet, which is located in my home village even. So here we are starting now with the seeds of hope. Seeds are the spices, herbs and spices, the spices I would say. And hope means we give farmers opportunity, we give them a better income, and we take their products, market them in Germany, and so they are happy. Here we see some farmers in Zanzibar with a meeting. I was a bit younger at that time, I think it's 10 years ago, this photo. And then here in India, we have in Kerala two partners. Actually, one is the tribal communities at Lake Peria, the tiger sanctuary, since 2002. Here we see even the founder of LACON, Bobby Isaac, in the center, in the middle. He has opened now also LACON Germany, or let's say the Institute for Organic Certification in Germany. Here at the right we see farmers getting their payment for their harvest, but this is already some years ago. Now it is through electronic banking. Yes, and how it works, so let's say we actually with the farmers we agree on the prices, that's the first, every year. For the coming harvest. Then we source them, and then we ship them to Germany, Hamburg, Germany, and then it comes to our spice factory. You can see this is actually the value chain, or let's say the supply chain. To the left you see the farmer, and then the harvest, shipment, then this is our spice factory in Germany, and then you see the products, the ready products in the market. Well, I just mentioned when we started at Lake Perrier, the price of pepper was 80 rupees per kilogram, you know? That's a shame. And it was 2001. And we offered the farmers 220 rupees from the beginning per kg. Now we know that pepper came up and the market price is, let's say, the auction sale price is already now at around 550, 600 rupees. But still we give them a premium about 30%. And so it's a good partnership, and it expresses our approach. And yes, I told you already, seeds are the local organic spices. We put them into value. We organize the farmers groups. In North Kerala, in the region of Wayanad, we have 17,000 farmers converted from conventional to organic, under the Wayanad Social Service Society, which are close partners to us. And there, of course, aside the spices, also a large coffee production and export, about 200 tons of spices and about 1,000 to 2,000 tons of coffee. Yes, and we organize the farmers in a solidaric way as a cooperative mainly, and so that means solidaric businesses. All the farmers have the same rights and duties, the same price, and one farm, one member, one vote, of course, same in Germany as here, and the profits are shared equally on guaranteed prices. So, our values, we also finance social impacts, infrastructural impacts, cultural impacts, and education and knowledge transfer. As you just see here, this is in the forest in the Western Ghats in Kerala, left side, Elephant Trench, some might know it. And there we established also a primary school, and so the kids, you see the kids there, even from the deep forest, reached the school and got some meals there. Just example. Then we also, we are present here in partnership with Mahatma Gandhi University in Kottayam, and let's say this is for knowledge transfer and educational reasons. Well, these are our core values, and again, we are, let's say, we are doing not only organic agriculture, we are also introducing our, let's say, here we see a 3-layer crop also, which is done in Zanzibar, and knowledge transfer from north to south and south to south, of course. So this is what we are doing, and I want just to mention one special we are also doing in let's say, to keep our old varieties, in especially pepper, because we have experienced that here in India, all the old pepper breeds just nearly disappeared, and hybrids are dominating the scenery, and so we established an arc of pepper, and we found 72 traditional varieties of pepper, and put it in a seed bank in Kerala, in violet. Yes, here can you see what we are doing there. So we are looking also for the biodiversity to keep the old varieties. Yes, I am finished now, and this is the conclusion. Small-scale farmers feed the world to best resources efficiency, so we don't need any GMOs and so on. Best energy efficiency, nature protection and conservation, and we have to ensure them the correct price, even more than for fair trade, the correct prices and solidaric and ethic trade for sustainable economy. So it is, I think we are close to lunch now, and well, I talked already with, I'm so thankful that we had been invited to join you, and so I told already to your manager, Mr. Klein from GIZ, we are prepared or even to invite you for a project here, partnership project, private-public partnership here with the area of Karnataka. If you are interested, we can talk about, so I'm still around, and tomorrow and as I know, about 32 participants will join us in Germany. Thomas is organizing them. They come to us from Saturday and join BioFach next week. So there is enough, I would say there's enough space to have discussions, and we might come up with a joint project. Thank you.
Thanks, Rudolph. I had an opportunity to visit your facility last year, and I will have it one more time this year. I think for me personally, the understanding which I carry from your model is that you have a very broader perspective towards for your cooperative, which goes beyond just making money, you know. And I think that really stands out on yesterday's presentation as well as in today's presentation. So thanks very much for that. And I think this is also interesting, this arc of pepper, which you just now said. I think something Department of Agriculture, Government of Karnataka is doing for land races for 20 crops. And that's, I think, something we look forward to discuss also with you. Thank you very much. So I will not sort of say, I have anybody has some question to ask, one or two, then please do that. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yeah. Can we, yeah, Mark.
Thank you so much for the presentation around certification. There are truly contributing in the feasibility better space. So my question is more on the economic model of how the certification works. Especially, who pays for the certification? Is it the farmer association, the processor, the buyer? So this is my first question. And my second is who are the, let's say, partnerships that you are creating to make this certification also affordable to the customer?
Your question is to some specific speaker or? Okay, anybody would like to answer? Yes?
First, am I audible? Yeah. So your first question was that who is bearing the cost. So now if it is an individual farmer or advanced farmer, he is already advanced, so like he can bear the cost of his work, the certification cost. Now when it comes to group certification, like that depends. Now if we are talking about organic, we have a full supply chain. We have farm, we have processing unit, we have traders. So these are the three, players in the supply chain. So individually, if ICS, we call it as an integrated
internal control
system. So in that, the FPOs, maybe 250 to 500 farmers are in that FPOs. So that cost is, the farming portion of certification is divided with the farmers, okay, the FPOs. Now, if individual also can take the farmer, because his land is getting certified for the farm. Now, then again his produce, which is coming out of the farm, is being shifted to, or it is being transferred to processing unit. Processing, the lot number and everything is there, how much is being taken from that farm, certified farm, that produce is being then transferred to the processing unit. So now that processing unit, that will get certified and that will be paid by the processing unit or the processor. Now, again, say the processor has got the certificate now, the organic certificate. Now that certificate cost, then it will be transferred to the trader or the exporter. Now the exporter will be paying for the, the certificate cost. So this is being governed as in organic, this organic system. Now if you compare to the IndiGap, here we are having two models actually. You have seen individual and farmer, this FPOs. So now individual are there, they have to pay their own, and FPOs, the farming organization, they have to bear, and it is being distributed among individual farmers. So the 30 to 50, depending upon the farm. Can you repeat your second question, please?
So is there any organization actually is willing to subsidize those costs?
So now again that depends. Suppose, for example, that depends upon certification body to certification body. Like if it is a state certification body, they would be having less cost, and if it's a private certification body, then they will be having more cost. That depends upon how, if at all the private organization or private CB is connected with some international export, or they have been having their own cost. But if it's India, the state that is having less cost than private. Other members also
talking about the cost for the certification bodies, when we talk about NTOP, there is a basic tariff approved by FAIR. So every certification body has to follow that. Then about the funds and the cost, I should say, recently I came across the fact that in order to promote organic farming, the central government has come up with many funds, huge funds I should say, because in Kerala, in the last 1 year, we are certifying around 400 individual farmers, and the fund for that comes totally from the central government, and it will be given for another 5 years. I think this is the same for processors as well as for traders, and I believe this is the same situation for other states as well.
Maybe I just add something with regard to when it comes to certification like Rainforest Alliance, which is a global certification. And this is what we have seen often in the commodities like coffee, tea, spices, where the certificate holders are the trader. So it is trader-centered certification where they take charge of all the expenses that are supposed to be incurred, even for preparing for audit. Like before audit, there is a lot of investment that is required on ground to become compliant. So that is what the traders are taking on them, because it is necessary, as the smallholders may not be in a position to invest that kind of monies at this point. Now that's one kind of model. In case of FPOs, they usually pool monies and do it. But yes, there are organizations like, say, it's coffee, and coffee board sometimes subsidizes the certification cost, maybe 50% paid by the coffee board and the rest is paid by the group or organization, and so on and so forth. So there are some models like this available for Rainforest Alliance also.
I think one lady, she had kept her hand up. Anyone has a question? Yes, you would like to go? Okay. That's the last now. Yes.
I'm a small farmer and would like to set up a food processing unit. Is there any kind of checklist where I need to follow, like this is the international standard to set up my food plant? Where do I get those information?
So for since we are a startup, so first thing is that your documentation, and you have to get an FSSAI license. So the licensing part is being taken care by FSSAI. They are the regulators for that. So you have to apply there. This online portal is there. So once you do that, then they will come here. You will get the certificate. Then what exactly you want? You want a cost tag. You want HRA. So you have different schemes there. So which you want your organization want to go up, then you have to take that scheme. Along with that, after getting the license and all the systems are in place, then you can go ahead with the any of the accreditation body. They will come and they will approve for that.
You need to say, I already have a FSSAI license, but after that, will the FSSAI people follow?
But now, see, now you are into processing. But now, which certificate you want to take? You want to go for organic processing? You want to go for commercial, food processing? They are having a different routes now. Okay. Yeah. So organic processing is quite different because this is coming under EPIDA umbrella. They have have a different setup. But you have to have, you know, minimal requirement of FSSAI license, the documentation, the resources, and the, you know, your facilities in place. And then organic, if you want to take, then it will take another different route. Then you have to apply for the certification bodies like LECON, SGS, whosoever are, you know, compiled for that requirement of organic. For that scope, if they are having that CV, you have to check that whichever scopes you are taking, the CV is having it or not. So that's how.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Oh yeah, sure, please.
I'm a farmer from Bengaluru. We are from Father Farmers I'm talking. I would like to talk in Kannada. ರೈತರಿಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಇಂಟರ್ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಟ್ರೇಡ್ ಏನು ನಾವು ಪ್ಲಾಟ್ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಕ್ರಿಯೇಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಕಮ್ಯುನಿಕೇಷನ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ, ಅದು ಆದಷ್ಟು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕನ್ನಡನೂ ಇದ್ದರೆ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿರ್ತಿತ್ತು ಒಂದು. ಮತ್ತು ಮೂರನೇ ಈಗ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಗ್ಯಾಪ್ನ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂದರೆ ಆ ಬ್ರಿಡ್ಜಿಗೆ ಮೇನ್ FPOನೇ ಕಾರಣ. ಆ FPOನಲ್ಲಿ ಎಲ್ಲ FPOಗಳು ಪ್ಯಾಕೌಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು ಮತ್ತು ಟೆಕ್ನಾಲಜಿ ಅದು ಇದರಲ್ಲೇ ಬ್ಯುಸಿ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಸೊ ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆಗೆ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಈ ಥರ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ಗಳಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಪ್ರೋಗ್ರಾಮ್ಗೆ ಕರೆಸಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. 1 or 2 FPO is not going to stand. At least more and more FPO should be invited. Along with that, you have to insist to FPO, they have to educate more and more farmers.
Sure, the point is well taken here. Sure. Sure, thank you very much. Your point is well taken. At least we got to know today so many FPOs are already on board for different certifications. At least we can see and we can start with them. And you rightly said.
Well, the farmer who requested about the processing center, we have established one in Wyatt, Manantawadi. It's in farmer's hand, and we established this with foreign invest, and you can visit them. Wyatt Social Service Society and get an idea how they did it, so it will help you on your way.
Yeah, thanks Rodolphe for bringing this. Yes, I was saying that, yes, you said it. It is required to be done with large number of farmer producer companies. Like you, we also got to know that many of them are already for the international certifications. So it's a good beginning. Let's take it forward together. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. So with this, we conclude this session and we can come for the photo and the felicitation.
So what time will start? 2:30? 1:40? So all participants kindly note we are already 1:30 plus, so we'll be back here at 2:30. We have two important sessions, one on talking about private sector, how we can engage, and second on what would be the next recommendations from all of us for this group to take further. So in terms of pathways for this agenda to move forward. So two sessions, please have good lunch, come back at 2:30. Thank you.
Sir, guest speakers on Samruddhi Hall and as per yesterday. So
as per yesterday, guest speakers come to the Samruddhi Hall
and all other delegates, farmers will come to take a right and as yesterday they had. Okay. ಸ್ನೇಹಿತರೆ, ಇವಾಗ ನೆನ್ನೆ ಊಟ ಮಾಡ್ದಂಗೆ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗೆಸ್ಟ್ ಸ್ಪೀಕರ್ಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ದಯಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮೃದ್ಧಿ ಹಾಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಮಿಕ್ಕಿದವರೆಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಾಲಿಂದ ಹೊರಗಡೆ ಬಲಗಡೆ ಈ ಕೆಳಗಡೆ ಕಾರ್ ಇದ್ರ ಪಕ್ಕ ಹಿಂದ್ಗಡೆ
beyond production ecosystem. In this session, we have kind of deviated from the conventional setup we had for other sessions. What we have done is primarily two things. One, we'll have individual presentations in the first part. We'll have somebody who would be talking things in terms of what is inclusive business, what is the role of government and all that. Start giving a very larger overview of what it is and how it is to be taken further. Then we'll have a case from Vietnam that would be on, that will come after some time. Please come to the front. So she would be giving a case presentation from the Vietnam. And then we'll have one more speaker who would be talking about the Karnataka's strength in terms of engaging with private sector as far as FPOs and self-help groups concerned. Post that, we'll have a session, we'll have a panel discussion where 6 experts who are entrepreneurs or having larger role at the ecosystem level as an investor, as a coach, will have a team to elaborate this particular theme in little details. So there will be 2 broad sections. Let me start by giving you an overview of what is this topic all about, because this is important and slightly different from the previous ones. Imagine we have what we have been discussing. We are talking about impacting at the level of farmers. All of us are very clear that this entire thing is meant for farmers to move into agroecology too, natural farming too, or organic and all that. And there is a larger ecosystem controller or supporter or influencer like government. So between these two, government of course is doing a lot of work and they are very important in this journey. So between farmers and government, if you look at entire agriculture sector, be it input production to input distribution which is coming to your field, to your land, to the marketeers, to the processors, there are large number of actors who are in between these two actors, farmers and government. Am I with you on this? So there are large number of stakeholders who are operating as important elements within this ecosystem, neither farmer nor government, and broadly they are private sector people, right? Yes or no? So this private sector has a very big role in terms of taking our agriculture to the next level. We of course want the impact at the level of farmers, but at the same time, without a very nice, good, remunerative, win-win proposition with private sector, perhaps this journey would not be complete. Private sector, when it comes, there are corporates, there are small micro ones, there are also MSME type, there are a number of startups today. This ecosystem has significant number of actors and they are important. But the context is, most of those private sector players are there to make profit, which is not bad. They are into business, they want to earn money. But of late we are finding there are private sector players who are concerned about triple bottom line, which means they of course are interested to make money, but not at the cost of environment, not at the cost of people. So they want to work in an environment where they start partnering with people, that means community-based institution, be it self-help group, be it FPO, cooperative. They are also wanting to do things which would not have any bad impact on environment. Am I with you on this? So those private sector players in our kind of discourse are very, very important. And since last 2 days we've been seeing so many of them are in this dais doing something similar. They are into profit but not profiteering. They are into business but not exploiting. So those kind of entrepreneurs for a journey like this to become successful are important. And to name it, there could be many ways to name it, but this naming has been given as inclusive business. That means those private sector companies who are interested to really partner with community-based institutions as partners, not just transaction, beyond transactions, to really business together. We have many of them in this country. We have many of them in a larger global scenario. How to identify them, why we need to work with them, how operationalize it, this is an important area to look at. Many governments are doing it, and today I'm glad that government of Karnataka also showing a good amount of interest to find such companies and start working with them in this agriculture space. So that is the context on which this session is built up. And to start the session, I think there are many agencies who are into this. Of course, GIZ is a big player in inclusive business globally. When inclusive business was getting established, getting defined, GIZ was a very strong player. Even today, you will find, if you search GIZ's work on inclusive business, they are there. Also, there is an interesting organization called UNESCAP, headquartered in Thailand. They are one of the UN bodies mandated to work on trade and economic policies. But good thing about that organization is, of late they realize they also have to take a bigger role in terms of making this private sector inclusive. And they have started working very intensely and very professionally to define what is this, what is a procedure in terms of assessing a company, whether it is inclusive business or not, how to create an ecosystem of actors who can come together and start influencing this sector. So UNESCAP is one such body which is doing this phenomenal work globally, and they have a strong focus on ASEAN. They also had a project in India, and they are creating good amount of buzz in this space. Today, to give the keynote or give us the larger, bigger context, we have Dr. Rupa Chanda. She is the Director of Trade, Investment and Innovation Division at the UN Economic and Social Commission of Asia and Pacific, which is UNESCAP. I request, please come to the dais. She would be giving the first presentation to us on the larger context of this whole inclusive business and primarily focusing more on the government's role. So with that, we'll start the session. I will invite other speakers also.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is this speaking? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. No, I will actually sit from here. So I think you've got an introduction. Over there it says Bengaluru, but I do have a connection with Bangalore because I used to teach at IIM Bangalore for many years, for 25 years plus, but I'm with UNESCAP in Bangkok. So I'll be making a very quick presentation to provide a bit of a regional overview of what is happening in this space of inclusive business. In fact, you could also say inclusive and sustainable business, because one is trying to look a bit broader at not just the concept of inclusion, but also at sustainability. So just to, I think Kirti has already mentioned the importance of the private sector. I think increasingly we realize that if you have to attain the SDGs, then the role of the private sector across all the areas, whether it's in terms of industry, innovation, financing, skilling, all of these areas, it's really industry that's, private sector that's going to drive a lot of the agenda. So in the context of inclusive business as well, the role of the private sector in accelerating and realizing the SDGs is very important. Next slide. This is just to mention, development goals and so on. So it's really a catalyst to leave no one behind. That's the main point. Now, if we look at, the concept of inclusive business, and what we have chosen here is the notion of inclusive business that was started by G20 at the time of Indonesia, actually. And it's a notion first endorsed by G20. The idea is that they are catalysts for positive change because they're providing goods, services, livelihoods to individuals at the base of the economic pyramid. And why is there a very strong case for this? Because we have all stakeholders. So for instance, those at the base of the economic pyramid, the governments, as well as the businesses, all benefiting from such types of business models. Why? Because companies are also addressing a new kind of market segment. They might be actually accelerating their profits by addressing this market segment. They might be getting branding, visibility, addressing some of their sort of, more social concerns through these kinds of business models. On the other hand, governments, of course, because this is a way in which you're able to address the needs by increasing incomes, by improving livelihoods, providing access to services, better products, etc. And then, of course, the community itself, the low-income groups, those at the base of the economic pyramid, they are benefiting. So what we have here is really a triple benefit sort of proposition. Now, as I said, I'll provide you a little bit of regional perspective, what is happening around the region in Asia and Pacific. So here's an example from Cambodia, for instance. This is a business called Amru Rice. They're paying 20 to 40% more for organic premium to 20,000 smallholders in Cambodia. They are the smallholder farmers that they are working with, and they're paying them a premium, so therefore obviously augmenting incomes. In Vietnam, we have another, it's a spice company, Vinasmex. It's creating higher income for 4,600 low-income farmers, mainly women, in mountainous and poorer provinces. How? Through greater value addition. So this is something that's gaining traction in the Asia-Pacific region, and most of the, the progress or the work that we are seeing, there's a lot of interest, particularly among the ASEAN countries. So governments are starting to take note of this triple benefit proposition that I mentioned earlier. Now, I'll give you an example from ASEAN with whom we work very closely. The member states, all of the member states of ASEAN have been focusing on advancing inclusive business. And at the ASEAN economic ministers level, they have actually adopted a series of strategic documents which will help advance this concept. Now you can see this is really work in progress. There are different stages in this. So for instance, starting with the ASEAN IB Summit first in 2017, but there are important milestones here. For instance, the guidelines for promotion of inclusive business in ASEAN, it's been endorsed at the ASEAN economic ministers level. And similarly, a plan of action that was then adopted at the ASEAN level. And then within that, different countries are kind of tailoring their national action plans based on their own priorities and objectives. And more recently, we have a model framework for accreditation systems, because this is very important. Unless you know how to recognize what is an inclusive business, how do you then otherwise earmark what are going to be incentives, special schemes, concessional financing, coaching, whatever is required in that context, you need to have some way of defining them. And similarly, there are other aspects. So there are countries that are also looking at issues of capacity building. So again, at the ASEAN level, there has been this capacity building and talent development framework that was endorsed last year in Kuala Lumpur under the Malaysian presidency. So this is just an example to say how important this concept is, how much traction it is getting at a regional level in a very important sub-regional grouping such as ASEAN. Now this is the one I was mentioning, the importance of accrediting these businesses. How do you recognize them? So as I mentioned, ASEAN has actually adopted this model accreditation system. And then individual countries, based on their national action plans, are also developing their own strategies for accrediting the businesses and the definitions and so on. These provide sort of the overall framework at the ASEAN level. Similarly, as I mentioned, in the Malaysian presidency, we have this capacity building and talent development framework. Again, individually, countries are going to develop their national action plans, looking at how they want to promote capacity development, talent creation, skilling, coaching, etc. Now, this is not just confined, as I said, at the regional level. Nationally also initiatives are being taken, and so these are just some examples. You can see what is common is First, the recognition of the concept as being important to their policy frameworks, seeding this into the SME legislations and policies. So a lot of the countries have been looking at their SME policies and within that explicitly bringing in the notion of inclusive business. Capacity building issues are very common across these countries, accreditation, and then of course the networking, the dialogues, etc., because a lot of it is about sensitization and promoting the outreach and the networks that actually lead to better understanding of inclusive businesses, their recognition, profiling, etc. So as I mentioned, in the case of Indonesia, we have the national accreditation system for inclusive businesses, and actually they have accredited 20 such businesses as inclusive business models already. In the case of Laos, PDR, this is still at an earlier stage. They have just conducted a landscape study with our assistance, and this is meant to inform, to identify where the opportunities are, where the challenges are, and how they will bring it into their SME legislation. Also beyond the region, there are other countries. Sri Lanka is another country we have worked with. I'll come to India subsequently after all these regional examples. In the case of Sri Lanka, they have this national strategy for inclusive and sustainable business. This has been adopted by their cabinet and was launched by the Prime Minister. There's just a picture of that. This was in January 2024. Now coming to India, we have specifically worked on promoting inclusive business in agri and food systems, because this is of course a sector that directly and indirectly impacts the lives of millions of people in India, and it can really, inclusive businesses, the private sector in particular, as a procurer, as a supplier, as a distributor, and in terms of consumption, in many aspects in the agriculture sector, the inclusive businesses can actually play a very important role in improving the livelihoods at the base of the economic pyramid. So this is, I would say, a fundamental sector where inclusive businesses play an important role. Now, what have we done here? Just wanted to mention, the work that has happened over the last 3 years, in particular, 22 to 25. We worked with Haryana and Telangana, 2 pilot states, and particularly under the leadership of Invest India, which was one of the lead agencies here, and Government of Telangana, that's the one I want to highlight, with the support of ESCAP as well as Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. What we try to do is to come up with an identification of the challenges and opportunities for inclusive businesses in these 2 pilot states, so in in Telangana state, for instance, and to see what kind of actions are needed, what kind of enabling ecosystem is needed to promote inclusive business in the agri and food systems segment. So what did we focus on? We focused on, firstly on promoting awareness, because there wasn't sufficient sensitization about the concept of inclusive business. So that's where we first started, in terms of bringing the key stakeholders together, talking about the definitions, the concept, exploring the policy options. And then we conducted a landscape study with the help of Indian partners, and this tries to map out what are potential inclusive business models in India's agri-food systems. It profiles some of these businesses which were already operating, and provides recommendations regarding what this enabling ecosystem needs to actually address. So there are skilling issues, coaching and mentorship issues, access to finance, access to markets, and so on. So there are many elements which are needed to create this sort of regulatory and so on ecosystem for supporting inclusive businesses. Beyond this landscape study, then when we went into the implementation, it required us to actually bring together the stakeholders. So we had some regional dialogues, we had at the state level, we had in Bangkok. So for instance, last year in July 2025, we had the culmination of this program with the Impact Harvest Forum in Hyderabad. And you could see the concrete outcome of that, which was the launch of the SME policy in September 2025, which explicitly seeks to promote inclusive business models. This is based on the work and the discussions and the sensitization that happened through this program over the last 3 years, that within the SME policy itself, the concept of IB is there explicitly. This is very important, because unless you seed it into the legislative framework, you're not going to be able to launch many schemes and direct the schemes and incentives towards the stakeholder group. in addition to that, the other elements that I already mentioned are capacity building, because it's important to skill and coach and mentor these businesses. So that's one part of the program. The other has been about access to finance. Matchmaking. So we've actually used the project that we had with the Gates Foundation to take these businesses to various forums, regional forums and national events as well, where there is matchmaking with potential impact investors, and through that actually many of the businesses were able to access more impact finance. This is just an example. SITS Farm, I think many of you know, and how actually this kind of coaching and capacity building program helped them in terms of improving their supply chains, optimizing costs and so on, and improving the quality. So it's a win-win proposition. Here are some of the outcomes. We ended up coaching about 29 agribusinesses, and we mobilized around $23.5 million in private investments through these matchmaking events. In fact, one of the important things in this area is to look at what are good practices, what's happening regionally, and to try to adopt them. So this is the sort of convening role that we played in terms of facilitating these dialogues at the Asia Pacific level. So businesses were actually given an opportunity to access finance by talking to investors, say for instance at the ASEAN Investment Forum that happens every year. Alongside the presidency, so you have a lot of these events. So we provided the opportunity to the businesses to use these events to access financing. So just to conclude, I've given you a sense of what happened in India and what are some of the elements that need to go into any policy framework to promote inclusive business. As far as we are concerned, we really are trying to promote this and promote the role of the private sector in inclusive businesses, not just in agriculture, it's sector agnostic, but of course agriculture is a very important one. And the way we are looking at doing this is, of course, partnering with interested governments, could be state level, national governments, as well as other resource partners, knowledge partners, and bring out more and more capacity building tools, mentoring tools, providing these opportunities, as I said, for accessing finance, as well as providing toolkits on accreditation systems, on talent development systems. These are extremely important, and these are regionally available. So you can also look at what's happening in other countries, what has worked, and what could be translated to the Indian context. So these are just some of the advisory and other tools, landscape studies, etc., that have been done, and these are available to everyone. Thank you very much. And thanks for this opportunity to share our interest as well. Sorry.
Yes, please. Thank you so much. The overview given is very important. Just want to repeat one thing. We are talking about farmers, but now we are talking about how to create impact through such enterprises, such inclusive businesses. So we need to be careful about this particular ecosystem of businesses to be such that they are with us in our journey. In that context, this particular session and particular talk, I think, is very enriching, that one institution is investing on identifying such companies and making it reach to all of us who are worried about or trying to create impact among the farmers. In that context, it is important. So we'll take this discourse to the next level. So now I will request a case presentation from Vietnam. So I'll be requesting Ms. Tran from Phua Biotech Vietnam to come. And she would be, she's the co-founder and head of marketing in Phua Biotech. And she would be giving us an overview of this company. This is an interesting company from Vietnam. I'll just give you a quick overview for us to relate while you are preparing your presentation. So it is a producer's eco-friendly bioenzyme cleaning products derived from fermented pineapple peels. So it's a waste which is otherwise not used. They have created value-based products out of it. So they are into eco-enzyme cleaner production. They are also into recycling or upcycling waste. They are also now looking at how this can be scaled up globally. So they are already a 30 crore company, started in 2019, but they have expanded. So I would request you to give the highlight of your company in the context of this group.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. When we talk about agriculture, when we usually focus on yes and activity and cultivation, and but today I would like to invite you to look at agriculture beyond the habits. It's many agriculture economy, variation and accessory when the queue is stopped. Agriculture byproducts are shipped as waste. The farmer income remains unstable and environmental factors continue to rise. So the key question, what if agriculture could be keep creating beyond the cultivation? My name is Thanh. I'm co-founder of FAIR Biotech. We were born in family and grew up in the agriculture. This is my father and my father, and made the right to create sustainable value from the material profile. And FAIR Biotech is a social impact startup in Vietnam, and circular bioeconomy is identified, and your journey began with something very simple. This gathers by apple peel, and with correct and generally begin simple when many people sell waste, we sell biology resources with a table value. For FAIR agriculture beyond cultivation means one clear idea: value that not end at the harvest. The biofuel after buried and down contributed to emission and pollution at FAIR. We collect them, collect their fuel, and transform them power of natural formation into eco-enzyme with cleaning and bio-wrapping purposes. No complex technology allow you and fit for the rural context. Same from battery to beer, and for the capital to the wine. As FAIR pineapple peel become eco-enzyme cleaning product, and cultivation end, but value continue. Thank you. And this process allows to building a circular value chain. The farmer supply agriculture byproduct. FAIR converts them into bioenzyme product, and remaining material return to agriculture and bioinputs, and so has there is no secondary water. This is not only about sustainability, it is about turning water into the well for farmer, for community. But technology alone is not enough. Inclusive business is not charity. It is research and scalable business strategy. And all citizens burning together, the farmers.
Sorry.
They are not understanding. Please translate.
We'll do it once he's finished.
Request the speaker to speak a little slow.
Slow.
Pronunciation is different.
Okay.
Slow.
Yes. At FAIR, inclusive business is our core model, not side activity. All ecosystem burning together. The farmer supply raw material, the local worker, and most of them women, small distributor, and community seller. The customers seeking self-chemical-free product. Today, more than 60% are the worker for the women, and 90% value chains are women, and almost variation happen at the community level. Includes business in nursery is resilient as sustainable business strategy. And this video. Let me see this video. It's in my company. It's a temple, the English. No. It's first. The pineapple, yes. It's beyond. And we are tentatively a few stations around in Vietnam. Yes, okay. Okay. This slide. And in past, this moral kindness material in past environment, we reduce agricultural waste and chemical pollution, economically we can addition income stream and local jobs. And the socially we employ women and promote needs of the green combustion. They in past enter into all the business operation not as after town. So when we and roadmap we start up 2020, and now we have a new factory and new very the certain product line in home care, car care, baby care, and pet care. And the partnership, we have a worker and digital eco platform and retail chain and export partner, Germany, USA, and Singapore, and many things. So we need winner Ecotone 2024 and winner Climate Lampard Asian Pacific 2024 and we winner Human Act Pride 2024 and very and so when we're talking about agriculture beyond skill vision for FUA, it is not concept, it is life expression or general start with a fire up appeal. It is continue a pathway toward a green cruise in the scalable economy. We believe farmer can be partner, not just supplier. And we believe agriculture holds for farmer hold far more value when we try to look beyond the cultivation. Thank you. Sorry.
समझ सकता हूँ थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट हुआ होगा but I think we got the essence of the business model. So they are even in India also they got some awards. That's what I could see. So its idea is to see that waste is also converted into a value-based product, but at the same time certain other parameters which other companies are not looking at in terms of women, in terms of engaging with farmers, in terms of doing the right kind of things which would have a positive environment impact, and all that is also critical, and they have a big plan. They're already, I think, some 20 million kind of projection, and by 35 they're looking at much bigger space. But good thing is it's a program, it's a enterprise which is doing something which otherwise many companies are not doing. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming all the way, and yes, thanks. So let's take this discussion to the next level. We saw the big picture, we saw an international case. Now we have somebody who would be talking about why we are talking about this in Karnataka. What is that Karnataka has which would ensure that inclusive business kind of businesses would come and partner with us. So what is the strength we carry? For that I would invite Mr. N. Monnappa from NURS Foundation. He would be talking about this particular theme, but he is part of NURS Foundation, Bengaluru itself, serves as an Indian Administrative Fellow advising the Department of Agriculture, Horticulture, Government of Karnataka. He brings 24 years of marketing and fintech e-commerce experience. So over to you, Mr. Monnappa. 10 minutes? Yeah. He's calling you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a privilege to be here today, and especially to share the dais with my professor of economics, Dr. Rupa Chanda, was my professor in B school. So it's a complete circle here. So what I'm going to share with you are my observations during my fellowship over the last 10 months, working with both the Department of Horticulture and Agriculture, primarily on enhancing marketing capacity for farmer producer organizations in Karnataka. And with this being the brief, right, as to with 1400 FPOs in the state, established in the state over the last 8 years, with a social capital of around 1.4 crores, that's around 1,000 farmer shareholders per FPO, right? What is the roadmap now to make them industry ready, right, to take them to the next level? So with that, yeah, I'd like to share this framework and the presentation flow. So what does industry ready mean, right? What are the elements or criteria that FPOs or any enterprise needs to meet to be considered industry ready? So the first is, of course, quality. Right, quality of produce has to meet what the market expects, be it in terms of grading, certification, and other quality norms. Second, they should be able to deliver it at a reasonable value that meets market prices, right, for the buyers. Third, they should be able to do it, deliver with quantities of scale. Right, because as you know, on one hand, with 80% or more of the farming ecosystem farmers in India and also in Karnataka being small and marginal farmers, individually they can never meet the quantity requirement of any private enterprise, right? But by aggregating their produce through farmer produce organizations, which have typical member shareholders of 500 to 1,500, this produce can actually meet the minimum MOQ norms for that private enterprise expects, right? And the fourth is branding, particularly so when FPOs are looking to go directly to the market, to sell directly to customers, right, with their own brand, right? So branding and the quality of branding is very important. And lastly, of course, is market linkage, right? What's the point in developing all this capacity if there is no access to the market, right, facilitated? So these, in my view, are some basic building blocks for making the FPOs market ready. And I'm going to walk you through how these building blocks, these criteria have been actually put into application, right, across these 4 initiatives that I'll walk you through, right, which are the MP-led initiative in Kalyan, Karnataka, the Sampurna Grand Challenge, which is launching day after tomorrow here at the ITF, the Raitasiri brand for FPOs, which came into existence last year, and the department's own scheme, the Raita Samruddhi Yojane, which is specifically meant to address farmers' marketing capacity requirements. Okay, so the first is the MP-led project across 7 districts in Kalyan, Karnataka. So this is an initiative of our Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharamanji, where she deployed her MP district funds for the 7 districts in Kalyan, Karnataka that you can see on the screen: Bidar, Kalburgi, Yadgir, Raichur, Koppal, Bellary and Vijayanagara. And what she has catalyzed, right, over 12 months is driven significant convergence across state departments, across central departments, NABARD, the state agriculture department, federations and private entities to set up a processing unit in each of these districts, right, for varying from food pulp processing at Koppal to pulse processing to oils, right, spices processing and so on across these 7 districts. 4 of these units are already live and working, and the balance 3 units are being launched very soon, I think over the next 30 days. So this, what she's done is she's sort of created an accelerated program to take FPOs to the next level and making them market ready. And we'll just walk through how this projects of this nature are addressing all the criteria. Right? So the first is in terms of quality, right? So at for the pulp processing unit at Koppal, all the quality is tested at an NABL lab at US Raichur. So the support here is from the university lab, to ensure that the quality testing facilities are provided to this processing unit in Koppal, and to ensure that the shelf life requirements for juice, pulp and dry powder are matched or met by the produce that is manufactured here. So that's the first part, right? So you can see each of these aspects has been well thought through and actually capacitized, right, and executed to help these FPOs be market ready. The second is in terms of value, right? So right now, as you would know that the differential in price that an FPO would get for selling a primary produce, right, which is unprocessed as a commodity, as pulp, versus what it were to sell as a processed food product, be it from juice to mango pulp to jellies, right, it increases by at least 5x, right, per kg, right, and that is essentially what this initiative is meant to do, right? In we're talking of inclusive business, how are you able to deliver more value back to the producer, right? In a way that one through value addition and also through ensuring that you're reducing the intermediaries between the producer and the end market, right? So higher value. Third, in terms of quantity, right? These units have a capacity of 600 to 840 metric tons per annum, right? So ensuring that any private entity, corporate buyer is able to ensure that is able to expect and can expect a certain minimum quantity delivered 12 months in the year, right? So the capacity, these are not subscale units. These are the processing capacity is significant enough to meet industry's requirements, right? And fourth, of course, is branding. This is for the products that these FPOs are going to take directly to the market. So this initiative has created a common brand called Kalyana Sampada, right, with the tagline from Karnataka's heart to the world, to help them consolidate their branding efforts and also to leverage the credibility of the association with the government when going direct to market, right? And the last is market linkage, getting them access. So this project also entails getting these products connected, getting the FPO connected with local supermarkets, digital platforms, and also potential exporters. So all in all, in a way, it is a case study. There are 7 such case studies happening across these 7 districts of how convergence of funds, convergence of resources can take FPOs to the next level. Now moving to the next initiative, which is happening. 2 minutes, okay. Which is happening. We're launching a day after tomorrow. So you all have heard of IT Grand Challenges and hackathons and so on. So this is a food grand challenge being launched by the Department of Horticulture. And over here, essentially, across these 7 crops, selected crops, they've identified areas where value is lost through food wastage, right? Crop wastage from harvest right to the shelf. And these will be reframed as problem statements for innovators to come and pitch their solutions, which then will be supported with funding and mentoring and facilitation for execution in the state, right, with the respective districts. So this is happening in 2 days' time. Then the third initiative is where the FPO Federation in Karnataka has developed a common brand for all FPOs in Karnataka called Raita Siri, right? And what this brand allows is, it enables the FPOs to use this common brand, which is Raita Siri, and customize it to their specific products, right? So you can see over there the name of the FPO in front. At the back is the farmer's story, where the district it is from. So it is a branding template. Think of it as a branding software for FPOs to leverage this and go to the market. Sorry, what happened? Yeah. And the last is the scheme from the department called the Karnataka Raita Samruddhi Yojana, which provides funding of up to 5 lakhs for all initiatives associated with branding, packaging and marketing for FPO self-help groups and agri startups. And while this is the last slide, I urge you all to come to the branding and credit services stall pavilion tomorrow at the ITF, where you see all these initiatives in action. We're actually going to be creating a live branding simulation for the FPOs who come in, and also packaging mocks with their names to help them visualize how their products would look if they were to get access to the best branding, packaging and packaging services. Thank you.
Set the context, please. We'll move, of course, to the second part of the discussion. Any clarification anybody having? Yeah, very quick, 1 or 2 only. Yes, sir.
The focus here is connecting FPOs with startups. Yes, with startups. Yeah.
It is not for individual farmers.
Sorry?
Branding is not for individual farmers.
It is also available to individual farmers, but what we've observed is with 80% of the farmers being small and marginal, very few of them are able to even get into the output business or have the sufficient quantity to brand and also the bandwidth to actually market it. It is available to the farmer, but we find that the basic capacity is better available at FPOs or able to agriculture producers.
But if any farmer is interested, what
Absolutely.
would be the tagline? What his capacity should be for branding?
So, if there's any farmer who's already selling their produce in the market and wants to brand, they can apply for this. Tomorrow, if you come to the branding and credit services stall, we have the department stall there as well, where they'll take you through the details and you can sign up.
This application should be given to the agriculture department?
Yes.
Okay, so last, yes.
ಸರ್ ಇವಾಗ ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದಲ್ಲಿ FPOಗಳು ಒಕ್ಕೂಟನೇ ಇದೆ, ಆದರೂ ಸಹ ನಮ್ಮದು 1200 ಗ್ರೂಪ್ಸ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, FPOs ಇದೆ, ತುಂಬ FPOs ಮುಂದೆ ಬರ್ತಿಲ್ಲ. ಬಟ್ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ 5 ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳು ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಏನು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಅನ್ನು ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿ, ಏನು ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ಸ್ ಅದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಅದನ್ನ ಮತ್ತೆ ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಬೇರೆ FPOಗಳಿಗೆ ಪ್ರಮೋಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೋದು ಅಥವಾ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಗೆ ಮುಂದೆ ಒಳಗೋದು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ನಾವು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಈಗ ಸಕ್ಸಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಿ, ನೀವೇನು ಚಾಲೆಂಜಸ್ ಫೇಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಯಾಕಂದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ರಾಂಡಿಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ತರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಇಟ್ಸ್ ನಾಟ್ ಈಸಿ, ಇಟ್ಸ್ ವೆರಿ ಚಾಲೆಂಜಿಂಗ್. ಅದರ ಮೇಜರ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್
Okay, sorted. Thanks.
Sir, okay, a short answer ಅಂದರೆ it will ಭಾಳ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಇತ್ತು. ಲ್ಯಾಂಡು, ಪ್ಲಾಂಟ್ಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡು ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿರೋದು, ನಬಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಂದ ಮಾರ್ಕೆಟ್ ಲಿಂಕೇಜ್ ಇದೆ, ಇದು ಅಗ್ರಿಕಲ್ಚರ್ ಡಿಪಾರ್ಟ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಚಾಲೆಂಜ್ ಏನಂದರೆ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಅವರು ಟ್ರಸ್ಟು ಮತ್ತು ಬಿಲೀಫ್ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಯಾಕಂದರೆ ಫಾರ್ಮರ್ಸ್ದು ಅಭ್ಯಾಸ ಏನಂದರೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟಾಗಿ ಅವರು ಟ್ರೇಡರ್ಸ್ಗೆ ಸೇಲ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿರೋರು, ಅವರು ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ಗೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಕ್ಯಾಶ್ ಬೇಕಾಗಿರೋದು ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಗೇಟ್ನಲ್ಲಿ. ಬಟ್ ಇನ್ನೇ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕ್ರೆಡಿಟ್ ಪೀರಿಯಡ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ಅದೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಲ್ಡ್ ಆಗೋಕ್ಕೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಟೈಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಮೇನ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರಸ್ಟ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ patience is one of the challenges and also key requirements.
Thank you. We have another session. We'll have second part.
Apart from this FPOs Because this is funded by government, if I'm not wrong, right? Like corporation in Bangalore?
Yeah, Nudge, I'm part of a program and I'm specifically working with the Agriculture and Horticulture Department. But there
are other verticals also,
yeah,
right?
there are other verticals also, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for making all of us understand the importance of FPO in this context. I will now go for this panel discussions. I request three of you to join us. So another set of speakers will be inviting. So, okay, we'll felicitate right now. Thank you. Please come. Keep clapping. Thank you so much. Thank you all of you. Now I'll take this discussion to the next level. We have a panel waiting for this to happen. So this is an interesting group. Let me quickly invite all of them. Mr. Hassan, please join us on the dais. He's from Cambodia. He has come all the way. He's working with large number of inclusive businesses in ASEAN area. So he will be sharing his perspective. Yes. Mr. Ashwin from S4S Technologies, Maharashtra. He's an IB himself in inclusive business. And they are into food processing and a lot of things which are of great interest to all of us. I will not disclose this. He will be talking about that. Please join. Samla, Miss Samla Gori from Jayanti Hubs. She is also one of our IBs which worked with SCAP program. So she would be also sharing what she is up to. Dr. Manish from Responsibility is an investment impact investor group and working with many companies and supporting on climate resilience, ESG centric in agriculture domain interventions through investment route. We have Mr. Santosh Gupta from Ecosia. He is also supporting inclusive businesses and doing a lot of work in this space as a trainer, as a coach. So this is the group we have. Okay, so thank you so much. Let's start a conversation. This is no presentation. This would be more like a chat or a discussion. If you look at this ecosystem which we have created here, so Ashwin and Shamla, they represent companies. So one is into sourcing products from the farmers, am I right? So they are buying herbs, spices, be it like chili and other things. So she is directly working as a company with FPOs, with farmers. When Ashwin comes with the responsibility of helping farmers to process, to dry products and make it ready to enter into the market with value addition. So he's into a technology-based company answering this particular problem. We have Manish, who is trying to support such kind of companies who are into this space of not just another company, but creating impact through inclusion route. We have Santosh, who is giving training to such companies or supporting such companies. And we have another ecosystem actor who is supporting these companies to grow in a larger regional area. So this is an interesting ecosystem we have created. Now let's understand from each of you what you do. So let's start with the lady. What is your priorities? What are your focus?
Hi, good afternoon to everyone. Firstly, I would like to say sorry because I don't know Kannada, but I hope you all understand what I'm speaking. I come from a company which is a family-run business called Jayanti Herbs and Spice. It's an 85-year-old entity. Now they're learning and adapting themselves to be a corporate. We have been exporters, largely exporters. So we cater to the markets of EU, Asia, US, and we have a small domestic brand within India as well. Largely what we do is we do direct farmer sourcing. So we source directly from farmers. We don't have any middlemen or traders. We directly work with group of farmers, and from nearly 20 years we are associated with such kind of farmers who have been part of the Jayanti family, who have created the trust among themselves, and they have been supplying to us. We do certification. We take the full responsibility from the time of land preparation till the market linkage. So that's, maybe we can get into further.
No, I'll have some follow-up questions,
Okay,
because
okay.
then maybe it will be helping you to continue the flow.
Sure.
So as a company, we understand what are you into, but why inclusion is important. In that context, is there any value proposition of working directly with farmers? What is that inspiring you to stay connected directly with farmers?
When we talk about spices, the very important thing, it's largely a consumable, right? Directly consumable. It goes to consumers. And lot of and we do B2B also and B2C also. So lot of buyers give preference to quality. Whether it is a consumer, whether it is a brand that's released into the market, or it's going to other buyers, quality is very important. And we believe, and we started working directly with farmers because there is control if you're directly working with farmers and present on the farmland to maintain and retain the quality. Otherwise, it is very difficult. The second thing is transparency. It is very important to have transparency, especially when you're catering to international markets, because you need to give the evidence and visualize the practices that are there on the ground. So that's the main reason that we want to work directly with farmers.
Can you give one example?
Yeah, so we have been working in, I'll give a closer location example. We are working with chili farmers from almost till 2010 in the region of Bellary and Anantapur district, where we are working with the farmers. We understood, initially our journey starts by understanding the farmer practices, because it's very important to retain good practices. We believe that the farmer is more educated and knowledgeable when it comes to product. They are the custodians of the raw material. So they know what is good for the farm. So we observe the farmer, we retain the good agricultural practice, and we introduce practices which elevate the quality, elevate the other practices with respect to environment protection and social safety and well-being. So Chile has been one of our example where we have graduated from being a conventional farming method, then we transitioned to IPM, and today it is one of our biggest certified product which goes out in the international market.
Excellent. Thank you. Let's pass on the mic to Ashwini. Same set of questions, Ashwini. Briefly talk about your business and what all that you are doing, and then maybe why you think you are one of those businesses which are really creating impact at the farmers or at the last mile.
Sure. Thank you. I'm Ashwin. I'm one of the co-founder of FAIR Technologies. We are developing a full stack agri processing platform. So basically, we work in two ways. One is we have developed a chain of procurement centers in the villages. We work in close to 1,200 villages in Maharashtra, Andhra and Odisha. We procure various products in two baskets. One is horticulture, another is grains. In horticulture, we procure mostly onion, ginger and tomato. In grains, we do multiple procurements of maize, various pulses and cereals. So after this procurement, we do aggregation of all this in our centers. We do segregation based on quality. And again, A-grade material typically we sell in the market depending on the situation of market, while B and C-grade material, which is perfectly edible, perfectly alright for human consumption, just cosmetically inferior to the A-grade material, we again send it back to the villages, where we have set up our proprietary processing centers, processing technologies. For horticulture products, we have solar dehydration units, where we process onion, ginger, turmeric, garlic, tomato, leafy vegetables and other beans and other vegetables into dehydrated products. All these are then collected. It comes to our centralized factory where we do further cleaning, grading, sorting, packing, and then we supply it to various food processing industries, to name few like Nestle, Marico, Capital Foods, and so on and so forth. We also supply to HoReCa segment, and in 9 metros we are supplying close to 16,000 hotels, restaurants, canteens, and cloud kitchens. So that is one part. Another is in grains. We also have developed decentralized processing equipments for grains. So for example, we have developed decentralized processing units for grids. So we convert corn into corn grids, which is basically an ingredient for various corn-based snacks industry. Then we also are developing decentralized starch processing units. Starch is a versatile product which could be used in multiple industries like textile, paper, pharma, food, etc. And this is how we are doing our business. In this, you asked specifically, is this inclusive? So inclusiveness is a backbone of our business. So because all the processes are done on the farm gate, the primary processes as we call it, and all these are done by farmer and their family. Mm-hmm. So in a way, they are our primary processors. We are the secondary processors. We collect the primary processed material, take it to the secondary processing units. We convert it into further value addition or packing. Some very minor activities we do out there, but 80% of the processing load is taken care on the field itself.
How many technologies you have?
So 2 baskets of technologies. One is to process horticulture products. Second one is to process grains. In grains, we again have 2 technologies. One is to convert corn into corn grades. Then various starch-based products into starch, that is mainly maize. Recently, we have started work in West Africa, where we are also trying to process cassava, that is tapioca tuber, into starch in the field itself. Okay. And recently we have also developed some proprietary technology for processing of makhana, that is specifically we are doing in Eeyond.
Okay. So you are innovating, doing this. So how much goes to the R&D?
So R&D is the part, because all the machines that we use, like 90% of the machines are developed by us. We have the IP rights of that machines. We get them manufactured from third-party vendors, and then we do the installations on the field. Second is we are also into food R&D. So we also do third-party R&D for various food processing industries. So if you know Saffola oats, we have our share of R&D into that product. If you have tried Ching's Szechuan chutney, so our R&D team has worked on it with the Capital Foods, and these are just few famous examples, but there are many other products that we always work on. So recently we are working, because I'm in Karnataka and especially in Bengaluru, we are trying to solve the problem of over fermentation, especially for the HoReCa segment of South Indian cuisines. So we are trying to standardize that as well, and R&D is going on.
So you give this technology to the community, to the farmers. How does it work?
When we say technology, it is basically the equipment. So
yeah.
We also have developed a financial model. That is again one more R&D that we had to do. Yeah. So we have developed a model of asset financing, where we club banking partners, government agencies, and us, along with the primary processors that are like 100% rural women from all the villages that we work into, and we avail them the loans through and club it with various schemes like NABARD's AIF or PMFME and other grants, so that they get the loans to avail our technology at the lowest rate possible.
Okay. You have put so much of effort. You are great. We are also saying that you must have put significant amount of effort in making this happen, what you have achieved. Now let me ask you a very tricky question, in the sense, we always believe since our heart always with the farmers, we believe FPOs have all the answers. FPOs can do all the activities. FPOs can do value addition, FPOs can do research, FPOs can do get the finance and run these companies. I also believe to certain extent it is possible. But sometimes the reality is FPOs can go that far, and private sector companies who are like you can also, can you coexist or you need to compete with each other? What is your take on FPO private sector collaboration in your context?
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is very relevant, and it's very clear that everyone cannot do everything. So, as I mentioned, the big names like Nestle and Marico, we are doing the R&D. So, we can always do the production, but we don't have the brand name of Nestle or Marico. We cannot sell Saffola oats like Marico is selling, even though we can manufacture. So, everybody has a role in the ecosystem. So, I feel that FPO's role is mostly, I'm not saying confined to, but their expertise is in production and collection and segregation based on quality. Till that place, even if the FPOs do, it will be very beneficial for the private partners to come into and have a very good business partnership with them.
Excellent. I'll put this way, if you look at all the FPOs, 1400 FPOs, maybe 50 to 100 would do all kinds of work that private sector can do. But another 1100, 1200 FPOs can get into the process initially through production to collectivization and all that. So there the collaboration can also be built up. So they don't lose out. They make money by adding this kind of value. What kind of investment you are into? What kind is investment in your business is an issue, or you are happily getting money for expanding your business?
Not very happily, but we are in a comfortable stage.
Okay, so now let's move to monies. The question is for an investors. If such businesses are creating that kind of impact, and not only in India, he also spoke about Africa. So this value creation that he has done in India is getting replicated in some other countries. That means it's valuable and it's something needs money to grow. I'm not just talking about money, but as an impact investor, how do you see this ecosystem of like-minded different actors coming together, and what is your role in that, and what kind of work you do? Start with your organization and then expand this thought.
Thank you, Kirtiji. So Manish and money is there, not to get confused. So I am part of a Switzerland-based firm called Responsibility. It's an impact investment firm, and they have offices almost in 3 continents, 7 or 8 offices are there. And the major thematic areas where we invest is climate finance, sustainable food, and microfinance. It's been 20 years for this organization. I'm associated with this organization from last 4 to 5 years. And I'm working there as a climate advisory specialist. And under the sustainable food theme, currently we are having 2 to 3 major funds, which we are deploying in Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Currently, there is a particular fund which is very much aligned with what we are talking here. The fund name itself is Climate Smart Agriculture and Food System Fund. Almost deployed, we have some 14 to 15 inclusive businesses already. So the work starts there itself. We provide long-term debt to these businesses who are on a journey to make better things for smallholders, better things for processor, efficient technologies, climate solutions, efficient processing, efficient logistics. So these long-term loans, the ticket size is relatively big because it's Swiss money. But the long-term part is something where we can work with the business. Let's say when we originate a deal and we identify that there are some 13, 14 gaps, and then immediately in order to get the investment, they are able to fulfill about 4 to 5 requirements of us, but then the remaining 7, 8 is a challenge with them. So then for that, in that case, we work with them in this long journey, and then we try to bring more inclusivity. And when I say inclusivity, it comes from that trendy word ESG, as well as the gender part, and as well as on the climate part. So at the time of investment also, we ensure that they are on journey. But let's say if there is a gap also, we provide all kind of support, expertise. We also have a technical assistance for these investees. So the money which is going to get deployed with these companies, let's say they want to try a pilot, they want to understand something, So we also have a facility called technical assistance, and then we provide them short-term grants in order to understand something which they want to further scale. And this is how we are trying to connect all three parts of the value chain, the upstream to low stream, and we are investing in all these major thematic areas.
Can you give a story example?
Yes, I can certainly give you a story. So there are 14 companies and different type of growth stage. Startup also, we have done 2 startups. Growth stage and later stages are also there. And my experience with working with them is that they were in agriculture sector, they were already creating a lot of impact. The problem is to identify the hotspots of their environmental or social impact, where they can really bring changes. And when I work with a company like Arya, I don't know how many of you have heard, we have invested in Arya, we could see that how food loss is very significant. So the fund try to understand the particular gap which is there, and then the fund has a mandate. The mandate is that with my investment I need to see a social or climate impact will be created with that particular money. So with companies like Arya, who are already working towards the smallholders, trying to digitize them, giving them warehouse access, I could see that if there will be scientific storages more towards the third or district tertiary markets, there will be lots of food reduction potential which is there. So then certain part of the capital goes for these kind of initiatives where they commit to us, and we put certain covenants to that you have to put this much of capital into these kind of things where a direct social or climate impact can be created. So there are some stories, and we have a very mix of portfolios. Tech is there, warehouse is there, production is there.
Are your partners also working in back-end with FPOs, with community institutions?
So that's not our job. Our job is to but then we see that okay, what is their business model? Their business model is FPO. So that gives me more outreach to the smallholders, more outreach to the production part, right? And then I have certain state responsibility, also have certain strategy before investment, right? So let's say there is a production system. So now there is climate risk everywhere, right? Now I'm underwriting the loan product for them, but now I have to understand if a particular company is only and entirely dependent on a particular commodity, and that the commodity is going to have some climate hazard risk. I might lose my business, I might lose my money. So what I do a climate risk assessment for them, and that's where they care. That's where they say, okay, you are telling us what to do in order to change or in order to mitigate the risk which is there. So it's not only money, it's also the expertise, it's also these kind of assessments which we provide to these companies, and then they understand the value of this.
Again, layman's question.
Yeah.
Bank is there to invest to the companies. Why do you exist? What is that worrying you to do this kind of investment, impact-led investment? What is the purpose? But so a lot of us understand conventional banking.
Yeah.
A lot of people discussing about blending, all kinds of financial tools. So somewhere you fall between.
Yes.
Or at least towards perhaps the other side of impact investment, or why you are trying to be a Gandhi in this way? What is the reason?
Okay, something to my existence. So let me also confess and accept is that yes, we are costly. We are costly than most of the commercial lending which there is. But what is happening slowly across the bigger banks which sits in Europe, and my firm is also Swiss based, they are having all kind of mandates that when you mobilize this capital, you have to create impact. Now, as their reporting requirement also, what they do, let's say if they go and come and invest directly in these geographies which they are not aware of, and their resources are very costly. So what they do, they put funds, and then they do, okay, you deploy this much of fund and provide this much of capital to us, or provide this much return to us. And then whatever the impact which is being created by this money, they do a reporting. So that's where what they do. Now I will tell you, I'll just take another minute. So when they give us this money, they also know that it is going to be very competitive for them, right? But then we choose certain inclusive.
And yesterday and today also I've noticed, I think what government can immediately do is open a communication channel, because I know that there are a lot of questions, and they have expressed that this time is not sufficient to understand and start working on what they want to work and align. I think a communication channel if government can open, where they can ask, a window to ask questions and somebody to respond, like the platform can then contribute with answers and responses. That will be a very good start.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. With this, we close the session. Hope you all enjoyed this conversation. Thank you so much. We'll felicitate. Maybe we come together to have a photo lab. Thanks. We'll have a tea break now for literally 0 minutes, maybe 10 minutes or so. But you had given me 1 hour 45 minutes. I exactly used 1 hour 45 minutes. So organizers should not be worried. So we'll go for a tea break.
as I also mentioned yesterday, this development involves opportunities, but it also involves a risk. What is required from the government are clear framework conditions, and I think this is a first and foremost a focus. That means you need a very strong biomass strategy, which to my understanding you already have, but you need of course also the consequent implementation plan involving all relevant departments, which in my opinion would be the Department of Environment, Trade, Industry, Water, Economy and Trade. Furthermore, what it would require is a very clear understanding of biomass potentials in kind of a biomass mapping. For example, it could be a biomass atlas, it could be a biomass inventory as well, or perhaps a regional biomass inventory, to foresee and avoid any future conflicts and to create a transparent environment. Let's be aware that there will always be a risk of conflict of interest, especially for the food sector and the biodiversity sector. Hence, it would be, in my opinion, very wise to focus first and foremost on agricultural residue solutions and to defossilize the fertilizer industries. And for the latter, of course, we have already in India the PM Pranam, which is already a good political framework. And this, in my opinion, should be supported to its very best right now. Later on then, if the system is more understood, we could also review the governance mechanism addressing land use and nutrition conflicts. And this is not only the regulation per se, but also the enforcement of regulation, of course. And if this is provided, then we can seriously think about large-scale use of biomass for biorefineries. To establish a conducive environment for investment, you need research and you need technology transfer as a strong enabler. And the recently established exchange of the German government, for example, could facilitate or establish such strong research links and technology transfer. And that would also be my opinion. Yeah, let's exploit the possibilities we have. We have a strong institution in Germany and Europe which deals with the sector of bioeconomy for quite some time. Just recently, one big plant, we call it Leuna plant, has been commissioned and still is in a testing phase. So equally, I could feel there are many opportunities in India as well, but let's be careful to exploit them. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Doug. Of course, partly you have also answered my second question, and that was basically on, we have these biomass conversion models, which at this point in time are in isolation, It is more of a silos approach which we see it across, and I can speak for India. How do you feel that these solutions can be embedded into the agroecological systems rather than they remain as isolated ones? Partly you touch upon this question from the policy perspective, but in case you want to add on something more.
Well, and then the last point what I mentioned, biorefineries, for example, I don't see it as a very difficult first move because it requires a lot of source material. If you want to be close to agroecology, I think we should look first and foremost into decentralized approaches. And they are there, obviously. I mean, I showed some examples yesterday, and here it was mostly about improving the carbon footprint of the fertilizer sector. And there I see a big opportunity for India, and I see also a strong political move. So that, in my opinion, should be the first move we should focus on. And technologies are available, they are already tested, they are ready to be used. The question is how we bring it into the decentralized society. And when I was in India, working in India with Mabad, had a chance to learn about FPCs and FPOs. This process was relatively new at that time, some almost 6 to 10 years ago. But it was my strong feeling that this is an excellent platform to establish such mechanism to replace mineral fertilizer through organic fertilizer. And we have there good experience also in Germany because for most of the time we had a very strong extension system in the agricultural sector in Germany as well. And we have very strong cooperatives which are now privatized also partly, but originally they were very strong movements from the farmers. And there I see a huge potential, especially for this mid-scale decentralized technologies.
Sure, thank you very much, Bert. These are the two questions I had. So I thank you for giving your valuable time to us. And since we are all from GSL, we stay in touch with each other to take it forward your suggestions. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
From that, I think I'll move on to Professor Shamsundar because both come from more or less the same field. So you sort of gave us quite a few examples yesterday. We would like to know how these technical institutions and the universities can support this agroecology 2.0, which we are saying beyond production. So what is your take on that part to support this for the rural enterprises in India?
Yeah, thank you very much. And as you know, the future generation, India now the maximum is the youth, and we want youth to go in the right direction with the objectives of India, which one of them is the agroecology 2.0, where we move towards sustainable agriculture practices. So now traditional agriculture practices and innovations for traditional agricultural practices have been taught and nourished in the universities. Of course, there are some changes in the new educational policies where we incorporate experiential learning and things like that, but it is not really quite sufficient for the agroecology 2.0, where it always goes towards sustainable farming, sustainable energy, sustainable water resources, sustainable resource management, and the soil nourishment and many things which has been left out. It's not emphasized with a practical approach. So the universities, including the technical institutions like us, should make the young future ready to really make it inclusive. For example, I was thinking and I jotted down some points here. We want farmers to be co-researchers. Not that we have a one way giving to the farmers. So because farmers have so much of experience in them, they are practical, they are at the field. Now, why not young generations be together with them and be inclusive with them? Because there is so much we have to learn from the farmers, and that we are missing. And they know what they need. Not it is linearity, it is a circularity. So taking that into picture, I had some points that I had noted here. Create rural labs. So let us go to the rural. I was in Germany, I was in Witzenhausen, next to the University of Kassel, where they have entire rural area where they teach MSc in organic farming. I was there for 20 days, I learned a lot on many things. Like that, instead of the lecture-centric approach, it should be more with the rural labs. And all of us, we should have incubations done in the villages. Let us have incubation of the young entrepreneurs who are doing, for example, on agriculture innovations, everything in the village. That is where we can incorporate in the syllabus. I think most of the universities now are deemed or autonomous, and we have the option of having our own subjects and syllabus and experiential learning. And innovation, for example, there are so many opportunities and many of them go towards job. Why they have to go to job? they can become entrepreneurs, and they can have agroecology as the thing. When we always talk on maximizing profit. Of course, profit will come, but what about sustainable farms? What about sustainable solutions? What about sustainable inputs? We are talking about reducing the operational expenses of any farming or any production. How it can be done? We should have innovations coming up as a team. So this is missing, and definitely now we have to incorporate this and let us do this. For example, there should be more and more books pertaining to agroecology, more and more study materials for that, and even the faculty should get equipped. Because they are, many of them are only towards the linear approach. They have to go for the circularity and agroecology approach. I have my friend here, Satyanand. He has a book on living soil movement. He just came because I wrote the prelude for that book. It contains many things which are missing in the regular thing. So experiential learning, innovation, taking the lab to the field, incubation at the field are some of the points for the capacity building is what I want to put in here. Thank you very much.
Just another question to you is that yesterday you talked a lot about the decentralization of the technologies and the energy related initiative which you are sharing. What kind of a policy environment we should have to decentralize such innovations so that we know the climate changes are there now. So how can we just sort of give a for the policy?
Thank you very much for the question. India was Grama Swaraj earlier. When Mahatma Gandhi started the movements, it was decentralized movements, the village movement. How we have decentralized the power in the Panchayat Raj, where we have the Gram Panchayat, and where we want to decentralize the power. Similarly, concept of decentralize of everything, then only it wins as such. For example, huge amount of natural energy resources are available in India, which has to be harnessed, and the decentralization of energy harnessing is the only way out. Decentralizing the water harnessing, not having centralized energy resources and distribution losses are so high. So bringing the power from Raichur thermal plant to a large farmer in a remote village near Mysore calls for so much of energy that is generated, so much of transmission loss, and also the theft that is happening in the process, and the pollution we are creating. When it comes to climate change, where we want to reduce or keep the temperature below 2 degrees according to Kyoto Protocol, and see that there is no climate change, that everybody is now working towards this. India has signed the UN, the Sustainable Development Goals. We want to meet by 2070 net zero and carbon neutral technology, and all this we have. To achieve this, the only way is decentralization of this. So we have biomass decentralized at the source. I was talking about marginal farmers who are not beyond 2 to 3 acres. They have so much of biomass. We can have biochar, we can have biofuel. I have shown in my example. We can have our own biodiesel, run our biodiesel generators. We can have biogas that is used for cooking or thermal or electricity generation. And technology-wise, even German in their presentation has shown so many technologies. We can alter these things and see that decentralized solar energy. And I have shown the example of microgrids, which is a combination of solar and biofuel. Use solar in the morning, so much of energy is available. And the evening, use the biofuels that are available, which is stored. What is a plant? What is a tree? It is a storage of energy. It is storing the energy. Each and every seed is storing energy. And each and every leaf is harnessing the solar energy free of cost. And this solar energy, this biofuel energy is what? Bioethanol, which can be used. So much of land is available. We can use it and we can convert it into bioethanol, bio-CNG, biodiesel, and decentralize at the village level, at the Gram Panchayat level. We have all the FPOs. We can support FPOs to giving these technologies lab to land. So FPOs can be the bridge, and organizations like you can be the bridge for us to see that technology reaches it. So definitely decentralized energy sources will go towards agroecology 2.0. Otherwise, it's too tough with centralized systems. So, centralized system, whatever is available, let it be there. India is going in a big in solar. We have crossed 138 gigawatts today on electricity. 138,000 megawatts of solar energy, and we have the National Solar Energy Mission, we have the National Biofuel Mission, we have the National Green Hydrogen Mission. So who will use it? All of us. The farmers can use it to the maximum. How? By decentralizing this. So using all these facilities available. So where we give the solar pump sets is given under the National Solar Energy Mission. Your agriculture department itself supports that. There is no end voltage. So we can use solar. We can give the end voltage. We can give the energy back to the grid. So technologies has to be amalgamated in agroecology 2.0, and that is we are ready with technology. That's what we want to tell, and it's only how to see that these technologies reaches the farmers will be the bridge. Maybe the agriculture department or GIZ NGOs are coming up, the policy decisions, etc. So technology is available, and we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, Professor. My next question goes to you. And we had excellent example of your cooperative showing us the results what you have presented now twice to us. Now, you know that we also have farmer producer companies here in India, and we would like to know from your long-term experience of working in Kerala and have you being the 14th generation farmer himself, how can cooperatives, what kind of role they play in ensuring long-term trust and price stability and ecological integrity in the agriculture?
Yes, thank you for the chance to share with you. Of course, I'm a senior, I'm 73 years old already, and about 50 years of rural development in Germany, Europe, and the South. So my basic experience and let's say outline would be we farmers, I'm also a farmer, as I mentioned. Basically, to start with, farmers have to take care, since in India we are now on the, let's say, on the deadline to get an industrialized nation, or let's say, and farmers basically are the losers. Wherever you find industrialization, farmers become the loser, they become at the end of the value chain, and the ones who are on the market, they have a monopoly or oligopoly. This system comes from overseas, from the United States mainly. And we have already this development in Germany since 10 to 20 years. And if I see India, if I look to India, you are this, I think the third number 3 now in industrial development, very powerful. And the more industrialization, desto more difficult it will be the situation of the farmers. Well, how to come, and this is our topic, how to come, what are the perspectives beyond production? Well, I have to say, as we are mostly small-scale farmers, we have to join, we have to unite, we have to create cooperatives to get strong. And so this is one of the basics. Yeah? We have to overcome the individual approach, we have to join. And when I was overseas after my studies as tropical agriculture, agro, let's say, ecology, and then it was at the age of 24, I went out 6 years abroad and came home. And then I started the same principle at home in my home region. As I mentioned, I started with 8 farmers. And the basic principles are still the same. First of all, you gather yourself. You install the system. Let's say we differentiate from the green side and from market side. Basically, these cooperatives of farmers are not able to be very efficient in the market side. So also we have the green side as a cooperative, as an association, and then we have on processing, slaughterhouse, and processing, cheese, dairy, and so on. We have a shareholder company. Of course, the farmers are the shareholders, the 92% in our case. And so this is the, let's say, the institutional model we need to establish. And then basically when we have established our, let's say, farmers group, to get strong, to have an offer, to be a partner to customers, then basic requirement is to have best product. I just had a short discussion with a local farmer here. Best product means, of course, old varieties, traditional varieties with special taste, with special, let's say, in the meat, it is the color, it is the internal fat, and so on. Best product is required. And when we look to organic farming, we have the basic, let's say, the basic level, which is institutionalized from from EU and also in India. You have PGS. PGS is for the local market, but there are also up to Demeter quality. Also in the organic, let's say, environment, you have Naturland, we hear it, and then on top we have Demeter in India. Even in Bengaluru, we have an independent Demeter organization. The center is in Switzerland and in Germany, the nucleus, but it's also here. So small-scale farmers have to have best product and develop the institutionalized market approach. And so the main thing is what also you mentioned, and was the topic. We have to sell also our added value. Not only product, we have to sell our added value. What's that? What means that? If the farmers' cooperative is strong enough, they can and find the suitable partners that our products are direct from the farmer. This is the straight connection to the land, to our culture. We support the farmers because they ensure our daily bread and so on. So this is a very strong argument, and we call this added value. It's not only the product. We farmers, we have to sell our added value, which is the commitment to our culture, which is, let's say, that farmers will be able, with a good price, they will be able that next generation comes, that they are able to continue in this kind of agroecology, in this kind of agriculture. I would say. Yeah, added value in terms of straight from farmers. Added value, let's say, in, of course, ecosystems, biodiversity, this is all added value. Then climate resilience is the new approach and is very important. Also, we work very strong in climate resilient measures, and so this is also added value, but we have the chance that climate resilient measures will be compensated with climate certificates. The carbon certificates, climate certificates, we work very strongly on that because we say polluters should be charged, and the one who works climate friendly should be honored, compensated, I would say, compensated. So this is the principle of true cost accounting, and what we say. And even the government, let's say the constitutional side is requested with taxes upon pesticides, upon artificial fertilizers, to charge the polluters and to award the farm
who do all these beneficial things to our nature and to our, let's say, to our culture, to our society. So this is actually the point, the solution beyond agricultural practices, that we move in the market in this way, we make it strong, we develop the value chain from field to fork, and we sell also our added value. We will find customers who are requesting that. Not all customers will just sell industrial products, no. We have special customers, and those we have to find and to make partners, to make the customer as a partner. This is what we are doing in Germany as well, and we are very successful in that way. We are considered as a kind of a lighthouse. Therefore, we have now an academy to spread all these ideas. And so this would be my story, my comment out of 50 years of rural development activities and projects. So thank you for listening and being with you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thomas, I think Rudolph covered up what I wanted to ask you was this whole thing of payment of ecosystem services. Because in India we have very mixed experience. Yeah? It is more in this forest domain we do have, but experience is very, so it doesn't really become very encouraging for the farmers to be part of this domain and then look for these things, because the system per se is very complex and very difficult, and farmers find it very difficult to go because, so I think with your experience we would like to know that what kind of mechanisms government should put it in place to incentivize farmers for this payment of eco-services. So it is encouraging for them to move towards transformation.
Well, looking back on 30 years of dealing with subsidies, grain, grant schemes, and evaluating schemes, I clearly say it's definitely complex. Yeah, and being aware that some development is even for Germany is very new. I told you about the group certification subsidy now we have in place, which you have for years for farmers producer organizations. Yeah? But one thing when it comes to decision making on ecosystem service payments, compensation, grant schemes, etc., is the question: is it really? Is there enough evidence that it's benefiting, that the farmers are really benefiting? And when it comes to benefits, we are talking about identifying the right level of intervention. Yeah? Sometimes it's okay to have groups to be supported, to get organized, etc. But you never have all the members having the same character as entrepreneurs. Some of them are more entrepreneurs than others. You have risk takers, you have innovators, you have real entrepreneurs who can have a future strategy. But then you have usually a big majority who are lacking some of these qualifications. And we need to be aware of this. This is life. This is our daily decision-making power we have to consider. And when it comes to allocation of funds, the government has to decide where do we invest in order to improve the livelihood of the people the best. And for this, just giving everyone the same is not necessarily the right way. Sometimes you have to support those people who have the potential to develop, who have the capital to invest. Because I'm a big offender for grant schemes which pay 100% of the investment. I would never recommend this. If any investor is not able to provide at least a minimum of own capital for investment, you should not support it. Because In the end, you need reliable and genuine good business development strategy. And I think it's very important that we still, after all our good intentions for nature, for health, for providing nutrition for the public, we always have to consider the real life in business, where you have to fight, where you have to negotiate. Every single day you are challenged to get the best out of it. And that needs people who have the relevant capacities to do so.
Thank you.
And they need support. They will, and then the others who are maybe not as innovative benefit as well. That's the trigger, I think.
Thank you very much. I come to Dr. Sarkar. We had a very interesting presentation from you in the morning, where you had touched upon the in-gap and global gap initiatives of Government of India, and also sort of informed us. Despite, I think there are so many initiatives and different policies, certification in India is still a very challenging domain. What, in your opinion, governments can brought on board to sort of have large number of farmers getting certified and sustaining it? Because experience, I can quote, if sir doesn't mind, that in Karnataka there was a subsidy given for organic certification, and we really don't have very good experience once the subsidy was withdrawn, because the continuation of that is very, very challenging. So your experience with now working in Andhra and in other states, we would like to also know from you what we should be doing is to have large number of farmers coming on board and certifying in different categories. Yeah.
Thank you, Namitaji, for asking this question. So I think from past 2 days, we have already heard about, especially my fellow speakers have already spoken about a joint cluster level approach. That certification model actually will help the formation of FPOs. So if the state is coming forward and they are having a list of FPOs, because forming an FPO is also a huge task. Now if you see organic or INDIGAP or PCSMP, voluntary certification for medicinal plant and all, so forming an FPO is a huge task. We cannot leave it to the farmers on ground, because they will not be knowing what are the compliances, how the standard works. If the state can come up and they can have an analysis that how many FPOs can be formed cluster-wise, region-wise, crop-wise. So, and that list can be produced in the digital system, and how many SCBs are there in Karnataka state, they can approach them. FSSCI is also state, FSSCI is there, FCI is there. So all these bodies can come together and they can actually train them regarding the certification, regarding the onboarding system, regarding getting the licensing. So these all things can be given this FPOs, because they are the selected FPOs, they can go and train them. That is one part. Second, the support and from state, that is before the pre-certification readiness, how much our FPOs are ready. And this is being taken care by N. Monappa in his last speaking, where he has introduced about how FPOs are ready. The quality aspect is being touched. If during this trainings also, if these FPOs are being introduced about how many schemes are running and what all standards are there in the whole supply chain, where they can earn more revenue, any value chain, additional processing certification is required, whom to approach, because most of the farmers are not aware of it. So that type of training, because we are giving the value chain and innovative approaches in agriculture, but nobody is touching upon the standards, which is the last, customers actually look for the branding and the certification mark and all, get the trust. So that is one second point. Third is, which I felt that public funding training, where we have the private players, like they do the CSR activities and all. And I'll give a very good example of ITC, because they adopt the villages. 2-3 big villages they will adopt. They will only take care of the farming system. They will buy the produce from the farmers. So this is how the incentivization is being reduced, because farmers are also getting more good kind of innovative approach from those corporates, and they are helping them also via training, via learning by doing, so that all activities are being taken care. So this kind of, if state also can see that how many corporates are there and what are the CSR activities they are doing village wise, so that can be also taken as one of the model example. One more thing which I think Ms. Shamla from Jayanti Farms, she has touched upon, the digital communication and networking, a single window system, which I feel if a state is having a single portal system where that all the listed FPOs, they can connect with each other, because we have so many districts, so they have beautiful implementation of some agricultural approach or innovative good practices that can be shared among them. So that can be taken care by the State Department. They can come forward with that approach. Now the schemes can be also identified and the CVs can be plugged in for that training purpose. One more thing which I felt, which is access to market linkage with certification. State could tie with the certification, government procurements. That is very important. If some incentives are there, where government schemes are there, then State Department should link these FPOs or farmers or the smallholders to that procurement systems. And state brands, of course, if suppose millet is, millet year last year it was, millet year was there, so millet was hyped. So, state-wise, if any product or any crop produce is there, so state should come forward to, advertise that more. Export promotion schemes are also there where state can tie up with them. So I think these are the few things which, can reduce the cost somewhere. And if all the stakeholders in this supply chain can bind together and these approaches can be seen, then it can work out.
Thank you very much. You touched upon, I wanted to talk about that certification sustains if farmer has access to better markets. So you touched upon the different schemes which we have, even touching upon with the marketing. So thanks for that.
I have one more thing also to add. I think in this 2 session we have also not touched upon, like I was hearing that too, that logistic and warehouse and this storage, that was infrastructure was not being touched upon, because there's always a post-harvest or storage losses, where I think State Department can again come up with the FPOs if they have their associations and all, if because we know that so many the standards are there, but when it comes to the end, the products are being selling the market, going for selling in the market, they have the specific warehouses. So sometimes their crops get spoiled over there itself, over storage is there. So these things can be taken care by the FPO associations only if they can build their own warehouse. And transportation is one more thing where I think we should link with, especially some linkage should be there, where transportation can be also be one of the factor where that loss is happening. So that is 2 things which I think can be taken up by the more approachable form. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Kirti, I come to you. I mean, you just moderated a very interesting session on inclusive business, and you are also well aware of the work which Karnataka has done in agroecology in general, and specifics also, because you've been part of this journey with us, with the Department of Agriculture. And now you sort of bringing in this whole inclusive business approach. Where do you see that there are positives within the system which can sort of help them to adopt or adapt to such new ideas? And how system can really respond to this new business perspective you're talking about?
Thank you, Namtaji. I think last couple of years, with my engagement with the department through you and through other means, I think unlike many other states, there is a very proactive stance to work with private sector and also work with startups. We are in Bangalore, so there is no choice in fact, but I think there is a bigger need to see that this orientation which is building up can be taken to a level where it can be converted into a strategy. For example, in a couple of events, we have brought many companies who are inclusive or who are trying to do good for the society, but it should not end up with a kind of a workshop and all that. So how we really then create a framework. Perhaps the struggle to have a framework which will allow this partnership to really go flourish. So in that context, there is already pro-action, first point. So there is a very positive side to it. And most importantly, the last 20 years, the amount of effort this government has done, organic and then FPO, and then building the capacity of FPO, and then also to see that a lot of convergence-based schemes and other things go down to the level of farmers FPO is already visible. So there is no context in that. So if that story is building up, then my larger hypothesis would be, do we have a choice not to work with private sector? There is no choice. When we work in this kind of agri-value chains or commodities, then working with private sector is a necessity. The question is, are we working without a strategy or are we working with a strategy? For us, with a strategy means we are getting into a system where we get the right kind of entities who would see the other side with equal fairness, with an approach which would empower the other side. I mean other side in the sense the farmers. So that kind of a strategy is an important element to look at. So in that context, some of the recommendations in our panel also I perhaps would be repeating, but that's what coming to my mind. When you look at, it's perhaps time to create a gateway, like Shamla's point and others, create a gateway for those kind of companies to be tapped into this kind of a framework. So what is that? Who are the ones who would be standing out of 100 companies, the top 10, who are ready to invest, ready to work with farmers? So that kind of an approach we need to do. State government also to be very proactive in terms of orienting a large number of companies. It's not necessary, like Santosh said, many companies we have been working, they even have very limited understanding of the capacity of social capital itself. They don't know it, honestly. The procurement side guys, they don't have any clue how it works. So from that perspective, the first step is orienting this whole ecosystem to become, to know the realities and to know the value they will get by partnering with them. I think in this kind of a system, after orientation, some selection, some methods to put in place so that we don't just get any private sector but the right kind of. Then also we need to, I think, have an open mind to collaborate with such kind of companies in a cluster. For example, there is a spice cluster. There is, like Shamla is talking about spices. There are fruit clusters or paddy clusters. So we have identified certain clusters, then see how we can match these companies with those kind of clusters. And also in that process, we need to also see that, not only that, we need to take the story a little bit. If government is with certain private sector, it's an asset for private sector. Can we also tap the investment community, like monies of these worlds are there, they are also there to come and work. When government is there and government is saying these 20 companies we want to work, then those companies would find it very attractive to come and invest in the state also. So how we create this kind of entity, and linked to this also, state government with such kind of a grip over the entire social capital in a very positive way, it can also now tie up with UNSCAP or foundations to support them in building this ecosystem. It's not necessarily government of Karnataka needs to put their own money to build, but with this mandate they can bring in foundations and others to create an environment which would be then supporting. At the same time, I think there is a need for us to also build the capacity of FPOs to also work with private sector. And sometimes, I think many times we romanticize with the fact that our FPOs can solve all the problems. It's not the case. Maybe 15-20% FPOs can do the way private sector works, but there are so many things certain private sector can do. Like for example, the R&D West Forest is doing, or the kind of things many other companies are doing, that needs that kind of acumen, that kind of paraphernalia. So for that, 20% FPOs who are capable, we need not worry. But the rest of the companies, the rest of the FPOs, how we orient them, how we really see that their sourcing, then backward integration, technology convergence, also finance can happen with private sector. So that would be the third area, second area. Third area, I think, government through certain mechanism can also highlight these impact stories. It is very important for this community, private sector also to get a kind of a patting that government is also telling that we are working with so and so company and they are doing this with our FPOs. I will not say the story, but some kind of impact measurement, impact story monitoring that this initiative has its own power. If we do that, that could be Last but not least, with so much talk about the agroecology, when we talk about private sector, I think market is heart of this. Yes. At the micro level, I think we many times forget the strength of micro markets. I don't know, Santas or Sandys or weekly markets. I think time has come to again relook about those kind of systems where we can create a landscape of villages around the Santa, Sandy or Hart. Like you talked about the weekly market, you are creating, there are already existing weekly markets. Can we make them center of growth for the agroecology? And when we talk about that, it's not the big corporates, these are smaller micro enterprises, they can be supported, and many of them would also be FPOs or local entrepreneurs. So I would say, in the discourse of FPOs, in discourse of private sector, I think we should give enough importance to micro level private sectors, which is revolving around this heart system, which is a very important dimension to look at. These are the things, ma'am. Thank you.
Thanks, Kirti. I think the way the narrative you brought it in has starkly difference. I think when we had the public-private partnerships in both agriculture and also in horticulture department, I think we had a very mixed experience even in that initiative. But I think the way you have sort of lined out that how one should really go, looking at it more strategically, giving them their space because they also bring something to us and also to the people with whom department and the governments they work with. It's quite an interesting idea, and I think knowing Department of Agriculture and them, their interest in sort of exploring new ideas, we can certainly take up this discussion further. Yeah.
Like by lens of our discussion, Ms. Rupa was also saying, they as UNSCAP is already approached by an international agency, and they're saying, would government of Karnataka be interested to come as a state partner for private sector work. So that means people are watching and people are there to really come with such kind of strategic support.
That's right. I think the appreciation for what's happening in Karnataka, especially from Department of Agriculture, goes to, I think, Commissioner and Director Sir, because they are the ones who are leading this change from the policy point of view. So I think we have, your plate is already full. I know you have, you already have big event coming up from tomorrow onward. But I think, sir, this was quite an interesting sort of conclusion and the input which we got it from all the speakers, that there is a need for us to sort of look at this whole transformation more strategically. I'm also aware that department is putting a lot of efforts, but I think making them more strategic so that there is a continuum of the efforts which we are being. So I hand it over to you to respond, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. And basically, I'm here to listen to all the views. Like I have heard, a whole lot of issues, right from biomass, what we can do with biomass, and biomass mapping, inventory, and all. We are doing also, little bit work on that. What are all the issues which are touched upon by the different speakers? The government is doing its bit, but there is a lot of scope for improving, like in terms of biomass, agri residue and all we are doing, and the speaker was well aware of our PM Pranam also, so I was really surprised by that. Even a person in Germany is knowing about PM Pranam, what we are doing, and also a lot of work is still there which can be done. We are not very satisfied, I should say, and also farmers should be researcher. We are also doing this, as you know, this land races, conservation, participatory varietal trial and all, where the farmers are very much part of our this particular program, and we are involving the farmers. In fact, the farmers, they have given the material for this conservation, and all the trials are being done, some in universities, some in farmers field, and farmers are taken to that particular place of trial, and also they are being taken to the gene bank where they themselves see the seeds which are preserved, and they were very happy with that also. And regarding two aspects which are, thought-provoking, is one is penalty to polluters, that we are not doing. Like we can't enforce many things, like penalty to polluters is one new concept. I think a lot of thought has to be done for that one. And another is payment for ecosystem that we have been doing. But we feel that to take this forward, this organic agriculture or sustainable agriculture, what you said, or agroecology, whatever you call, this payment for ecosystem is one thing which goes a long way in promoting this particular type of sustainable farming. And as far as certification, I agree with Madam that a lot of things needs to be done, because in fact Karnataka was the first state to come out with the organic policy way back in 2004, and it was revised in 2017, and it is still, and Karnataka as a department agency, it was, I think, one of the pioneer states to have come out with a certification agency. So the seeds certification agency is also doing this organic certification agency. Regarding private sector, we have not done much regarding private sector collaboration with private sector and all. That is a double-edged sword. I understand. You have to tread very carefully in that one. So because that is a policy issue, and but that is one option wherein the farmers will benefit if the private sector is. If the private sector collaborates with the FPOs or this thing, and also, as of now, we have not directly done anything with PPP model and all, but we are encouraging the FPOs. We are giving training to a lot of FPOs. GIZ was very much in forefront in evaluation of these FPOs, and to know which are all the federations which are ready to take this forward and all. And coming to the, if you can permit, the very session is agriculture beyond production. The theme of this year's international trade fair is agriculture beyond production. So in this world we have to keep evolving, and all these years, the last 6 years, we were doing these organics and millets, and also time has come to move forward. So this time the very theme of our ITF is agriculture beyond production, wherein value addition and processing is very much part of that, and also agroecology. They have many of the people, they have touched upon this agroecology, what needs to be done and all. And the last one is branding and marketing. So all these three aspects will be there for you to see, and hope everybody will visit tomorrow's ITF and see for yourself what Karnataka state and as a Department of Agriculture, what we have done in these three aspects. And farmers can also visit and see, they can explore what are all the options are there to increase their non-farm income. So basically right now we are more concerned about increasing the income of farmers from non-farm activities. Farm activity, almost it is done now. Farmers, if he wants to benefit from the farming, he should increase his non-farm income apart from this farm income. So that is the theme of our ITF. I take this opportunity to welcome you all for tomorrow's program. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನೆರೆದಿರುವಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತರು ಭಾಳಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ನೀವು ಅಂದ್ಕೊಂತಿರ್ಬೋದು, ನಾವು ಇದನ್ನ ಯಾಕೆ ಕೇಳ್ತಿದ್ದೀವಿ, ಇವರು ಯಾಕೆ ಡಿಸ್ಕಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಈಗ ನಾವು ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಗೊತ್ತಿರುವ ಹಾಗೆ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಜಗತ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವಿಲ್ಲ. ಈಗ ನಾವು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೇನಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ಏನೇನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ಕೂಡ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಬೇಕಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಈಗ ನಮ್ಮ ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಭಾಷೆ ಒಂದು ಬ್ಯಾರಿಯರ್ ಆಗಬಾರ್ದು. ಸೊ ನಾವು ತಿಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ್ದು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ವಿಷಯ ಇದೆ ಅದನ್ನ ತಗೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ಬೋದು. ಅದಕ್ಕೋಸ್ಕರ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಿರೋದು, ನಾಳೆ ಏನು ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ವಾಣಿಜ್ಯ ಮೇಳ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಕೂಡ ತಾವು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ರಾಜ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲದೆ ಬೇರೆ ದೇಶ ಅಥವಾ ಬೇರೆ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅನ್ನೋ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದ್ರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವುದೇ ತಪ್ಪಿಲ್ಲ. ಸೊ ಎಲ್ರಿಗೂ ನಾಳೆ ಬರಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಸ್ವಾಗತವನ್ನು ಕೋರುತ್ತೇನೆ.
Thank you very much, sir. And sir has extended invite to all of us to visit ITF tomorrow. So I'll be very happy to have all of you around, because this will be inaugurated by Honorable Chief Minister, and of course our Agriculture Minister will be very much part of it, and all the dignitaries from the department as well. So thank you very much, sir, and I think your positive outcome that you are open to take the suggestions and move forward, and we really sort of welcome you, and thanks a lot for giving us this opportunity as well, and to sort of come. I know you're very busy, but nevertheless you took time to come in, because Commissioner sir is on travel and you had to handle everything today. So thanks a lot for that, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. ಫೋಟೋ
We have to come in the
Come in.
Okay.
Point of health,
So we will organize.
Yeah.
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೊಂದು ಬುಕ್
ಈಗಲೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
ಕರೀಲ
They have to release one book.
ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ಬುಕ್ ಕಮ್ ಸತ್ಯಾನಂದ್. ಲಿವಿಂಗ್ ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಮೂವ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕನ್ನಡದಲ್ಲೂ ಬರುತ್ತೆ. ಸೊ ಅದನ್ನ ಸೊ ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಗೋಸ್ ಟು ಯು ಸರ್. ನಂದು ಅದರಲ್ಲಿ ಮೇಡಮ್ ಬಂದು
Okay.
No. Please wear this national
we will have
ಸೊ ನಿಮಿಷ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ದಯಮಾಡಿ
ನಮ್ರತಾ ಮೇಡಮ್.
ಒಂದು ನಿಮಿಷ. ನ್ಯಾಷನಲ್ ಆಂಥಮ್ ಇದೆ. ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ ಈ ದಿವಸ ಏನು ಈ ಒಂದು ಟಾಪಿಕ್ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ವಿ. ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾಡ್ ಲಾಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಡೆಲಿಬ್ರೇಷನ್ಸ್ ಫ್ರಮ್ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ 2 days ಆನ್ ವೇರಿಯಸ್ aspects of agriculture beyond cultivation. So I thank all the speakers who have come all the way from many countries. So we are extremely, from the Department of Agriculture and GAC, we are extremely grateful for all the speakers who have come all the way from different countries and across our country also. And many students have also joined here. And ನಮ್ಮ ರೈತ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಕೂಡ ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಜಿಲ್ಲೆಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. So I extend my gratefulness from the Department of Agriculture as well as GAC for all the participants who have participated in these 2 days. Thank you.
Shall all stand for the national anthem, please?